Hello, welcome. Today I'm going to be spending the next 8 hours working on my Godot game. I'm kind of new, like within the last year, started learning Godot, and this particular project, I am making about an alien who is abducting the Earth. And I want to do some gameplay improvements. I hope you'll hang out with me. If you're new around here, I hope you'll consider hitting that subscribe button. I appreciate it. And you might want to like skip around or something. That's totally fine. I understand if you want to do that. No pressure to just watch right along. It's going to be 8 hours. It's a long one. But do hit that subscribe button so that way you know when I'm going to be going live and when I'm going to do stuff. So this is actually a debug level. This isn't the actual gameplay level that we have to worry about or that we're going to operate in. I have a little way to just cheat out of this debug level. This is something I've been setting up recently, which is this power-up screen. It's going to be kind of like a roguelike where you can choose these different power-ups before you go on to the next level. And so we'll choose our power-up. We'll move on to the next level. You can see there's a number in the top left. That's how many points you got to get per level, or abductions in this case, since it is about aliens abducting the Earth and whatnot. And so you would be abducting like cows and things like that, humans, you know, things aliens tend to abduct. So I'm gonna destroy this little building here and grab some cows. I only got one. Some things I wanna work on today. I kinda just wanna do some like general improvement kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Like, okay, maybe you don't, but for example, when I come and drag this cow up here, and you see the orb kind of throbs a little bit, that's great. And then as the player, you actually have to like let go of the mouse. So I don't know if you see, I've got my mouse down there. Click, 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 right? And so if I click on a cow, I'm holding it. Now if I hover over the orb, you can see it throbbing, but technically I could still move it out of here. And the problem with this is then it's easy to accidentally miss the orb and you drop the cow. This is a kind of gameplay improvement I want to make, because there's no reason to punish the player because they didn't let go of the mouse while they were hovering over this orb. So I want it to be that when you are hovering over this orb with your abduction, as soon as that happens, it gets picked up and you get that +1 and your score goes up. So that way the player doesn't have to like think about letting go all the time, because that would be no fun. Welcome, Abo. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I appreciate it. How you doing? First one in the stream. You may be. It's possible. How you been, Abo? Yeah, so I wanna tighten that up. I wanna make it so that as soon as we hover over that orb, it absorbs the abduction. And there's a lot of other little things. There's so many things. Every Monday, so I have been doing the Monday member streams. Those are also big, long 8-hour streams, and I work on like game assets. So things that visually go into the game but also will function as stuff. And lately I've been working on my player character specifically. That is to say, I want to remodel the player character. So right now the player character, well, the thing is the player character is supposed to be able to transform between a human and a cow, and there's the current form. It's not really even, it is kind of a human, you know, it's like a biped, but you know, in general it's got like this super long arms, and it's been really hard to animate and work with. So I've actually been making some updates to it. And so I wanted to get that cow, that quadruped, rigged and animated. And on Monday, during those member streams, again, you can join the YouTube channel, hit that join button, and you'll be able to get access to those member streams. Also, make sure you have gift memberships turned on, because then you'll be able to receive a membership when someone gifts one, which is nice. But here's my progress. I've actually gotten some pretty good progress here. We've got a walk cycle. This is the cow transformation, but you can also see the face is looking a lot more improved on as well, versus this alien, where you see it's kind of like a simpler face. So yeah, so I've been doing that for the past month or so in the member streams, but it's looking good, right? So not only that, I've got it all hooked up with an animation tree, so that way it will actually switch between walking, and check this out, running. Yeah, it runs, baby. Look how cute it is. Yeah, so yeah, consider joining up and supporting Hyper Game Dev if you want to see me doing Blender and animating in there and setting all this up, because it's a lot of fun and there's a lot of cool skills that you might even be able to pick up by hanging out with me there. So yeah, look at that. Look at it go. I love it. Now I haven't implemented this into the game, neither this nor the biped version. So let's stop the animation. Actually, I haven't even tried. If I pull on the biped, you'll see it looks quite a bit different. And then let's hide the quadruped body. And then for the biped human, we want the biped body. But the actual, here we go. Bam. There we go. So there's the new version of the human with the arms and the legs instead of the quadruped. So you can see we've come a long way. I still have to animate the biped, the walk cycle and the run cycle for that. But hopefully it won't take too long. It was actually surprisingly easy to do the quadruped. But yeah, so I'm not going to worry about a lot of this today because I do need to implement this in with code, which is going to be like a lot of effort to get this to work nicely. Yeah, so not really going to think about that today because that's a whole entire thing. First, I want to get the biped animated, the new biped and everything, and then we'll worry about how that all is gonna get implemented. But today, I want to get that a lot of things, So I've got like a project manager too, where I keep track of tasks that I'm working on that I need to change. So I'm gonna go through this list. I'm gonna find some bugs I might need to fix or some little improvements. I might even work on level 2, things like that. Just kind of a smorgasbord of things. But the first thing I want to do is I want to get that absorption of things that are abducted to be really fast. That's something that I think is a big problem right now, because it's like the whole game is basically you, the player, having to grab these things and drop them into an orb, and if that doesn't feel good, then the game doesn't feel good. Abo says that they're working on a horror game and thinks that you'll release it on Plat Store. What is a Plat Store? Platinum? Platform store? I don't know what that means. But that's cool. That's cool. Love to hear that you're working on a horror game. Nice. What engine are you working on that in? Nice. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I have been busy. I was a little late to this stream. I've been busy, and so I didn't work on this game the past week. I did on Monday for the members, but I didn't on Wednesday or Thursday, and that is nice way to like give myself a break. Although I do end up working on other things anyway. But it's weird because, when I get back to it, I'm a little out of practice. So I do 3 weeks in a row where I work on this game. I do these 8-hour live streams, but then I jump back into it after a week off, and I'm like, how do you do this? Wait, what? What's everything mean? So I'm a little discombobulated, but I'm generally doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Play Store, gotcha. And you're using Godot. That's awesome. That's really exciting. I hope I get to see some progress. Make sure if you want to share it in the Discord. I always check out in the Secret Friday stream. There is a Secret Friday live stream. Not everybody knows about it, but I'm telling you, there is a secret live stream. I want you to know. You head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. And we're doing all the promotions today. And if you join for free, you'll get that secret live stream every Friday. And I check out everyone's projects, even if it's just like screenshots or videos or whatever. I love seeing what you guys are working on. But that's really exciting. So yeah, so I want to get that to be snappier so that way the player doesn't accidentally miss this orb. So to do that, I'm going to take a look at that code. God, it's just such a cute, it's so cute, just galloping along. All right, let's get into the code. So the code for the score dunk, that orb that comes down, all of my PC specs are in the description box. So just scroll down the description box and you'll find my PC specs. So what I want to do is adjust this. So this is the code for the score dunk. That is to say, that orb that descends from the sky and that you hover your abduction over and you drop it on top of. That's what this is. And I'm just gonna kind of remind myself the way that it works. Yeah, I remember you saying that, Abo. Good luck. It's nice to have a nice PC. Okay. So we are, this is coming from an Area 3D, so I guess we could add a little more context for ourselves here. This is the orb right there, floating above the player. And it's called a score dunk. And the score dunk has this very script, and it's an Area 3D. So it looks for the abduction to be hovering over it. And if the cow or the human or whatever you're abducting is hovering over it, if it detects that thing hovering over top of it, then it will start to pulsate. But instead of just pulsating, I want it to actually, I mean, it can still pulsate, but I want it to just straight up dunk it in there whenever that happens. So we are on-reading a bunch of things. We got a collision shape for itself, so it knows where that is. And then we have a dunk target. That's the player. So this lets us tell the script, here's what the player looks like. There's where the player is. You're going to get the same one as me? Whoa. I mean, look, I got this graphics card like 7-8 years ago now, and it's when I built this computer. And I've only upgraded the RAM at this point. You know, it gets the job done. It's fine. You know, I don't know what I would do if I were building a computer today. I don't know what I would get, honestly. I'm not sure. That's pretty cool. I mean, I've done Unreal Engine with it. I've done Unity. I've done Godot. I've not had problems using it. And I've got 3 monitors hooked up to it because it's got an HDMI output, it has a display port, and it has a DPI. Is that what it's called? No, something else. It's got a third one that's kind of weird. I think I threw the box away, but yeah, I probably did. But it allows me to get a third monitor, which is super awesome. So yeah, it definitely has served me well. The generation? I don't know. All right, so the animation dunk orb, this is what makes that pulsation happen. So when we hover over it and it pulsates, that's what we're on readying here. And then we have the score count animation. Oh, that's the little number that pops up whenever we release it. That I would want to happen like right away. As soon as you hover over it, that animation should play. Right now, I think I need to starting on not level 0, by the way. So let's actually fix that. Sometimes it is helpful to start on the debug level, but right now I'm gonna set it to start. Oops, sorry, not that. Here. We want the current level. I guess like I should do an export. I would honestly rather, like, the export is nice, but to me, I'm usually looking in the script, and I'd rather just update it here, because then I'll be like, why is it different? The script says it's this. Okay. So that's when, if I grab one of these cows, we come up here, that +1. And it does increase if we have multiple things, which is going to be a lot easier once we implement this. Oh gosh. I'd also like it to be easier to grab things. Like maybe you can hold down the cursor and it grabs multiple things. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work. Right, let me see if I can get multiple here. It's a little tricky because of the movement. I think it would be nice if there was a way to slow down the movement potentially, either as like a power up or a regular ability. I'm waiting for, oh, there's ones. Okay. 1, and you can, oh, see, that's exactly my problem. That's why I want to fix this, because I just missed the dunk there because I didn't like release it at the right time, right? Super annoying. Definitely want to fix that. Okay, let's see if I can do double dunk. Oh, it went away. There it goes too. So now you can see that animation is a bit dynamic and it's got some code built into it. Let's see if I can get 2 again. Nice. I know, I don't want that to happen. I think I need to increase the range of the score dunk detection as well. Like literally, if you're just like halfway above the screen or something, it detects that you're trying to dunk it. Because this should not, it should not, the gameplay isn't, the challenge in the gameplay is supposed to be, so you can notice like your limbs are disappearing and you're falling apart. The challenge in the gameplay is supposed to be not, it's supposed to be avoiding obstacles on one hand, and then on the other hand, finding abductions and you know, yeah, finding abductions and avoiding obstacles. But the gameplay difficulty is not supposed to be somehow getting that abduction to be moved into the orb in just the right spot. That is an unintended challenge. So I want to get that out of there. All right, so that's what that animation is. That's those green numbers that pop up. We're on readying the mesh, which is the orb. So the orb, I think we have the orb like when it descends and ascends. That we're not using an animation for that. I think this is where that's happening. It's actually like programmatically in code being lowered and raised. So I think that's what that reference is for. And then we have score count. That is the label itself. So whereas I should probably move that, you know, just so they're nearby each other, kind of makes sense. Could put that maybe right there. Maybe we could even move the mesh up here. Just, yeah, I might as well do a little organization. We could even maybe put the player at the top. And then, you know, here we've got the mesh and the collision. There's animation stuff. And then score count can just be nearby. So the animation handles what that score looks like and what it does. You know, as a matter of fact, why don't I even put that down here? I don't know. I guess a part of me almost wants to, it's kind of hard at some point, like what's the best way to actually like organize this? Because now the animation is in a different spot. It's all right. I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling it out. So the score count is the actual label that you see with the 1, 2, 3, 4. The animation is what moves the label. So that's what that is. All right, anyway, not that important. Okay, so we've got the Y offset. So this is how far down it comes whenever it descends. Not going to worry about that too much. The ascent distance, how far up it goes. And then for camera movement, that basically is how quickly, like when we move left and right, the orb will sort of follow the camera and or the player. So you can't see that right now because it's off screen. But if I grab something, you can see how it's keeping up with the player when we move left and right. That's what that's handling. And it's actually following. Currently, those values are set exactly the same as the camera. So it pretty much follows right with the camera. But if I were to adjust some of that, it would not necessarily be aligned with the camera. I think 0.02, does that make it faster or slower? I always forget. I have to like come in here and experiment. Let's bring that Dunkaroo back down. Looks like it's tracking a little more slowly now. So see how it's not keeping up? And it takes a while for it to follow. So that's what all that's doing. We have some variables being set up, whether or not we are currently grabbing. It's interesting. Whether or not something is in the score dunk, whether it's in the orb or not. We're probably going to want to mess with that a little bit somehow. The dunked meat, whether there is something dunked in there or not. That's interesting that we're not even... Oh, something else that I want to start doing is using type hints. I was recently convinced that it is really actually better for performance if you tell Godot that this is going to be a Boolean. You know, and if it does that, then Godot doesn't have to always figure out whether it is a Boolean or not. Hey, what's up, Mio Michael? How you doing? I like that name. That's fun. Mio Michael, welcome. Yeah, I am having fun. I think I'm making some progress. We'll see. Today I am trying to get the point that it actually like like dunks when you are trying to score points. I'm trying to adjust that timing a little bit. So if I grab this and I hover over this orb, it doesn't immediately dunk the abduction. And what I want it to do is I want it to immediately dunk it. Whereas right now what I have to do is I have to let go of the mouse. I have to release it while hovering over the orb in order for it to count as a point. And I find that that's actually like really annoying from a gameplay standpoint, to have to, because it's easy to miss. Like if I over drag it a little bit and then I let go, I miss it. So I don't want to have to let go for it to be count as a point. So that's kind of what I'm setting up now, and I'm just going through going through the code for that orb that descends down, that score dunk. I'm going through the code and just refamiliarizing myself with that script, and then we'll see what needs to be changed in order to get that implemented. It's cool hearing me explain the code. Oh, nice. I like that. Yeah, it helps me, and there's this concept, this rubber ducky coding concept. It's silly, but it's like an old thing. But basically, rubber duck debugging is what it's actually called. And what it is the idea is that you have like a rubber duck like on your desk, like in front of your screen or something, and then you explain your code to that duck, right? It's silly, but it's not, because like describing code out loud is for me like a really helpful way to just like not only refamiliarize myself with my code, but in this case, to help you guys understand and hear what it's about. And yeah, so it's kind of like I'm doing that, except instead of a rubber duck, y'all are my rubber duck. Chat is my rubber duck. But I'm glad that that's cool. So yeah, so something I do want to start doing is adding in these type hints way more often, if not all the time. Someone expressed frustration that I'm putting a space between these, I'm not doing it like that. And maybe I should not do that. There's something I like better about the space, but I don't want to frustrate people. But the reason why I remembered that is because of this. Like, wait, what the heck is that? What is this supposed to be? Does this become hey, what's up, K Luddy? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Hope you've been well. Like, is this become a Boolean? Does this become an integer? I don't know. I'm sure it's fine, but from an optimization standpoint, we're making Godot do a lot of extra work by leaving it that way. You know what this probably is? I bet it's an object. That's what it probably is. It's probably looking at, is it a cow? Which cow is it that's in there? Is it a person? Which person is it that's in there? And so that's why I didn't put a hint, because I don't even know how to reference it. So I might want to figure that out. I could probably, would that be like a packed scene? I'm not actually sure. So we'll see. But once you tell it what that type is, like, you can't give it something different. It has to be that. Or Godot's going to give you an error, which can actually be a nice debug thing too, to make sure you're not updating, mixing up your variables in a way or something like that. So for the dunk target player, I don't even know what do I even call this? I guess it would be whatever player is, which is a character body 3D. Is this what makes sense? And then for the mesh, this one's pretty obvious, right? This would be mesh instance 3D. Collision, same thing, pretty obvious. Collision shape 3D. This is kind of a sub task, is to go through my code and type hint everything. This is a label. Zombie Fish in the house. Welcome, Zombie Fish. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in and saying hey. What game am I making? I'm making a game about abducting things on Earth as an alien. I even have some title ideas in mind, and one of y'all gave me the suggestion for it. I'm gonna make a poll about it soon, not here, but on the channel, to see what you guys think. But hey, Connor Chow is in the house. I'll show you the game in a second, Kalud. Welcome, Connor. Thanks for stopping in while you're at work. I appreciate it. I hope it's fun. We'll see, you know, cause look, you know, I'm not here to make this game and sell it for $1 million. You know, I'm here to learn and prototype it and see what I can do once I release it, and you know, and see what feedback I get, what changes I can make, and try growing and things like that. Score count. So this is a label 3D is what this type is. So let me just show you the game real quick. Welcome, Luera. Thanks for stopping in. I'm so glad you made it. Let's go. Luera made it. What songs only for members? I only sing songs to members, but your energy made me want to sing you a song. Yeah, I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, and then Kayla or Zombie, I didn't work on this game last week, except for members. I did do a little bit. So last week, or the last time I was working on this, I was setting up level advancement, which actually works. I can actually go from level 1 to the final level. There's 12 levels in the game. There's nothing there, but technically we can advance across all the levels, which is pretty cool. And so anyway, so what this game is about this alien, that's you, and you're breaking apart things. Thank you. It's very kind. You're breaking apart buildings, and you're finding humans, or in this case, cows, to abduct. And then when you meet a minimum number of abductions on each level, you advance to the next one. And then it's going to be kind of like a roguelike. Yeah, it did get working. It's going to be like a roguelike, so if you die, you start all over again. And there's going to be power-ups in between those levels and stuff like that. Something I want to work on today is adjusting just how it feels to, like, dunk these abductions. I want it to just be a little more smooth than it currently is. And then so the level stuff, so right now I could reach that 10 and we can get to level 2. After that, I can't do much. Oh, and then so the other thing is there's limb damage. So you have to avoid obstacles or your legs start to break off. What's up, Brawl Snipe? Welcome. And good to have you back, Abo. So you can see this leg is a little shorter. That's something I need to implement as well, is I want to get it so like you're hobbling and it actually makes the controls more difficult to use if your legs are broken off. So I can actually break off both of my legs and then I won't technically the character will fall to the ground. It doesn't do anything like negative yet. You can see you're kind of floating. That's not supposed to be like that, but you know, we're just working on it in baby steps. So there you can see we've fallen to the ground. Both of our legs broke off. Same thing is true for the arms. Your arms will shrink, and then the idea would be you wouldn't be able to grab as well and things like that. Yeah, they're stretchy. They're very stretchy because, you know, it's an alien. All right, so we're about to level up. So we get that right there. We just got the minimum number, and it kind of, and this is some other stuff I want to fix. You saw how it just immediately went to 20. I want that to go, I want it to say like level up or something, you know, and I want it to not immediately click over to the next level's minimum abductions. So there's some little like polish I want to add in. But yeah, so when you beat a level, yeah, we got a lot done. Welcome, 3D Sphinx. So now these orbs come down, and this is where you would get a power up, right? So if I hover over here, you'll see that they do something. Now, there's going to be, maybe I'll work on that today too. I want like a label to pop up and, you know, describe the power up, right? Give you some info, maybe definitely an image of the power up on the inside of the orb. So stuff like that are things that I want to add in eventually. But for now, we've got it set up so that when you meet that minimum, the power up orbs come down. And then when I click on it, it continues to the next level. And the way that it does that is by blending in the next level. So you'll see it's going to start changing. Now all of those cow farms are gone. Now I haven't started building level 2, so it's empty. All that I have are these trees. But other than that, it's just an empty wasteland. There's cornfields, but not much else. And there's different themes to the different levels, so that's something to work on. And so if I want to advance the levels, I have to actually open up this cheat menu and just add points, and then, you know, it'll say you met the minimum. I'd love a level up or something. We click on this, we get the power up, it's gonna load the next level. It's not gonna look that different, so let's just add a few more points. And I don't know if it's always gonna be 10 every time. Yeah, they're set up. I don't know if it's gonna be 10 every time, but for now, just as like a baseline, I put that in there. So this is actually gonna load in a different area. You can see it's got a slightly different color on the ground. So yeah, so I've set up all of the files technically. You know, I would want to put, this is the small town area. So this would be like neighborhoods. I'd want houses in here and stuff, and you have to avoid those obstacles. There might be like businesses and roads and things like that. So then it's going to be 3 levels of the small town, and then, you know, we collect our power-ups, add some points, and then it's going to be the city after that, and then finally it'll be the military. So there's really not much to see here, you know, and you know, I really need like a way to tell you like what level you're on. Oh, it says it right here, but that's in the cheat menu. That's not that fun. We want that to be like in the game. Yes, I make everything in Blender, 100%. Yes, I do make it all in Blender. I've made it every model I've made myself. And yeah, so there's the city. It's just gray. That's all it is. So there's really nothing to see yet in the other levels, but technically they're set up. Why don't you only have right click to collect the cows? The reason why is because you can do 2 different things. It's a W city. You can do 2 different things with things that you abduct. You can either score points or you can eat them. So now I could obviously have it be a different button. I think it's fun, the idea of dragging them, so that's kind of how I want to do it, rather than having to explain to the player, if you click this, then it'll do that. If you click this, it'll do that. I'd rather it be more intuitive, so if the player goes to grab something, what'll happen, and you'll notice that this orb descends. So as soon as I grab something like a cow, the orb comes down, and I want that to tell the player, you can do something here, right? If you drag this up here, something is going to happen. Now there's a second thing that I need to implement. I haven't yet, but I will, which is that the player is going to start glowing. You know, maybe kind of like this shader where things get highlighted. It would maybe be like that, and the player itself will start glowing only when you grab things. So I want that to hopefully intuitively communicate to the player, when you grab something, you can either drag it to the orb and score a point, or you can drag it to the alien and you can eat the thing. So that's why I don't have it be a single click, is because I want it to be an intuitive way to either choose to consume it or choose to abduct it. All right, so continuing on with this code, and appreciate all the support, guys. Remember to hyper smash that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. Hit that like button. I appreciate it if you're willing to do that. It really helps more people see this now and after the live stream. If you're watching on the Shorts feed, well, you know where the thumbs up button is. Tap the 3 dots in the top right, and then you can hit that like button. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, it's gonna eat the cow, exactly. But it doesn't work yet. I haven't set that up yet. It's gonna heal health and other things, but I haven't set that up yet. The health system is a thing that it's a bit down the road. We got a lot of things to do. I could work on that. I could work on that sooner than later, honestly, but the reason why I'm not working on it is because so here's the other thing I've been doing in the member streams, is I've been working on remaking my player character. So something that happens is if you eat a cow, you transform into a cow. And so there's the cow transformation. I've been working on that, animating and rigging this in Blender. I just did this on Monday, actually, for members. And so I'm not only remaking this in the cow version, but I'm also remaking it as a biped, so the human version, right, with arms and legs. So I'm remaking that. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. So, you know, and the health system is directly tied to the limbs. So here's the current character, the old character, and here's the new one. The colors are a little not quite there. Yeah, it's a scary monster. And so when you take damage, your limbs actually shrink down. And then when you heal, those limbs are going to get bigger again. And since I'm remaking the player character model, the shrinking and the growing and the healing are all kind of linked together. So I don't want to go back to the healing system and setting all that up until I fully implement the new player character model in. So that's kind of why I'm waiting on that right now. But, you know, we'll get there. Yeah, well, yummy cows. Wait, how did I turn into a cow? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Uh, so yeah, I think it's so cute. I think it's so cute. And I've got it set up with an animation tree and stuff now, which is really nice. And it blends great between the walk cycle and the run cycle. It actually wasn't that hard to animate either, which was really surprising. Somehow it was easier than a human to animate the quadruped. I was actually surprised. It's somehow it's like more symmetrical or something than a human. I don't know. I can't explain it. But yeah, so we can actually transition between walking and running. Eventually, I'll need to set that up with the gameplay. So it actually, you know, you press a key and you run or you walk. Thanks for stopping in, Techie, and welcome. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. I appreciate that you just said hi. Oh, I'm wishing a nice one to everyone. There you go, everyone, everyone, everyone. You guys have a nice one. You guys have a nice one. You got it. It was a gift from Techian. Alien does look happy. It does, especially with the gallop. I want to like make this an animation somewhere and put this on stream or something. I don't know. This is so cute. It's so cute. I had no idea that it was going to turn out that cute, but I'm delighted. I still have to animate the tail too. I want the tail to swing around a little just to emphasize how happy it is. uh... You have trouble running with 2D characters. That's a great animation. Yeah, thanks. I mean, so, you know, once I got like the inverse kinematics set up, it became a lot easier to animate it. And, you know, what I did was I set up like a design document for myself that mapped out what stages that I needed it to look like at different points, and that helped a lot. And I've done this with the human as well. It's not as good. I'm gonna remake it because I still have to remake the human animation, so I'll be doing that soon. But here's my for the cow. I actually used a horse because it's pretty much the same thing. So I sketched this out. I didn't draw I found these images online and then I arranged them in this way. So we have like the different stages for the walk and the run. And then I made sure to like, you know, because there was 5 stages to the run versus 4 for the walk. So I wanted to consolidate 2 of them to like one section. That way when it transitions between the two, it won't, the legs will be in generally a similar spot. So this is kind of how I set that up. The one for the human is a lot messier. But you know, I did like the entire run cycle, the entire walk cycle. I don't know. It was a lot harder. It was tricky. I'm gonna remake this, so we'll see. And this also is all in the documents for the game. So there's a GitHub repo link in the description box. If for whatever reason you're interested in any of this stuff, I do have all that there. Mio Michael says, your horse animations are so cool. It's awesome seeing how much goes into game development watching your streams. You've done a lot of cool things, and it's really inspiring. Thank you. That's so nice. I'm so glad it could be inspiring. I'm just here. I'm here doing my best. I want to learn it all. I want to learn everything that goes into it, and I love doing it, and I want to know how to do things. So yeah, my entire journey from start to finish is all live streamed. So yeah. I really appreciate you saying that. I'm glad it could be inspiring. Because, you know, I don't necessarily want to come here and be like, I'm going to inspire you. You know, it's cool that can happen, though, by just being here. That's really awesome. Thanks for saying that. Still hard to make, even looking at the models. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, all right. You're right. It's not. All right. I'll give myself a pat on the back. It's kind of hard. I did a hard thing. Never animated anything in Blender. I mean, learning how to animate in Blender is some effort. I had to do an entire like stream or 3 on it to figure it out because it's got like weird. Once you do learn it, it's not too bad. But at first, it's a little confusing how it all goes together. Isn't this so cute? Isn't it so cute? We got Pierogi. We got a member in the house. Well, you know we got to sing a song to a member. I actually don't have the music loaded up yet. So I guess I'll load that up and we'll sing Rogi their song. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe how cute it turned out. It was not my intention to make it so cute, although I have absolutely no qualms with it being adorable. It does not bother me. I think it is wonderful. I am absolutely here for it. All right, here's the song. Let's see what we got. Okay. All right, let me see if I can vibe with it. Pierogi Gun is not gone, no. Pierogi Gun is here and I'm so glad, oh yeah. Pierogi Gun's not gone, no. Pierogi Gun, oh, you're here, Pierogi Gun. Thank you for hanging out and supporting Hyper Game Dev. Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's not gone. No, 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 no. All right, there you go. That's a good song. I'm so sorry about that, but you're also welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Okay. Yes, we just broke into song and music. That is something that happens here. Might as well leave the music on. It's kind of a nice vibe. Yeah, it is like it's skipping. Well, and so, you know, there's different like gates, or there's different like types of running that exist for thank you for the love and the shorts feed. There's different kinds of like running that exist for four-legged animals, right? There's like trot, canter, I don't know. I don't even know. Gallop. There's like another one. And so I wasn't really sure, but yeah, I picked Gallop. And so it does have that skipping vibe. You can become a moderator by being here for a long time and by doing modly things, by supporting the stream, representing you know, the stream, representing the community, you know, like an ideal community member, and by helping out during the stream, helping me out during the stream, and being here for like a year minimum. Like, I need to have known you for a while. I haven't added a new moderator in like 2 years. So I would say probably you can. Musical theater and game dev, this is a great stream. Oh, come on now. Come on now. It's very kind of you. All right. So what I'm trying to do today, again, is a lot of things. I want to do a lot of different things to help improve the game, little gameplay things. Specifically, I want to, right in this second, get the like speed that the scoring happens to be a little quicker, because right now when you drag an abductee over to the dunk, it doesn't immediately score you a point. You have to let go of the mouse cursor and then it scores you a point. This is no bueno. I want, as soon as you hover over it to score a point. So I'm going through the code right now that is relevant to the score dunk, and oh, so then like a subtask that I'm doing is I'm adding type hints in for all of my variables and stuff, because I've recently become convinced that it's a good performance boost. It's a decent performance boost to tell Godot exactly what your variable types are. So I'm kind of doing that too as like a subtask. So yeah, so I've gone through all these, just kind of explaining what these are a second ago. This is obviously a float, so let's type hint that. And this, I think, is going to be like an object. I'm not exactly sure how to type hint that. I don't think I can say object, can I? And even if I do, I'm a little afraid to say that. I guess I'm a little afraid to do that. So this is going to be a little risky. And what this is looking for is once I actually drop the cow in there, it's going to like assign it somewhere, and then it's going to check to make sure that it does things based on that. So we'll see if, oops, see, I missed it. I gotta fix that. So the other thing I want to fix too is I want the area that detects if you're hovering over it to be a little bigger. All right, let's see if it breaks. It did not. Wow, it looks like I picked the right thing to type hint it. Or that isn't actually being used in the code, and so that's why we didn't have an error. One of those two are possible. But so far, not bad. Good. Oof. Type hints. We'll be all right. We'll get there. Trying to get your score zone to shut up your cows. That's gonna to slurp up. Get your score zone to slurp them up. Yeah, exactly. That's one way to describe the task. It's a fun way to describe the task. Oh yeah, you switched your accounts? Hello, Brawl Snipe, aka Fun Wolfgun. Okay, so what's next? Score update. This is looking a lot like an integer to me, so we'll type hint that. Dunked meets in group. What? I don't even know what to assume that is. Let me look around in this code and see what that's supposed to be for. Okay. Where do we assign that, though? Looks like we have it in a lot of commented out code. We're setting it to get tree, get nodes in group, dunked. Oh, so this is probably like an array? Is that what this would be? I think that could be what that is. So maybe I'll just say it's an array and it's empty to start with. Is that a mistake? Is that a mistake? Value type of integer cannot be assigned to type of array. Oh, so now we're dealing with this. Okay. Dunk meets in group equals, but that's size. Oh, we're trying. Oh, so it is a size. Gotcha. Rogie caught it. Rogie knew right away. Rogie was not going to be confused about that. Thank you. I mean, Godot caught it, but yeah. You've got those eagle eyes, Rogie. Okay, so we want to say this is an integer, and I guess I'll just say -1. I don't know. It shouldn't matter what it is. I don't think that'll matter. Let me look at the code real quick just to make sure it won't matter. Yes, the eagle eyes. Dunked meets in group. So it's just gonna say, all it does is set the score. Oh, so whenever we do the dunk, it updates the score to be however many things are detected to have been dunked. So what this is doing, so here's what's happening here. There's a lot of things. We're gonna get there in the script, but what's happening is it's assigned, once we release the cursor and we drop the cow in the orb, it's then going to add that cow to the group dunked. And now it's going to, when that moment happens, it's going to check to see how big is that group, how many things are in there. If we do 1, 2, 3, right? It's going to check to see, are there 3 things? If there are, let's update the score to that. I don't know. I mean, I don't think doing -1 is necessary. I feel like 0 is fine. That way, if for whatever strange reason it gets added in when it's not supposed to, it'll just add nothing. So I think 0 is a safe type hint there. Okay, or a baseline variable. So on ready, we're actually clarifying that it's a timer right there, so I don't think we have any issue here. This is looking like a float, so we're gonna say this is a float and this is a float. All right, we have now type hinted all of these. Oh, this was some code that I commented out that we had experimented with. I wonder if it still works. We probably have to do more if that's gonna work though. Probably is like a few different spots that goes in. Yeah, so what this did is it would actually like make the orb like get more invisible if your cursor was closer to it. I don't think we need that anymore. I'm gonna get rid of that. We can always come back to it in a GitHub version, an old GitHub version, if I decide I need it. Okay, yes, we know what a ready function is. we are saying that it has a mask value of 4, which means that stuff that is on layer 4 will collide with the score dunk. So the collision shape of the score dunk, or not the score dunk, but the area 3D, which is tied to the collision shape. So it's on mask 4, which again means stuff that's on layer 4 will be detectable by it, or it will be detectable by things on layer 4. All right, and then, or the other way around. It's a little confusing, but if it's a masks are the ones that are detecting things. So this is looking for things on layer 4. That's what that is. All right, so we also have this visible on-screen notifier that we're adding in the ready function. If we're connecting screen exited, so if the orb goes off screen, it's gonna run on screen exited. So this function is gonna happen here. If dunked meat is not null, I feel like that doesn't really need to be typed. I mean, some people might not. I feel like I put that in there because somebody was like, what does that mean? But to me, this is pretty readable. Just knowing GDScript, that exclamation point there, means that everything after it is sort of reversed a little bit. Dunked meat set to null, the exclamation point means dunked meat is not set to null. So I'm gonna go ahead and just cut that out. Possible combo stuff. Oh, right. Yeah, so I had considered adding in like combos. So if you like grab a lot of things quickly, you get like more points. I didn't really like it. It didn't really make any sense for the gameplay because it was rewarding something that isn't intentional. Like it's not, the game isn't meant to be like how quickly can you abduct things. The game is meant to be, can you find things to abduct? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. So I don't even know if I really want to keep that. I'll leave it, but I don't even think this is the best way to combo in general, but I'll leave it for now. I don't think I'm ever going to want to use that, honestly. Okay, and then if the dunked meat isn't, you know, I'm cutting it out. We can again, I can always go back to GitHub and the old versions and search that stuff up, and we can find it if I decide I need it. All right, so if the dunked meat is not set to null, we want to say this is when it goes off screen. So this is only when it goes off screen, right? So we're just looking at the ready function. We jump down here from the ready function, right? This visible on-screen notifier 3D. And that's a node, by the way. So that's a node that's actually in the main scene. Let me see if I can get that more visible here. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm gonna move out the way, make that a little bigger. Okay, so now down here on the score dunk, we've got this visible on-screen notifier 3D, and that is actually a node that you can add into things. So this node here, that's the score dunk, and then right a little bit below it, you've got this area. And that's the visible notifier. And what it's checking is this area that I've set out, right? I can change the size of it or whatever. Is that area visible on screen? If it is not, or if it is, it's going to output different information. Now, I specifically have set it up to say if it is not on screen, if screen exited, if that box has exited the screen, then run on screen exited function. So that's what's in here, and that's why we're looking at that, just going through all the code. So if the dunk meat is not set to null, then it's going to emit this signal. Signals are a way that I set up my game to communicate between scripts and different things. And this is a messenger script. This script has a bunch of these signals. I just call them by name, and what it will do is it'll say, hey, something just got abducted in this case. An abduction has happened. So then this script exists outside of the scene tree as it's auto-loaded, so that's why it can be found by any script, by anything that's in the game. And so we have that abduction, and then that abduction, if I go to, I'll say like messenger.abduction, and we find that in the whole project, So then here you can see that it is connected in globals. So the global script is going to say, what should I do on abduction? On abduction, increase the score, right? And then it's also connected in the UI. That makes sense. And so on abduction, the UI updates the score based on what the globals are doing, so at that same moment. So that's all happening because we're emitting it here. So that's what that's about. And it's just taking that score update from that dunked meat in group number, however many are in that group, in that array, whatever. That number, that integer, it's going to send that along to update the score. And then it's going to reset the score update back to 0. So that way it's not going to increase it anymore after it does that increase. We want it to say back to 0 so that when we get the next set of abductions, that number will be higher. All right, so then we say we're doing a for loop here. For every meat, what are we defining meat as? That must be somewhere. For meat, oh, we're defining it here. Right. I forget that in for loops, right? So for meat, we're defining meat right here. For meat in that group that we're defining, that array, that dunked thing, when we put something in there, it gets added to the group dunked. For everything that's in there, delete them. So after it exits the screen, when the orb goes off screen, it's going to update the score, and then it's going to reset the score update, and then it's going to delete everything that's in that group, so that way it's not in there anymore. We commented this out. I don't think that, I guess we can just get rid of that. Doesn't seem useful. Check dunk meat variables here. If dunked meat oh, yeah. So at some point, you're going to be punished for if you abduct something that you're not supposed to abduct. So there's going to be certain abductees like humans who are innocent people who don't deserve to be abducted. And if you abduct them, then you're going to be punished and your karma is going to go down. So in theory, right here, I might say, hey, is this a bad thing that you abducted? If so, do this or that. So I'll leave that in here as a nice reminder of where that would go. All right, so again, we're just going through this whole script. That was the ready function, one of the things in the ready function. We talked about the collision mask. That's the visible on-screen notifier. That's what that sets off all those things once it exits the screen. Then we have body entered. We're connecting body entered. So the body is actually itself. So it is well, that's actually a little confusing. Wait, this is nothing. Because, wait a minute. It's not a body, it's an area. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. How is it a body? Does it have that? Oh, it does. It does have a body. I didn't know Area 3Ds had body entered. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't actually realize that, but apparently I did know that because I coded this. This is why I go over it, because I learned things I forgot that I knew. So Area 3Ds can detect static bodies and other Area 3Ds. And so what it's looking for is if a static body enters into the score dunk, for example, the cow or the human, whatever we're abducting. And so those are static bodies. And so that's why it's looking for it. So basically what this is saying is when we drag something into the orb, this is kind of important. We may be right at that point where now we're going to start making the changes to get this to be doing what I want. So when it gets dragged over and it hovers on top of it, it's going to run this function on body entered. So let's see what it does. If that body is in the group grab, so that's another group that gets assigned based on player action. When the player clicks on the cow or the human, it gets added to the group grabbed because it's currently the thing that's being grabbed. And so if it is indeed that, so that is to say, if for whatever reason something else, some other body interacts with it, you know, I guess it'd be if you were to like drop it, if you flung it up there, or if it fell somehow, if it's overlapped it at a time you don't want it to be, then this wouldn't you know, go off. I don't know. That might, at some point, that might be important, but that is what it's looking for. If it is grabbed, then it's going to emit meet entered dunk. Again, that's the messenger script. So where we're holding all of these signals on the auto load outside of the scene tree, or the main scene tree, it's going to pull up the meet entered dunk. So if I go searching meet entered dunk, let's even just look at connect, that's going to health script. Yes, so health, so that's the cows and the humans. The cows, we'll just say for now, since that's what's in there. They have been labeled as health. That's their script. It you know, originally that's kind of like the vision, is that you get cows, you grab humans to eat them. So that's why the script is called health. I kind of should refactor it and just name it, you know, abductee or something like that. But for now it's called health. That's what this is. If it confused myself, I probably need to update it. Maybe I'll do that. You know, that's kind of the tasks I want to do today, is just like clean some things up, improve things here and there, and just like do that. So maybe I will. I don't know if I've put that on my task list. Probably not. Repurpose health bar for enemies. That's the only place the word health appears in here. That's shocking. All right, so let's do that. Let's say refactor health script to be abductee, or something like that. I'll spell it correctly. I don't think we need to say much more than that, or something other than just anything other than health. Will require updating class name references and stuff elsewhere. So it might be tough, especially with a word as generic as health. It might be easy, it might be really quick. I'm not sure. But for now, we'll just drop it in there. To be done another time, possibly today. I'm gonna put this in progress. That means it'll appear in this center list, and I'll just put this up near the top. Got a lot of things to think about in there, but set that aside. All right, so going back to the meet enter dunk connect. So this is where that is on that abductee script. When we drag the body over top of the score dunk, it's going to send this message out that is received by the abductee script, and it calls on meet enter dunk function. And in there, it says if dunked body is set to self, so it calls with a argument, and that argument, so we must have emitted with that argument as well. That argument was body. So again, when that body goes over the score dunk, that sort of comes with that signal, is it will tell us a body. It'll tell us what the name of that object is, and like I think it'll be even like a dictionary or something of that, things related to that object. So the body, we're emitting it with that as an argument, and then when we get in there, we're gonna take that argument, we can name it whatever we want as long as it's in the first slot, argument slot, dunked body. We say if dunked body is set to self. So it's saying, am I the thing that was dunked? Because there's going to be a lot of things that have this abductee script, right? There's like 100+ cows on the level at a time or something like that. So it has to be able to know, am I the cow that was abducted? And if I am the cow that was abducted, then I'm going to be flagged as in being in the dunk. And then that will have its own implications, as you can imagine here. I guess while I'm here, I can do some more variable type updates. It looks like we already have this here. Oh yeah, that doesn't need to be. Enum is, I don't think we need to do that here. I could be wrong. I don't even, do I say color with this one? I guess that's fine. Indicator color, oh, I don't think, this is something that I haven't used in a while. We'll see. That I might, that's a whole other thing. Empathy, okay, this is obviously a Boolean. Abduction offset, that's looking a lot like a vector 3 to me. So we're just going through and typing things. On ready, what is this? If we decide on different meats having different values, use this or another value to add the meat to a different dunked group that can then be calculated differently by the score dunk. Yeah. Wow. I guess that's a note worth taking. Welcome, Henry. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in and giving us some well wishes. How you doing? So that's so nice. So detect surface, this is looking for a raycast, so we'll just say that. It's looking for raycast 3D. This is actually, I won't explain all of these. I'm just gonna go through and do this. Since this isn't like exactly what we're talking about here today, I won't go into it. Let's see, this is an integer. This is looking a lot like a float to me. That is a plane. This is a Boolean. This is a Boolean. And that is a Boolean. Good. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Let's go. Welcome, Sothris. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. I am working on a game in Godot about an alien who abducts things on planet Earth. I'm just kind of making some like general improvements here and there, and kind of going back through my code, refamiliarizing myself with things. But yeah, you play as this alien, and you are tasked with abducting a minimum number of things in each level. You can see this number in the top left. I might update that UI at some point, but that's what it looks like for now. You also have to avoid obstacles, so there's like things around that can hurt you. So, for example, this little building, if I run into that, you can see the legs flash red. These trees, if I run into them, they'll actually start breaking the legs down. And in theory, this would make you play worse. It would make the gameplay more difficult. Right now, it doesn't really do anything other than visually the legs break off. But that's the other aspect of the game. So you're abducting things on Earth as an alien and avoiding obstacles along the way. That's kind of the general idea. It's going to be like a roguelike, and if you die, you start over. And between levels, you will have upgrades that you can choose from. I haven't fully implemented the upgrade system, but I did recently set up a way. To advance between levels, picking sort of a empty power-up. Something that I'm working on right now is I want to improve how easily you abduct things. All right, there we go. We hit that minimum. Something I would love to do after that is have it say level up, and it not increase this number right away, and then maybe we can hover over this and it'll be like power up 1, power up 2, power up 3, and it has like a name for each one or something like that. But yeah, so the power ups come down, you can hover over it, you click on it, it continues, and it loads in the next level after that. So these are just kind of some things I've been working on lately, and I'm looking to try to get it to be a full game. Just kind of a learning project for me. I've only been working in Godot for like a year, less than a year. And I've been working on this game for a little less than that. It's a prototype, but it's also a learning project. And when it's done, I'll put it out for free for a little while, and I want to get feedback from people to hear what they think about it, what they liked and they didn't like, and then maybe I'll make some changes to it, and I'll put it up for like a small price on like itch.io or something, and maybe someday I'll remake it and consider putting it on Steam or something like that. We'll see. But really, I'm just kind of here doing my best to learn and see where it takes me. Yeah. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Thank you for the inspiration. Keep it up. Thanks, I appreciate that. Are you working on stuff too? I assume you have some game dev adjacency. I do love Godot. I tried things like Unreal Engine and Unity, but Godot feels the most at home to me, and I like it. I like it a lot. But I know a lot of people out there using different engines. So yeah, I'm always interested to know what you guys are up to too. All right. So, type hinting some of these real quick. Default material, I think that's pretty obvious. This is why I never type hinted, because it just felt so pointless. Like, look, obviously this is a standard material 3D, but I found out that, and it just looks messy to me to type hint everything. But the problem with that is apparently, and I've been convinced, that it does give you some performance boosts if you type hint everything. And it can also be good for like debug, so I'm all for it, even though I think it's kind of silly. It isn't actually, so I do it now. An invisible cup. It is an invisible cup. It's less invisible on the shorts feed, but on the widescreen feed, yeah, it is invisible. On the shorts feed, it doesn't look very invisible. It kind of is though. It is a little bit, but less so. I'm finally getting into GDevelop. Nice! And it's been really nice. I like GDevelop. It's cool. It has a cool like theory of how to like organize games. It's very similar to Construct, if that's something folks have heard of. And yeah, I did try GDevelop for a while. I like it. I do. It's good for 2D games. It's great for 2D games. Nice. I look forward to seeing what you come up with in GDevelop, Henry. Edward is here. Gonna work on that horror game more in Scratch. Oh yeah, so you're working on stuff in Scratch? Nice. That or getting some documents ready. Documents, nice. That's important. Yeah, whatever you feel like. You have to want to work on stuff. You gotta want to work on stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to duplicate the standard material 3D. You can use the... Well, right. And so I'm not even sure. Like, oh... That's interesting. So that welcome Dragonblade. So you're saying that is as performance saving as this? Someone in the Discord posted this thing that made me, that has totally converted me from focusing on or ignoring type hints to being like, okay, I need to type hint more often. So over in the Godot here, in the Godot section, here, right. It was Pressapire who shared this like blog post. Your Godot game runs faster with static types. And it's a very persuasive article. It'll work. Is it just as good as type hinting? It's a cool article. I'll put it in the chat. It's interesting. It's fun. It's a fun article. And they just found that not typing it made a significant notable difference between type hinting it. But the article itself doesn't actually... Oh, you know what else I need to do? I need to do my functions, too. Oh, yeah. It doesn't talk about the colon equals. It only addresses it this way. So I'm not really sure which... I just don't know. I only know what this article has taught me. That's it. But I would think, you know, if we're asking Google, I'm so sorry, Godot. If we're asking Godot to infer what it is, I mean, that is like a bit of something. So you're saying that absolutely anywhere that I'm definitely defining it, right? So like here with this, or let me see, where's an example? I mean, in that sense, like when would I ever need to type it out? Is there a situation where typing it out is ever worth it? I mean, I guess like here, it would be an example where we're not defining something, right? I'm not saying, you know, use this plane, you know, whatever. I'm not saying use that plane. If I was, then this would be sufficient. But since I'm not using that plane, or assigning something to it, then the type hint, I mean, other than that, like, what's even the point, you know? I just don't know. I just don't even know. Sotiris says, I'm an iOS dev. Nice. And I started learning Godot a month ago. Wow, you really love it, but I'd love to be able to commit more time. Yeah, oh, time. That's it, though. Finding time for all those things. That's really cool. iOS specifically. Nice. That's exciting. It's an honor to have you here. I really want to make mobile games. But I gotta do one thing at a time. We'll start here. For some things it won't work, as it might not know what it actually is. Right. Right, so then I have to know. Right, so I'd have to know whether a type hint... Like picking a random... Right, well, that makes sense. Right, so Godot will probably give me an error and be like, can't infer. I think I've seen that before, where it won't infer it. So I don't have to worry about that too much. Could be exactly the same because it still needs to type check. Right, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's probably like minuscule, the difference, but, you know. Doing variable name colon equals some node path won't work. Right, because it doesn't know what the node is. Gotcha. Oh, appreciate it. That's so thoughtful. Look at us just having honor. So much honor. It's nice of you. Okay, so I don't even know what to think at this point. But really, where I'd love to do it is here. Because this is getting ridiculous. To type all of that out every time is just... I hate it. It looks absurd. And it takes up way more space than could ever be okay by me. So I'll at least do it there. But overall, it's still kind of an evolving, you know, syntaxical habit. Alright, anyway, what the heck were we talking about 25 years ago here? Well, I'm trying to update my score dunk so that it immediately updates things. Also, let me at least throw you a credit. I do have a credits list. This entitles you to absolutely no compensation for this game, but it does entitle you to a credit in the credits list and my undying appreciation. So Dragon Blade's actually way up there, neck and neck with Pierogigon. Amazingly, we've only given you one Godot consultant credit, but that's probably because usually we give you more specific credits. But yeah, thank you. That's helpful. All right, so, and you can find that full list in the Godot repo, or the GitHub repo in the description box. You've been slacking. I like that you feel that it is representative of Slack to not be higher on this list or have a higher number. I'm very lucky that that's the case. Okay, so just to recap, since we're a little bit away from it, I'm trying to tighten up when we abduct something and we drop it into the score dunk. I'm trying to tighten up how quickly the score dunk, as Mio Mike was saying, how quickly it slurps up the abductee. So right now, when I grab something and I hover over the score dunk, I can actually pull it back out. It's only when I let go does it score a point. And whoops, grabbed the outside. And what I actually want it to do is, as soon as it detects that something is in there, I then wanted to slurp it up and score a point. Because what weird things end up happening very often, where I'll drag it past it and I'll let go, and you know, I'm trying to quickly dunk them in, and I just need it to feel a little tighter. So I'm just kind of going through the script just as a way to refamiliarize, to talk it out, every single line of the script, and then we're kind of getting to that point where it's going to actually change what happens at that moment. And it brought me to that other script real quick. Your Final Fantasy raid is ready. Lurklash AFK. All right. Have fun. Good luck. Don't let your team down. Okay. So thanks for stopping in, Dragonblade. So this is where we were at. We were at when we hover over it, the ready function is connecting. When a static body enters the area 3D that is the score dunk, that whole score zone, whenever the meat object or the cow enters that orb, this body entered connection is going to fire. That signal is going to fire. And it's going to run this function on body entered. And in there, it's going to check to make sure it's something that is being grabbed, and then it's going to emit meat entered dunk. And then I had just been looking where meat entered dunk where that signal gets picked up at, and that signal gets picked up right here, and it runs this function on the abductee script. Not this particular script, or that particular function, this one. It checks to see if it is the thing that was dunked, and it sets to be true that it is in the dunk. I guess it'd be interesting to see what that goes to. Wolfgun is studying how classes work right now. Nice. Yeah, I love the way you've been learning game dev. Is in dunk. Okay, so here we see in the process function of each abductee script, it checks to see, am I in the dunk? If I am in the dunk, then it's going to emit a message that says, I'm in the dunk. Meat is in dunk. And it puts itself, so it says, it sends out to the messenger, hey, I'm the thing that was in the dunk. So the dunk is saying, XYZ is in the dunk. XYZ says, yes, indeed, I'm the thing, I'm XYZ. And it reports it back as the thing. And that's all that does. That's all that does. And this actually says released in dunk. Oh, there it is. Ah, that's it. That's what we're looking for right there. We have found it. So not only is if is in dunk needing to be true in order to say that the meat is in the dunk and for the dunk to go through, but that is a sub condition of if input is action just release grab. So if we let go of the cursor, then it's going to check to see if that thing is in the dunk, and if it is, it's going to score a point. So we want to kind of eliminate this and just say, if it's in the dunk, then dunk it. That's pretty much it. Yeah, oh, I'm so glad that you came through. It was nice to meet you. I do this every Wednesday and Thursday. I do 8 hours working on this game, 8 to 10 hours. Sometimes I go a little further, but I try to stick to 8 hours. I take off every 4th week, so this is the first week where I'm back, so I'll be doing 3 weeks, Wednesday and Thursday, working on this game. So I hope I see you back here. And then on Fridays, we do game jams. We do a 1-hour game jam every Friday. It's just kind of a fun way to push yourself. You don't have to use Godot. As long as I can play the game in the browser, then you can join in with us. But yeah, I hope I see you around again. Take care. It's nice to meet you. Okay, so this is what I definitely want to change. I'm actually surprised that it wasn't on the score dunk script. It was on the abductee script. Just out of curiosity, I want to see what meet in dunk does. So meet in dunk, let's do meet in dunk. And we're going to say connect just so we see where it connects. It does, of course, connect on the score dunk. And that goes to on meet in dunk function. Dunked meat equals dunked. So whatever the thing that was dunked, so that's where dunked meat gets used. That was a variable that we were looking at on the score dunk script up above. And so it is an object. It's the object, the thing that says, hey, I'm the thing, I'm XYZ. It's self, the self that gets reported is what dunked meat gets assigned to. Actually, this would probably be a good point to check the empathy as well. I was doing an empathy check up here. If, you know, and this is a little tricky because here it's saying dunked meat when it exits. This is a little tricky because this is going to be a lot of different things. I see a problem here, potentially, because dunked meat, if there's like 4 things in the dunk and all 4 of them are running this function, then it's just going to be whatever the last thing that was seen as being set. It might actually work because it might run multiple instances of this, but this won't. On-screen exited is only going to run 1 time. So I would actually think we want to say for the empathy check, I'm going to move this little note to myself here about where we do the empathy check. I think that would make more sense down here. Once it says, hey, I'm the thing that got dunked, at that point, we should do the empathy check to see if it's something that is, is allowed to be dunked or it's acceptable to have dunked. So I'm just gonna do that. So we have that message in there. I don't even have to put that at the top. Probably should. Okay. Cool. And then I do have some curiosities, because it's saying if dunk meek is not null. I mean, the only reason it's checking that is just to make sure that there is something in there. So it kind of doesn't matter if this is XYZ or ABC or DEF. It doesn't really matter which dunked meat is not null, as long as it's something. Although, is dunked meat getting unset at some point? I don't see that happening. Well, yeah, because it's getting deleted, so it would have to be Q-freed. But I do wonder if we wouldn't want to reset dunked. I mean, I'm just kind of looking at this here and just thinking out loud. But I'm not sure. What's up, Insane Alpha Beta? You just woke up to hearing dunked meat. It makes me imagine a horror version of basketball, where the ball is a horrific flesh meatball. Wow, what a disturbing imagination you have. What? You don't have to have such a disturbing animation or imagination. You know that, right? Like, when I hear dunked meat, I think about like some au jus. Like maybe like a nice sauce, a nice broth, you know, that you take your steak tips and you put it in there and Like, that's what I think about. You out here thinking about fleshy meatballs. Meat basketballs. Actually, meatball sounds like fun too. Meatball sounds delicious too. I guess so. I think you have to try to find that funny. I don't think that's on its own. Right. Honestly, I feel like right when we wake up is when we have some of the weirdest dreams. So maybe you were having some weird fleshy dreams. All right, this conversation needs to end. Also, we're talking about food. I need a bite of food now. You're making me hungry. I'll just talk about dunked meat. So I'm gonna try to set that to null. I don't know if that's necessary or a good thing. But like looking at the code, in my mind, that seems like a good thing. I'm curious if that's like a terrible mistake, though. So I'm just gonna experiment here. I mean, the thing is I haven't run into a problem with that not being the case. So in a way, I might be over-engineering it, but so maybe I should leave it out. I don't know. Maybe I'll add a note to myself. I'll be like, does this do anything useful? I added it because it makes sense, but it works. It seems to work without it. All right, so this is something for me to think about another day. You been having more bad dreams lately? That's always an interesting and upsetting thing, potentially. Or an exciting thing if you like bad dreams. Sometimes I like bad dreams. Not always, but sometimes. Sometimes I feel like they help me, like, notice something that's going on inside of myself that I didn't realize was happening. All right, so anyway, so what happens is when the dunked meat says, hey, I'm the thing that was dunked, on meat in dunk runs, and we have an empathy check that isn't being used right now, but in theory would be used there. It sets the thing that was dunked to be dunked meat. It then plays, or it stops the animation player. So that's if we are dunking multiple things, we want to make sure that the last animation of the number going up stops and the next one plays. So that's just what makes the number go pop and like move a little bit. So that's all that does. It just basically plays the animation and updates dunked meat to be something. So let's see if I can at least play that out. Okay, I didn't get too many too quickly. That's difficult. It's very difficult. I want to make these things easier, but this is one step in that direction. There was 2. Let's see if I can do this. 1, 2. Yeah, so it stopped the did that just say 3? That did not just say 3. Am I just like imagining that? Why would I imagine that? 1, Oh dear. 2, 3. It's something. It's just something. Oh, I just scored all the points. It's just something I have to kind of test. Let me just clear the score and restart level 1. 1. You know, it'd be easier if I paused it. This is a cheat that I'm pausing it here, but you know, we just have to do it. I don't know why I thought I saw it go up. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Bum 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 bum. You had a bad dream that was hilarious in hindsight. Nice. That's always nice. It's good to write dreams down, because then you know maybe in this case you happen to remember it, but sometimes I am definitely gonna forget a sometimes cool dream if I don't write it down. And then you can realize things like that. What's up, Roger? Welcome. You made a mistake by deciding to convert your GDScript to C#. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you'd want to do that. And it was wrong? Well, it seems like an interesting journey nonetheless. Welcome, good to see you. So here's what I want to do. I want to speed. Okay. Okay. I want to say back on the health script that we don't need the prerequisite of releasing the grab button in order for the dunk to go through. So we do have this if is in group grabbed. We have so many things here. I guess we can just do that. I guess that's what ends up happening. It's a lot of things going on in the process there. A lot of things happening in the process. And granted, it is checking for that condition first. But it does make me wonder if there aren't some ways we can make it less likely to run all that. Messenger, oh, oof. This is going to be a little messy, because we have this grab ended, has been grabbed false. See, we have all of these things that are reliant, and the linear velocity goes to 0. So we have some things happening when the mouse button is released. And actually, you can witness some of this. I remember this being a thing. The reason why the linear velocity goes to 0 is so that when you let go of it, it doesn't get flung in a weird, bizarre way. And you can actually observe this, and this is a problem that I don't actually like that much. Let me just do this. So if I let go of this cow, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spam the cursor button. See how it like drags? Here, I'm not gonna spam the cursor button. It just drops. That's because the linear velocity is being set to 0. And if I have multiple here, they'll both do that, right? Because it's running on every single one. So even all of these cows that are just sitting there minding their own business are having their linear velocity set to 0 constantly all the time. There's a lot of weird kind of stuff going on there that isn't that great anyway. And not only is the linear velocity being set to 0 every time we release, it's also setting has been grabbed to false, which will already be false. Well, maybe. And it's emitting grab ended. And it's removing it from the group grabbed, which makes sense. Really, we don't need that to run unless it's in the group grabbed, though, right? Like, if it's not in the group grabbed, why would we need to remove it from the group grabbed? Just one little thing to think about here. Let me just make sure that didn't break anything. So there's some little things to consider here. See if that all still works. I'm not seeing any problems. Everything looks the same. I think we're safe to remove it from the group grabbed. Only if it's in the group grabbed. Has been grabbed false. I guess we could just say, I guess we could just move this to if is in dunk, but then this doesn't, I guess we do want to keep this. What we want to change is we want to say that is in dunk doesn't require grab. I don't want to get rid of releasing the grab button, doing stuff. Instead, I want to move the is in dunk to not be a requirement of, or to not require releasing the button. I would think that might be all I have to do. And we keep everything else the same. But the problem with that is I might need to update some of this, because here, look, we're adding to the group. I wonder if this could be an issue. We might need to move some of this. Like, I might need to keep, well, that's not true. Has been grab ended. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like, I could talk about in theory this, in theory that, but what I really care about is what actually matters. All right, so let's see if this works. So what I'm gonna look for is, oh, nice! I didn't let go at all of my cursor. I did not let go of my cursor. Bam! Oh, that's so much faster. I don't see any problems. Looks good. Looks good. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so much easier. And then I can still grab and drop things. Hashtag done. I know. I think we're done. I think that task is done. But we're just gonna do a little bit more oh, it's so much easier. I'm able to get so many more in there. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, yeah. Don't even have to pause it. We can get a few. Bam, bam. Oh, it's so much better. Your raid is done. Well, it worked out. It worked out. Yes, we got the orb slurping. The orb do be slurping. Yeah, I feel like it's so much snappier. Wow. You know, and so if there's a downside to that, it's just that now the player has to commit. So whenever it goes up there, that's it. It's slurped. You know, if you wanted to do something else with that cow, too bad. You should have moved it. You shouldn't have dragged it up there. That's on you. And I kind of like that because it even opens up the possibility that the player accidentally dunks it. And I think that's kind of fine. You know what would be interesting? What if, and maybe this is way out of pocket, but like, what if the dunk like moved left or right and followed your cursor when you held it? So like if I moved it over here, the dunk would follow. I don't know, just like as a way to emphasize, it would make it easier, to make it even faster, right? Because right now, you're at a disadvantage if you need to drag something from the right or the left. And it makes it so you want to make sure you're centered too, and even a little off-centered, since the interpolation means that it drags a little bit. Right now, you want to be a little bit, you either want to be dead center or a little bit off-center to optimize how quickly you can drag something up there. But I don't necessarily want that to be a strategy. I kind of want to help the player abduct things as easily and as quickly as possible. So I don't know. The thing I don't like about that is there's two options. So when you grab something, you can either abduct it or feed it to the alien, and the alien eats it, right? And that's not gonna follow necessarily. I mean, I can't. I mean, I could imagine how that would work, but if the idea is going to be, it is not set up yet, but in theory, the idea would be if you drag it down to the player, just like when we drag it up here to the score dunk, it would slurp it. In this case, the alien would slurp it up and eat it, right? And so if the score dunk is following, you know, the cursor, you may not necessarily be going into the score dunk. You might be going into the alien. And the alien isn't gonna follow your cursor. I mean, I could have like some arbitrary little icon that follows around that lets you drag it to that. But I kind of hate that. You know, I like a more immersive UI than having just like some text, and that's what it is. So I don't know. It's just me coming up with an idea and asking myself if it's worth putting the effort forth. I think here's what I'll say. For now, I'm not going to worry about it, but I've now pondered the possibility and I'm considering it. And if someday, you know, I'm like, you know how this could be tightened up even better is if that tracked with it. Then I'll add it. Yeah, I agree. It's more of a down the road change. Yeah. I think that's true. I agree with that. All right. You've helped me confirm that be true. Yeah. All right. Your bad dream that was hilarious, by the way, is you were trying to get on a plane to Australia to visit your partner, but the people all got on the weird bus thing to the plane before you and it started going. And to catch up, you had a Flintstones car and ran. That's awesome. Yo, I love dreams where like you move like faster than you normally move. It kind of reminds me of that. That is hilarious. And that also sounds kind of fun, if scary. Uh, Edward is making a game in Scratch, and for some reason it doesn't save automatically, meaning you have to save a lot of your stuff to your PC instead of on the cloud. That sucks. That sucks. I mean, you know, Scratch. Okay. So, I'm just continuing the music, which got to the end. Let's just drop in here. All right, so what's next? That task is hashtag done, despite that not being what Dragonblade was referring to. Turns out that was done. I just guess I want to double check that we're all good here. That's it. I mean, what else do I need to do? I don't think I need to do anything else. I think we're kind of done with that task. I'll do an update. You did keep up with it? Holding your pants up? It sounds silly. Let's do a GitHub push, and then, yeah, I'll start thinking about the next thing. I kind of want to do power-up stuff, perhaps, but let me just keep playing a little and see if there's something else we can't do with this score dunk thing. But yeah, this task is hashtag done. So I'm gonna say added or scoring abductees now happens as on hover, on immediately. Let's just say that. Player no longer has to release mouse or button, we'll say, in order to score dunks. Moved, what was it? Moved if is in dunk on the health/abductee script. Oh, maybe I'll refactor. I kind of like to do that, if I'm being honest. That at least is kind of related. Moved if is in dunk on the health/abductee script to not be dependent on releasing the input button. That's it. That's literally all I did. Oh yeah, it's going well. I'll show you where I'm at with that. I've been working on that in the Monday member streams. You can join to become a member and keep track with that and see how I'm doing all that in Blender. This is the current alien model, of course, and it looks like that. It's the human transformation. I actually just got the quadruped rigged and animated on Monday. I just did that, and it looks way more adorable and hilarious than I could have imagined, and I love it. It transitions between walking and running beautifully with no problems. Isn't it so cute? I can't even believe how well it turned out. I want to like use it as an animation somewhere, you know, just like in the corner of the screen. It's delightful, right? And so this also shows off the new alien head and stuff. But yeah, so that's the cow transformation. And I haven't animated or fully finished the biped yet, but we've pretty much gotten there. So yeah, so there's the biped, and I haven't animated it yet, but it's pretty much done. It's pretty much done. That's when it's a human. So we've gone from this to that. You can really see the face. The colors are a little different. Let me actually update that, because it's just bothering me that those colors aren't updated yet. It's just bothering me. We're gonna load the alien skin into there. load the alien skin into here. Oh, this one. Right, so this one has a few different colors on it. We want the heart inner. Yes. And then we want to load the heart outer color. There we go. Check the eyes. I don't think we have an eye color set yet. And then this is the face. So let's update the skin. This is, I think, the mouth. Yes. And then we'll update the teeth. There we go. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I worked all day on Monday on it, and it turned out way better than I thought it would. Now I just have to do the human. Hopefully, yeah, thank you. So I'll be animating this next Monday. Make sure to join up as a member if anyone wants to see me do that. Okay, there's that. Or make sure you have gift memberships turned on, so that way you can maybe get gift membershiped. Okay, just updating these colors so it doesn't look so drab, because this is supposed to be the new one. You know, the new one should look shiny and pretty, not drab and old. Skin. Okay, I think that's every. Oh, nope. There's still this body here. Oh, these don't matter. Okay, cool, great. So there you go. So there's the current old human model, and then there's the new one. Obviously haven't animated yet, but yeah, big upgrade, I think. And it's gonna be a lot of work to get it implemented into the game, though. I have to like redo a lot because there's a ton of new bones, and the code is like based on the bones. So it's gonna be a whole entire mess to deal with. So we're just gonna work on getting all the animations, everything set up, and then I'll worry about all that stuff. All right, so let me just do some refactoring. It's bothering me that this is still called the health script. It's time to deal with that. This is going to be interesting. So if I find in the entire project the word health, 139 matches. I was a little worried about that. Because there's a lot of other things that are named health. The reason why I want to rename this is because it's not just health. It's an abductee. It's a meat object. But I kind of want to call it an abductee. I think that's probably the best name. Most accurate name for it. For now. So let's see where, and it'll be easier to search for. If I need to refactor it again, it'll be a lot easier to search for abductee than health. So that's my current task, is to refactor this a little bit. Just kind of just doing different things. Let me at least crank up the tunes while I do this. Okay, so we have health. This isn't referring to the script itself. Here, class name health. So this is the actual script, right? It has a class name. And what I'm looking for is if there's anywhere we've referenced this health class. And I want to make sure that it has an updated name. Yeah, the print, I don't really care about. I mean, we can update it there too. Really, I want to replace it. Let's even just start doing that. Let's do find replace. Find health and replace with abductee. So we're going to hit replace on here. Now it's going to give me all of these checkboxes down here. Obviously, on most of these, I'm going to want to uncheck these. I do not want it to replace all of these. Limbs health, head health, empathy health, that is all actually health. Now here where it says health hovered, health detected, this actually might be abductee stuff. And that's where the refactoring gets a little messy, right? And this is a good reason to refactor it because it's getting confusing. But then everywhere this signal is referenced, I have to now refactor that as well. So that's a little tough. I think for now I'm going to not replace that because I don't even know if that's referring to the meat objects or not. So I'll have to come back and double check that later. Health max, health current, that's not important. Health effects, no. Health effects, no. If health, no. Variable health max, no. Health current, no. Health current, no. None of these are relevant to what we're refactoring. Class name health, yes. Might as well replace that. Health detected, yes. Oh. So that might... So yeah, so I think that kind of confirms that we do have to refactor this. So actually, let's include that. Assuming that I've bundled these together, or since I've bundled these together, I'm going to assume that these two actually do go together. But let's just wait until I come across it before I make that decision. And this isn't even being used. This is commented out. So honestly, this might even, we might be able to refactor in the sense that we just get rid of it. So we're cleaning up some things too. Health is type. Okay, so here's a reference to what we're trying to refactor. This is saying, is it a cow or is it a human? We want that to be abductee is type. So that would be a place to refactor it. Max health, don't care about that. Current health, don't care about that. Health detected. Okay, we are using that. This is on body part. Health collect. Oh, so I think this is supposed to be for when we heal our limbs. Yes. So what this is trying to have set up is if I drag the cow to the alien to a certain body part, it in theory would heal that body part. This is a system I very much need to work on. It is old, it doesn't work that well, it's kind of currently not working anyway. So I can't even really test it if I refactor it, making this maybe not a good time to refactor it. But I think I will update it anyway because I'm feeling chaotic. Health detected, health collected. So we need to make sure that health collected, wherever that shows up, that needs to be refactored as well to abductee detected, abductee collected. Okay, all right. Get recreate tween current health. So this is a place where we don't want it to update it. It's funny because this is actually healing. This is if we hover a meat object over a limb, this tween is what is growing the limb and it's increasing the health of the limb. But it also emphasizes why this is a confusing label because we're using a different meaning for health here. So definitely don't want to rename any of those. Shrink to current health. We don't want to change that. This is all really in need of changing. Current health, max health, don't care about that. Don't care about that. Player get node. Current health, don't want to refactor that. Damage with less than or equal to 0 health. Don't need to change that. Don't need to change any of this. Or that. Let's see. It's just kind of a really rote task, but what I like about this is it gives me like a nice overview of all of my code and how things work, and it reminds me of things. And it's kind of a more lightweight task a little bit. I don't know. It's nice to just keep things interesting for myself. I like to try different things, and this is a nice different thing to do real quick. If current health is less than or equal to 0, don't care about any of that to update. Function health collected. Okay, let me see what that's doing. This is on the body part script. Interesting. So what's the difference between health collected and health detected? They seem very similar. What's up with that? Health collected. Wait, I'm confused. What was health detected? Oh, health detected calls health collected. See, now that's something I would also change. Since I first wrote that, I tend to make sure I name them the same so I don't have that confusion. So in theory, I'd want to change this to on health detected, but we're going to update it to abductee anyway, so now I just have to remember to come back and fix that, which is great. Good luck to me on that. I can always do it some other day. But yeah, that's why that was confusing. Because I didn't use the new syntax that I've started to go with. Okay. So we were here. Health collected. We do want that to be health. And we want to update, or no, we don't want that to be health. We want to keep that check mark to be replaced with abductee. Print collided with bad health. Actually, we'd want this to be a bad abductee. So yes, update it there, please. If collided body part is set, okay, current health, don't care about that. Current health gets a pass. Max health gets a pass. Current health gets a pass. That's more current health stuff. Current health collected. What? Current underscore health. Oh, uh-oh. Wait, current health, 1 collect. Why is that? What is this? What is this print supposed to be? This print is very confusing. So it's printing, I mean, I can just delete this, but like, it's raising questions about what current health is supposed to be. It's supposed to be an integer. I don't know, I hate this. I'm just gonna delete that. I don't like it. It bothers me. And we're not gonna update that, of course. Messenger head health emit. This is referring to actual health, so we don't need to worry about any of that. If object is health, so here we'd want to say if, oh, there we go. So there's a reference to the class name. So by refactoring the health to abductee, this would break, and it wouldn't know to, and this is the whole thing. What this does is this, whenever a level chunk comes back, because we recycle level chunks, that is to say a chunk that has abductees on it, some of them spawn in and some of them don't. And so what this is saying is if a thing that needs to be replaced is an abductee, then run this spawn me function, which will either spawn it or not spawn it. It actually flips a coin to decide if it should spawn it. Anyway, we definitely want to rename it there. That is crucial. The game will break if we don't rename it there. Health bar, don't want to do it there. None of these are all for hit points, actual hit points. Don't care about that. This is hit points, that's hit points, hit points. What is this? What health? What is that? What does that mean? Connect, so this was, we were constructing, this is actually a kind of a cool thing. What is, and what does what health get set to? I'm not exactly sure. Head health, empathy health. Okay, nope, this is not abductee, so we don't want to change that. That's more hit point stuff. That's like what type of hit points. If it's empathy hit points or head hit points or limbs hit points, because those are all different types of hit points. Okay, don't care about that. Hit points, hit points, hit points, hit points, hit points. It's a lot. We're about halfway through this list of references. This is why I didn't want to do this, but it's also why I think it's important to do it. And you can see how few we're actually leaving to replace. So it's like finding needles in this haystack. Set true health. Okay, this we don't want to replace. None of these places. All of these are hit points. Hit points. Lot of hit points in there. More hit points. More hit points. Current health. This is a little more confusing to me, but I think empathy current health. Yeah, yes, that's reporting the health of the empathy. Hit points, hit points, hit points, more hit points, almost at the bottom. Again, hit points. This is also hit points. Hit points. Hit points. Also hit points. So many hit point stuff. Hit points is really complicated in this game, actually. Okay, more hit points. Just hit pointing my life away here. So many hit points. All of these are hit points. Animation degrade, seek health percent lost, hit points. Hit points, hit points. Okay, well here we're referring to meat/health. So actually I would want to replace that. Meat/abductee. It's just a note, or it's like a documentation note, but that would be a place to replace it to keep it all consistent. Health bar, that's hit points. Hit points, hit points, hit points, hit points, hit points. Here we have function health hovered. Oh. And then meat hovered is in the argument. We do want to replace it there, for sure. All right, that's it. I'm gonna go over just to make sure the ones that are checkmarked are correct. It's not necessarily checking if I missed anything, but we'll find out. Once we run the game, if there's a problem, we'll find out. Bad health, that's a good place to replace it. Health collected, yes, replace that. Health detected, replace that. Health collected, replace that. Health types, replace that. Health sees player, replace that. Health detected, replace that. Health detected, replace that. All right, let's do it. And we're replacing it with abductee. That's the final one. Replace no undo. No undo. Ooh, I made a mistake. It's fixable though. I capitalized the A in a lot of these places that it doesn't make sense to capitalize it. So I'm gonna find abductee with a capital A. Please match the case. We want to do replacing here. Let's do this. Find abductee, and we want to replace it with lowercase. So let's do that. So here, definitely don't want that to be that way. So yes, replace that. Class name, it's only the class name. Well, and like notes. So here, don't replace it there. Don't replace it there. Don't replace it there. Do replace it here. Here we do want it to be a capital A. Uh-oh. Identifier abductee not declared. Oh, I probably just have to save it for it to find it. We got problems. We got problems. It's risky business. Here we don't want to replace it. Don't replace it there. Or here, you can do it there. Or actually, don't do it there either. Wait, we do want to replace it. Wait. Oh, it gets confusing. Do replace it there. Where we want to keep it as uppercase, I'm unchecking. Where I want to make it lowercase, we're leaving checked. It's possible I do remember that. Here we want to lowercase it. Don't have to lowercase that. Do want to lowercase that. Don't want to lowercase that. Don't want to lowercase that. Still not finding it. It might just need to be saved or something. It might still be in the game as health. Yeah, so you can see, well, that's the script. So I don't know, we'll see. This will take some effort. Over here in the camera 3D, keep that uppercase. Well, if you want to keep it uppercase, you uncheck it. Oh, it's so confusing. This we want to replace. Okay, so all of these should be what we are lowercasing. Let's replace them all. Reload it. I'm going to come to my health script here, which is called abductee class name. Well, you can see it's not quite taking it in yet because it didn't change its color to like that lime green, which is how you know that it is connected. See how that went that bright lime green? Whereas on this, it's not that bright lime green. So it hasn't like taken yet. There it goes. Now it's lime green. So now those other errors should be resolved. I would like to rename this script. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna find health.gd. I would like to rename that to abductee.gd. Okay. All right. So let's see if we have problems. Yeah, let's just run the game. Let's see if the game runs. What is broken? Tell me. Just tell me the truth. Something. Immediately. Something. Refactoring is risky business. Invalid operands float and nil in operator plus. Interesting. Very interesting error. Continue past it. This is a bit of a tricky little issue here, if I'm being honest. This is a tricky one. I don't fully know what the best way to deal with this one is. Invalid operands float and nil. Yeah, I'm a little confused about this one. It's the kind of thing, it's something somewhere else, right? Somewhere else something is confused. It has become confused elsewhere in the script, and this just happens to be where that error is showing up. It's very confusing because this really shouldn't have anything to do with health. I renamed... This is the only place where I changed anything on the camera. So something much more fundamental. I mean, this is following the camera. Let's look at these variables where these are defined. Cam follow position. So it's defined right here. Variable cam follow position, vector 3 equals cam target position. So what's up with cam target? Cam target is percent cam target. Okay, so let's come look for what cam target is. So cam target over here in the scene tree is something. Let's see. Cam target. It's a child of the player. So it's not finding this somehow, for some reason. But why? That's on the score, Doug. Give me back to that camera script. But it's also not necessarily giving me an error that it doesn't see that. But it's saying float and nil in operator plus. Float and nil. So it must be adding, so cam x offset. Like if I were to change this to just like something else, right? Would this error be resolved? Ooh, this is messy. I've made a mess of things. It's fun. It's problem solving. It's fun. So the game works, actually, if I do that. Wow. The camera is in very much the wrong position. What a strange thing that changed. Let me look at the Godot, or the GitHub. Also, can I grab things? Oh, I don't think... Oh, I can grab things. Let me look at the GitHub. Camera.gd. Well, yes, I did just change that. So it's not finding CamZ offset anymore. That's so surprising. Alright, so let's look at where the offsets are set. It's kind of interesting. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I wonder if it has to do with the type hinting that I was doing. But also, why did that only show up now? Those are export variables here. Yeah, because I do have on the camera these export variables, but they're all here. Cam Y offset, set right there. There's cam Y offset. Cam X offset is 0. I guess it would be interesting to know which one, because it is only pointing to the one, actually. The only one that it says it doesn't see is Z, or X, rather. Well, I've set it to 0 here. Very interesting. So if I set this to 0... right, and leave the rest, we'll say 0.0. I wonder, I mean, I could type this as 0.0. No, it just, oh, I wonder, no, but that does say 0. Oh, what if weird. Wow. What if I make this a float? What if I hint this as a float? Float. It's so weird. It's such a weird thing to suddenly have be an issue that wasn't an issue before. And then this, still not taking it in as a float, which is interesting and confusing. Everything floats. Whoa. Now you're just tripping me out. Cam X offset. One of one match? Oh yeah, because we got rid of it. What if I do this? Cam X offset. And now I try it. What does that do for us? Tell me what that does. See if that works in any capacity. Oh, that fixed it. I wonder if, you know, I'm so surprised. I guess, you know, I wonder why it suddenly realized that that was a type hint that I was neglecting to add in. Why didn't it realize that before? I don't know. Okay, good. Well, it's fixed, so I'm not complaining. Cool, great. And so anyway, let's make sure all the health refactorings are fixed. And we're gonna grab a cow. It dunks, score goes up. It's all detected. So as far as I can tell, everything looks fixed. So I think we have had a successful refactoring. There are some errors in the debugger, but those are probably errors that have been there for a while. I think there's somewhere else we can update some offset things too. Really weird. So the debugger's at 23. Those are fine. Those are errors I'm not worried about. Let's make sure. I'm just gonna pause it. 24. I am curious what made that go up to 24 there. But I don't see it going any higher. We're able to dunk these. We're able to score them. If I pick it up and drop it, that works. Pick it up again, drop it. Everything looks normal. Oh, this is new. Dropped meat object deleted by Z. That shouldn't be happening. I mean, it should. So basically what that is doing is it's checking, it's checking to see. So whenever I put this object down, actually, I don't know if that shouldn't be happening. Actually, I think that is supposed to be happening. I think that's correct. If I drop this down here, I actually think that that's correct. Okay, so let me look at the debugger real quick. And just see what that first thing. Hit points. Yeah, this is... So I don't worry about this. Node not found. Trunk visible. This is some stuff I need to fix elsewise. The alien do be abducting things. These are other things that I need to fix someday. But not something related to anything that we changed here. So I think everything's fine. I think everything is completely fine. Basically what these errors are, by the way, for when health decreases on the limbs, and the limbs either shrink or grow. If they grow if you get health, if you eat like a cow or something, that shrinking and growing, I kind of stopped halfway through setting that code up because other things became important, namely needing to recreate the player character entirely. And so since I didn't finish that, a lot of these things have errors. So it really, at this point, this serves as a reminder to reset all that stuff back up, but still working on the player character setup, so I'm not gonna worry about that. I think it's okay. I think it is supposed to, I think I don't usually see that many dropped things being deleted because I'm not usually grabbing 80 cows and deleting them all at once. So I don't think that's an issue. I think it's just an error, or not an error, but a debug message I don't see that often because I'm not usually you know, dealing with that. And the reason why that print error is still, that print debug message is there, is because there was a time where it was deleting things that it wasn't supposed to delete, and that was causing problems. And so I leave that there as a way to be like, wait a minute, that wasn't supposed to have deleted something. But in this case, it was, and so that was correct. Okay, we're good. I think the refactoring was successful. Now, wasn't there something... Oh, I wanted to update, like... Let me search our abductee change. Abductee collected, all this stuff. So instead of abductee collected, I would like to say on abductee detected. You know, you could rename this to collected if that, you know, if that's really important to me. I could do that, but let's say on abductee detected, just to make it easier to find. As long as these are consistent with each other, that's what makes it the most helpful. So I'm going to rename this to on abductee detected. And then that will just be a little easier next time I'm in there messing around. Okay. Abductee detected, on abductee detected. Looks good. All right. Now here we do have meat hovered. We could update that. Well, we could, it doesn't really matter, but we can say abductee hovered just for the sake of, and actually it'd be a little nicer if we just said abductee. This is not, this function is obviously doing absolutely nothing, but all right, great. We're gonna call that all fixed. Now I'm going to push this and let's move on to a different task that's maybe more interesting. I'm gonna say refactored health to abductee where relevant. I don't think I need to really say much else other than that, so we'll just do that. Hopefully that refactoring was all good. I'm gonna take a bite of a snack. So what next? What next? Now it's much snappier to abduct things. The name of the abductees makes a lot more sense than it used to. Wait a minute. Okay. No, don't wait a minute. Checking stuff off the list. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, it's really right. And you know what, Zombie? I appreciate that you say that, because I didn't actually technically check it off. Okay, there we go. There was no problem. Everything was fine. I technically did not check it off my list. I did it. It was on my list. But let's have that satisfaction. Right here. Refactor health script to be abducted. Move it from in progress to completed. It has been completed. How much time did it take? I don't know. How much time was that? I don't know. We'll just guess 30 minutes. That seems like a bit long. 25 minutes. I could be wrong. But it'll do. Log it. Done. Estimated. I don't know. We'll say it was estimated 30 minutes and we got it done in 25. There we go. Yes, it is officially completed. Make every variable static type hinted. Well, we're working on it little by little. I don't know if every single one is there. All right, so now we have this, and I guess I could check that off. Did I check that one off? I don't know if I did. Abduction occurs on bubble hover, not on release. Bam, right there. Check that one off. How long did that take? I don't know, an hour? 2 hours? Something like that? Estimated? I would probably estimate it could take like 3 hours. We'll say I got it done in 1 hour. 1.3 hours. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, I see. 1 hour, 20 minutes. Just kind of guessing here. I don't, you know, this isn't gonna affect how much I get paid. You know, it's just like kind of general. And what's nice is, you know, it can give me like a general sense of how long it took to work on the project. So then, you know, it'll tell me as well, like things that took, or how much time I've spent on the project. Let me see if I can collapse that. Here we go. So here we say we've logged 179 hours. We've estimated 460. 171 hours have been closed. So, you know, it's almost like for personal reference, just to like kind of get like general ideas and stuff. All right. So now that we've got a slurpier abduction of things, I don't know that I want to necessarily improve anything there. I think I might want to work on what happens when we level up. So once we get this to 10, there's different things that happen. And I don't love all the things that happen. I want to have a little more control over that. You wish you knew how many hours you have in Construct 2 a lifetime. Yeah, it's. I mean, you know, I have to like. It's still kind of manual, but I guess if you get your engine through Steam, I think you can get Godot through Steam. Then Steam will log your hours for you. I don't know if Construct's on Steam, but it might be a way to get started with that. It wouldn't be your whole lifetime of hours, but it would at least be since you started tracking it. But yeah, it's interesting to see. For sure. So once I get to 10 abductions, we're gonna move on to the next level. And right now, it's not really the way I want it to be. I want it to be more than it is. So, if I grab... Sorry, I had to reset my microphone. If I grab this and put that in there, it goes up. Let's get it up to 10. And what's going to happen is the game is actually going to freeze for a second. It's going to lag. You'll notice it. You ready? It's going to lag. Here we go. See? See how it like froze for a second? And then this number says, bam, you did it. And it immediately updates to level 2's minimum, which is 20. So level 1 wants you to get 10 abductions. Level 2 wants you to get 20. I don't like that it immediately updates that number. That bothers me. The freeze moment, I'm still kind of figuring out where to time that. The reason why it lags is because it's loading in level 2 at that moment. And I kind of want to sneak that in somehow in a way that it's not like super obvious to the player that a loading is happening. I can only get so sneaky with it. And so one idea I have is to try to have a message go up that says level up, right? And then hopefully it'll lag on the word level up being visible. That way, you know, it's actually just pausing to show you level up, you know, or maybe there's an information on there, I don't know. So I want to add that in. I might need to adjust the timing a bit, like have an animation where level up like zooms up and like gets bigger, right? Yeah. So that's something I want to work on. So I want to maybe zoom up in that moment, and then it'll lag. So it sits there with the text, and then once the levels load in or whatever, maybe the text can, you know, animate back out, and then, you know, the orbs can appear, and then you pick your power-ups. So something else that'll be nice will be to set up some labels that pop up. When you hover over this, it can give you extra info about the power-ups. That would be something to maybe work on here. I don't know what the power-ups are going to be yet, so I'm not really trying to work on that today, but, you know, I want to get the framework set up so when I do know what they are, I can actually just type them in and it'll be good. So that's something, and then, you know, when I click on it, they just go away, and it brings us to the next one. It might be nice to have some juice there, where, like, you know, some, like, particle effect happens, and it's like, you got that one, yay, and you have a new ability, hooray. You know, something like that, some juice. So we'll see how that goes. New Construct 3 is browser-based now. Whoa, the entire engine is browser-based? That's pretty hardcore. That's what a wow. But I have a full version of Construct 2 I bought a long time ago that you like better. That makes sense. Wow, that kind of sucks. Taking your engine and moving it to the browser when that hasn't been the way that it was. I'm kind of sorry to hear that. Fireworks, yeah, something like that. Some kind of celebratory thing. If it could be somehow themed for the game, that would be nice. You know, if it's somehow, I don't know what that would be, like alien sparkles or something. That would be ideal, but yeah, something like fireworks. Okay, so I really want to focus in on that moment when you level up. So here's a couple things. Number one, the number. I'm gonna do the like kind of simple thing right now. And by the way, I'm gonna cheat the points up for testing this. We are not going to worry about. And actually, let's also set to the debug level, so that way I don't have to worry about running into things and getting hurt and all that stuff. We're just gonna make this all as simple as possible. So we're gonna set it to the debug level. Hey, what's up, Sable Spirit Studio? I like that name. Welcome. Ahoy there! Thanks for stopping by. I'm just working on this game that I've been using as a learning project and a prototype for this idea I have about an alien who invades Earth and abducts things. And I'm just trying to add a little more juice and style to the level up screen. So that's what I'm working on right now. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in and saying ahoy. So I'm going to set the current level to 0, and I'm going to use cheats to get the points up, so that way we can test this quickly without having to actually play the game, because that's going to be boring. Or not boring, but it's going to get old. So now I can just add points, and you're going to see it increases automatically, and you can see that jumped up to 10 right away. I don't want it to jump up to 10 right away. I want it to stay at 1-1, so you can really be like, you did 1-1, good job. And look, this UI is likely to change, right? Right now it's just some text and a number and a slash. At some point, I'm gonna want to make that look different, but for now, it's good enough, so I do want to keep in mind, you know, that I don't want to do too much design stuff with that just yet necessarily. I'll make it look good enough, but this could change at some point. So I add that point on there, you know, it flashes. I don't want it to have 10. I want it to have the old one. I don't want it to update to the new one until I click the power-up orb. Also, something I need to change is that you can see that these orbs are pretty invisible against this bright yellow. Now, right now, the level that these tend to pop up on, there isn't something bright yellow behind the orbs, but there could be. There could be something like that. So I might also want to adjust, like maybe make them less translucent or something. I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that, but that's another thing to think about too. Just like improve how all of this comes together in general. Something else I've noticed is sometimes the orbs don't come down all the way. Sometimes they're up higher. That's kind of weird. There's some kind of weird things to fix. But I wanted to, this 10, I don't want this 10 to appear until I click on that. Then it would even be nice if there was like a transition and like wiped in and then the 10 appeared. You know, I want little juicy, nice things like that. So it just feels kind of cool and exciting, you know? Sable Spirit uses Steam Godot, and it doesn't always log hours. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, cool. I'm so glad you're able to confirm that. It depends on the settings. Right now, Steam only considers the project manager window to be Godot. Every other window is ignored, hence the editor. Oh, really? That sucks. Only if you have the project manager open. That's like the least used window of all of them in Godot. Pity. But then you made it sound like there might be a way to change that. So I guess if anybody is looking to do that, either don't look forward to it or be ready to change some settings. Very interesting. Thanks for that information. I did not know that. Wow. Thanks, Steam. So that number, that 1 versus 10, that update, where is that happening? Is that happening in the UI script? Oh yeah. We also have this massive freaking match statement. This match statement is a dang beast. So when the level updates, here, yeah, this changes the score minimum. If it sees that we're on level 0, the score minimum is 1. If it sees we're on level 1, the score minimum is 10. And that just is all for all of these. Now, I don't really want to change what those numbers are right now. I want to change when this, it gets this information. So where does it get, when does it get that information? So score minimum, let's do a search for score minimum in the project and see where that is at. Score minimum met. So that's checking to see if we've reached that number. Spirit says, I've seen the other version when it considered all windows, and I would have this little Steam pop-up every time I run the scene for testing. Whoa. Like, oh, like resolution things? Oh, geez. Oh, so maybe it's for the best. So there's a lot of caveats to tracking your time, logging your time in Steam. Or in Godot using Steam. Wow. All right. I will not recommend that. I now know. Not something to look forward to. It can be a little messy and buggy and not ideal. I guess it makes sense. Like, you know, Steam is designed to be for games. So it doesn't really know what to do all the way with things that aren't games. Wow. Did not know that. I'm almost feeling glad I didn't get it through Steam. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. But that would have been annoying to have to like puzzle out, I think. Just a little bit, not that bad. So I see a lot of score minimum references. Power up menu. Power up menu script. That seems important. So here we connect score minimum met to on score minimum met, this function. When the score minimum is met, the power up menu becomes visible. The power up menu, tell me more about this power up menu. I've got some stuff over here that's very relevant to that. Here's the node. You can see the 3 orbs there. Power up menu orbs. That's the node that has all those orbs in it. That's the quote-unquote menu. We have orb 1, orb 2, and orb 3. There's a script for the menu itself, and then there's a script for each orb, and each orb has the same script. So that's some information that might become relevant or important or worth keeping in mind. So that's what's becoming visible. What's becoming visible is this. So this actually, in the ready function, becomes invisible, this menu. I have it visible here so I can see it when I'm just like editing here in the editor. But in the ready function, it gets set to not be visible. So then whenever that minimum is met, it goes from 0 to 1, it's going to make that be visible. And then it's going to update its X position to the player position. So that immediately happens. It immediately goes, so the player's over here, and if the player's over here and the menu is here, when we meet that minimum, it's gonna quickly jump to that player position. Player's over here, it's gonna jump there. And then it's gonna do a tween, where it's going to slowly lower it down. So player's over here, Menus there. When we hit that minimum, it jumps here, and then it's gonna start lowering down to meet the player. Specifically, adjust the position Y by negative 1.725. I wonder if we're missing like a reset of the position. I mean, it does tween. Oh, that's why it's in a different spot. We're tweening it 1.5. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, you need to not magic number this. See? So this is when it goes back up, right? It rises by 1.5, but it descended by 1.725. So let's actually de-magic number this right now. Let's set up an export variable. Oh, we want to start doing type hints also, by the way. So let's even just do that while we're doing things. This is in area 3D. We'll just add this in for all of these. The player is a character body 3D. And then for this, we'll say export variable menu travel distance. I hate that, but it'll do. Menu travel to so long. I could probably just say travel distance if we're gonna keep it a little shorter. This is a float, and we'll say 1.725. And then the only difference can be one is negative and one is positive. I don't know if I can just type it that way. Travel distance, or if I need to put that in a parenthetical. I'm not actually sure. I guess I can maybe just do negative. We'll find out. It'll quickly reveal itself. Travel distance. Let's see if that at least solves that problem. I knew it. Sometimes it wasn't lowering down as far. I was like, why? That was why. All right, let's make sure that looks right. Looks good. We leveled up. Let's get the 10 and make sure it continues to come down to the same place. Came down, goes up. Nice. Beautiful. All right. So that's a nice little fix. We're making things a little better. Okay, so when it lowers, so this is all that happens. When we meet that score minimum, it becomes visible. The menu becomes visible. It updates the X position to be the player position. It creates a tween that lowers it down. That's it. Really. And so score minimum met. Let me see a little bit more about that. Score when that gets emitted. So we abduct cows. Oh yeah. In level 1. Beyond that, it's gonna be humans that you abduct, but in level 1 you abduct cows. I'll show you. I will show you. This is level 0. It's like a debug level. So it's not like actually in the game. So let's just cheat our way out of level 1 here. Or out of level 0 so we can get to level 1. But yeah, you're an alien who's invading Earth. There is lore to this. And there's a reason why you're here to abduct these things. But you're supposed to avoid obstacles, so like dodge things that can hurt you. And then you, in this level, find cows and drag them up to this orb that descends from the sky. Not to be confused with the orbs that give you power-ups. You drag them up there, and then you get some points. And then when you meet that minimum number of abductions in a level, you move on to the next level, you pick some new power-ups, and you have a new minimum to reach. And that's like the basic gameplay loop, pretty much. You know, you gotta destroy things to find things. There's also gonna be like a karma system, so some things that you abduct will actually be like bad karma. For level 1, there is no karma, so you just abduct the cows and everything's fine. But once you get past level 1, some humans will be considered, you know, bad karma to abduct, and some humans will be considered good karma, or not good karma, but just not bad karma to abduct. So yeah, that's kind of the basic idea of the game. You can see one leg just got a little shorter than the other. That's another part of the game, is that this, in theory, would make it harder to move around and stuff. It might affect the gameplay. I also would want the animation to be different, so like you're hobbling, but a lot of that is kind of on pause right now while I update the player character model. and then I'll get into implementing all that. But yeah, it's the basic idea. It's a basic idea. Okay, so where does that get? Where does set, or what was it called again? Score minimum. Score minimum met. That is emitted. Wow, that's in a lot of places. Jeez. Here, emit right here. I think it's the only place it's emitted. Let me check everywhere it's emitted. Boop, 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 boo. Emit. Yeah, so that's the only place that it actually gets emitted. Score minimum met animation finished. On score minimum met. Oh, so this is back on the UI script. And when does that happen? When does on score minimum met run? What triggers that? Oh, it's just, is it here in the process? If score is greater than or equal to the score minimum, and the score minimum has not been met, then run on score minimum met. Gotcha. Okay. So in the process of the UI, it's constantly keeping the label score text updated. Maybe don't need to do that, but if score is greater than or equal to score minimum and the score minimum is not met, then run on score minimum met. So on score minimum met will run. It sets score minimum met to true. Then it updates the level. It takes the current level, so the first argument, so it emits level update signal, and it comes with the argument of take the current level and add 1 to it. That would bring us right down here. Wait. Oh, it's right down there. That just runs this. This runs in other places too. This isn't the only place that runs. But that would actually then set this function off, which will then change the score minimum to 10. But that doesn't necessarily update the label yet. We can have the minimum be increased without the label changing yet, right? So that will just emit the value and technically being updated. Where does the label get updated at? Do we have that on here? Here, label score minimum oh, same place. Gotcha. Right then and there. Okay, so it does. So as soon as it updates the value of the score minimum, it also is going to update the text. So this is what I want to delay. I don't want this to, so I could just remove this right here. That's all I gotta do. Bam, it's gone. Doesn't happen right there. And instead, say that on power up chosen, then update that. So that should honestly just fix that right there. Bam. It's little things to just make it like feel the way I want it to feel. All right, so let's add a point. Points go up. But it didn't increase the number. Wait, it did. Oh, so that's gonna have to run at first, because level update runs in the ready function. And so that means it's updating the score minimum to be 1 right away. But now that's not happening. So I have to make sure that on level update actually runs here in the ready function. That's interesting. Because all I moved was, oh, yeah. Okay, no, we don't want to run this. You'd have to run power up chosen. So actually in the ready function, what I'd want to run is not any kind of function at all. Because we don't want all this to be true. The only thing I'd want to be true is label score minimum text. That's all I want to be true. It's a little messy, but I kind of just want to copy that there. I could probably write like a function for that, right? I could say function. Yeah, maybe that would be like cleaner to do it that way. Maybe I should do that. Let's do that. I'm gonna say func update, or like score minimum update, score minimum text update. It's so messy. And then paste that in there. And then we could even call, we could say score minimum. We could replace this with minimum, but then you have to somehow, well, yeah, that's fine. So put that in there as minimum. And then over here, we would want to say score minimum text update, and then have score minimum go in there at that moment. I feel like that's a little bit cleaner of a way to do this. And then put that in there like that. Okay. So then when we start the game, it should say 1/1, if I've done this correctly. And then, oh, -1. Oh, because that's the default. No. Okay. All right. So we also have to say on level update as well, which could be a problem someday. Oh, that is looking for something. So we got to say global's current level. Gets a little messy there. Might want to even specify that. Update current level minimum, current level's minimum score. Okay. So it should not say negative. I'm glad I set that to -1 because I would have missed that if I didn't do that. Oops. Invalid current. Oh, maybe it's level current. Oh, it's level current. Level current. The reason why I made it level current is because I have something else, level something else, and I like to start the beginning of it with the same thing that's relevant. Anyway, it's just syntax stuff. All right, there we go. 0/1. Good. At a point, it stays 1/1 all the way until this comes down. We pick it, then it updates. Beautiful. Now, it'd be kind of nice to make that more interesting, that it doesn't just bam at a 0. Let's go a little further and let's see what the next one looks like. I mean, just whatever. I'm just curious. So there it says 10 out of 10. Good job. You got 10 out of 10. Then it's 20. I'd like that to be a little juicier than just the number bouncing up. Just like a little juicier. So now we know exactly when that happens, and we can even set that in that function. Now that we have that function, this is way better this way. Because now in here, I can play an animation at that moment. Anytime that we update the text, I want that animation to play. So I need to create that animation, of course. I do have an animation player. Well, do we have an animation player? Animation score. But that's different. The animation score. Let me go find that. HUD score, yeah. So this animation player. Let's see where that score minimum met. Okay, so this is what makes it flash. Yes, this is the right place. Beautiful. Okay, good. So then let's make a new, awesome. Let's make a new animation. And we're gonna call that score minimum update. And then that'll be good. Roger converted one script from GDScript to C++ so far. It's just a handler for talking with my face tracker. So like what, so if you, I mean, I guess if you're fluent, I'm curious in an off-stream way about your drive to do this. I mean, a little bit now, but also more generally. Because that just seems like a lot of extra steps. I guess if you're doing face tracking, I can see why you'd want more speed. But like, what if you need to update your code? Do you update it in GDScript or do you update it in C#? Or do you just never update it? It's meant to run as well as something else, so speed matters. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And if you have to update it in GDScript, you only update the code meant to be fast. It's pretty cool. I like that. So when the minimum updates, I'm only gonna want to actually animate the minimum thing. So that's this. That's what I want to change and get bigger. So let's find the font size right down here. And we'll just, whoa, oh, well that's one problem. It's gonna adjust the margins, which isn't ideal. The outline doesn't though. We're gonna have the outline get bigger. And it doesn't mess up the margins if I do that. There might be a way to tell it not to change the margins, but that feels, I don't know. Pity. I wonder, I mean, I could also do like an animation like where the position moves. That might also affect things though. Shadow offset. How do I want to do that? Transform. Pivot offset. I can't even, oh. This node is a child of a container. Oh, so it's not gonna work. Boring. Can change the size, but that's not interesting. It's a bit tricky. I mean, I could just have like an effect, like on top of it, like an arrow or something. I really want to make the size bouncy. But then our margin container is gonna push it. we can have it do that. We can have it go boing, 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 boing. I kind of like that. Feels a little messy to be animating the margins. But I could be okay with that. I kind of like the way that looks. Yeah, you don't want to do top or bottom. You know, it could be a problem if there gets to be other things over here. That could look weird, but I mean, if it works, let's do it. Screw it, let's do it. So we're gonna want to keyframe the position that it's currently at here. And again, this is the margins over here that I'm adjusting. So this is just margin left and the constraints on theme overrides. And we're gonna put it that default spot. And let's push it out a bit. Not a lot, just enough that you can sort of appreciate it and see it. Oh, it's not live updating. Oh, we gotta switch this to continuous. We don't want this to be discrete. We want this to be continuous. There we go. Boing. Cool, cool, good. Think that's a little long, so let's bring that way down. That's, I don't know. It's okay. We're looking for juice, so I want to be a little particular about it. Boing, boing, boing. Let's adjust the easing a bit too. I think we want to probably adjust this one. Maybe both of them. Okay. So then I'm doing the easing over here on the right. Something about that's a little weird to me. I kind of like that. Alright. Let me do the other one, the easing out. I still wish it could get bigger. I feel like that was just like, that popped more. But it's not a big deal. It doesn't have to be super obvious. I still think like a wipe would be nice. This is fun. Alright, so we only want this to play for a little while. I don't want it to loop forever. So I actually should probably design this whole thing out the length that I want it to be. So let's not make it loop. We just want it to play once, but do it a few times. So that's at 0.6. I mean, I could just say 2.4. It's pretty long. And then let's duplicate those. How far apart? That's... Before it was at 0.4, and it ended at 0.6, so we want it to be 2 away from here. I'm going to right-click and do duplicate keys. 2 away, duplicate keys. 2 away, duplicate keys. Oh, and we want it to end back at the original position as well. 1, 2, perfect. Duplicate keys. Okay, boing, boing, boing. Nice. Boing, 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 boing. Maybe we could do one more. Just like one more. Then it'll be a nice even 3 seconds. Take these. 1, 2. Duplicate. That's incorrect. That is incorrect. I got confused. Wait, so it starts there, goes far away. Oh, that's the far away one. How far? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Select these. Duplicate keys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Duplicate keys. Doing, doing. Cool. Boing, 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 boing. Alright, there you go. I like it. Okay. Now I just need this to play at that moment of score minimum met. So let's do that. Go back to the script for the UI. Come to this function with the text updates. Now I need to set up this animation I would like to do. Let me organize this a little bit better while we're here. Oh, and we'll do some type hints. Terrain controller. Is that just a node 3D? I think terrain controller is just a node 3D. But I'm gonna double check to make sure. Terrain controller is a node 3D. Player is a character body. Should probably spell it correctly. The label, I would guess, is a label 3D. Let me double check. Score number. Nope, it's a label 2D. Same thing with score minimum. Those are 2D. I don't know why I thought it was 3D. Oh, it's just label. We don't say 2D for that. Same thing here, just a label. I almost feel like it should be 2D. I understand why it's not. And then for animation score, this is an animation player. The score, this is an integer. Just trying to do my diligence with type hinting. And this is a Boolean. Okay. Good, good, good. Now I want to separate this a little bit. Terrain controller player, label, label. Let's get the animation separated out. We're going to say onReady variable. Oh, we don't need to create. It's the same animation. Oh, yeah. I remember now. We just created a new animation within that. And then we're just calling that animation score. So we want animation score. There shouldn't be any overlap. I guess there's a chance there's overlap. We don't have to stop the other one. We can just play the next one. Play, specifically, animation get next? What? There, wait, assigned, wait, what? No, you're misunderstanding me. None of that. I want to play minimum, wait, what did we call it? Score minimum updated. Why is it not, I don't know, I feel like I'm doing something wrong that it didn't. Oh, I guess it's because it doesn't know to give me the autocomplete, because it doesn't know what animation score is. That's why. All right, let's play it and see if it works. See if it works. That makes sense, because it does run in the ready function. I don't know if I like it. Let me go to, I don't know. I feel a little complicated about that. I don't know. There's something I don't like. I probably just have to let it go, though. I'm going to switch it back to level 1 for now. You know, I still have to kind of figure out, like, the main menu, right? When you start the game and you press play. It's fine. Maybe it goes out a little further than I like. Let's go up to the next level. There it updates, it flashes in your face. You pick your next one, and that went up. Ah, there's something I don't like about it. Let me make some changes. Yeah, that's what I want, but it's just gonna like be more complicated if I do that. And I'll show you why. I want that. I actually wanted it to like get the size get larger, but the way that this is currently set up in here is that we're using like a margin container, and that margin container, and you know, we're using a H box, right, to organize it, that's in a V box. So if I change the vertical size, look what happens. It changes everything and everything moves. It's not like an independent, you know, element. And so if I go to adjust like the Y position, what I'm doing to make it move on the X axis is I'm changing margin left to be bigger or smaller. But if I try to make the margin at the top bigger or smaller, oh, you know what? It does go above. Hold on, Sable Spirit. I didn't know that it could go above it. It's only if it goes down. But look, it can go up. Whoa. If that's what you mean, wow. I didn't realize, but I see now that that kind of works. Flow container? Whoa. I don't think I've ever used a flow container. But I think it's what you meant, is it goes up too? Is that kind of what you're saying? So it like kind of goes at an angle or something? Like doing, doing, doing? Or were you even saying instead of going out to the right, have it just go up and down? I don't even know. I don't even know anymore what I'd rather do. But you've opened up the possibility now that I could actually consider changing that, which I was not even aware. And then flow containers, I just don't have any experience with flow containers, but it doesn't mean I'm not willing to try it. Let me see at least what it looks like if we adjust that instead. And first of all, 60 is too far. I don't like 60. I think it shouldn't be 60. Maybe 35, I don't know. Something smaller. So let me just adjust those, change all those 60s over there. to 35s. Just a vertical jump. Yeah. Well, luckily, I mean, how could you, you know? So I can just uncheck this box, and then we can try it the way you're describing. I mean, why not? It's worth a shot. It's a good suggestion. Now that I know it's easily doable. All right, so let's grab that margin container. And we're gonna keyframe margin top at 0 to start with. And then we'll come up here and we'll say, go up just a bit. It's, you know, obviously if I add in something else above it, that's gonna cause an issue. But if that's not the situation right now, you know, this could be a problem someday, but it's not today. It'd be kind of cool if it like jumped higher at first. You know what'd be dope is if it like went up, bam, then changed the text. We could totally do that. You know, it zoop, ba-ching, and then it came down. It was the new number. That would be awesome. I would actually really like that. Maybe I'll do that. Let's have it go up quite a bit here. Keyframe that, and then it's gonna come back down to 0. Keyframe that. Might be a little fast. Make sure that's set to continuous. I said be at continuous. I don't know why it's not being continuous, despite me demanding that it do that. Why would you ignore me? That's strange. I'm also noticing it has like a different icon here too. Wait, why is it not? I'm very confused by that. Very, very confused. Huh. But this will still be continuous here? Are you quite sure? You can't do it the way you're supposed to. Okay, we're just gonna do it over and pretend that that wasn't happening. Okay. Margin top 0. Set this down here to continuous. Pick another position. Push it up. Keyframe that. There it goes. I don't know why. I don't know what, but it's good now. Okay. Alright, great. As long as it works now. I don't care. Alright, push this back up. That was weird. Maybe we'll go up to there this time. And then bring it back down to 0 here. Might be a little faster than I really want it. No, it's fine. And then we'll go up again, but this time it won't go up as far. You don't understand .emit? Yeah, sure. So .emit is related to signals. I don't know how familiar you are with signals in Godot, but signals are a way you can communicate with code. And in particular with emitting, so I'll tell you an example that I use it for. All right, I'm not a great educator or instructor, so I'm just gonna give you an example of where I've used emit. Okay. So let's see. We could do level update. There's so many places. So many places. What would be a good place? Level update. Let's do this one. So whenever I get a new level. So we beat level 1 and we go to level 2. The level update signal is emitted. So in this case, when we meet the minimum score, so in a level I gotta get 10 abductions, then we get to level 2. Once we hit that score minimum, this function will run, and it's going to emit the level update signal. Now I already have set up this signal on a messenger script. That is the name of a script that I've created. It exists outside of the scene tree. It is an autoload or a singleton, and so it goes and it finds that signal. You could set this signal up on this script, right? You could have a level update signal up at the top here, right, and just say signal level update, you know, and that's all you'd have to do is just that, right? So that's just how you set up a signal. I don't know what your knowledge about that is, but that would be one way to do that. But right now I have it set up on an autoload, and the reason why I set it up on an autoload is so that way I can access it on here and elsewhere a little bit more easily. It's like a global kind of thing. So whenever we meet the minimum score, it emits the level update signal. Now by emitting it, everywhere that this signal is connected, it's going to run a function. Now, emit can also be sent with arguments. So I can say, in this case, look for the current level. So it goes to the global script and sets what the current level, or checks what the current level is. In our example, it would be level 1. And then it's going to add 1 onto that, and so that means this will be emitting with the integer 2. So we have essentially level update emit 2. So it's emitting the number 2 with the level update signal. Okay, so that's one part of it, right? It emits it. Now where does it get connected? So if I search for level update.connect, we see that that's in a couple places. We have it here on the global script. So the global script, we have messenger.level.update, level_update.connect. So because we emitted it, now this signal is going to run this function. And this function is in my global script on level update. So every time that level update signal is emitted, it's going to run this function. And not only that, it's going to be looking for an argument, because remember we set that number 2 integer by saying global's current level plus 1. And so it's going to look for one argument, since I had one argument in the emission, and I'm calling that argument here, I'm receiving it as level. And then in there, I can put that in there. So basically, what emit does is it runs a function. It can run multiple functions on multiple scripts, potentially, that is connected to the same signal, if that kind of makes sense. That's the best I can do at explaining it. Alright, so you got this, fun wolf gun. So with my animation stuffs, let me make sure I'm in the right place. Here we are. Get back to that. So I wanted to jump up at first a bit high, and then I want it to come a bit lower but still a bit higher. So let's update that number a little. We'll say it bounces up maybe to there, keyframe that, and we'll just do more of the same. I'm just gonna grab these, hit duplicate keys, do the same thing. Duplicate, duplicate. Okay, so now this would be the new animation. It'd go way up, and then it would do like a little bounce. It's okay. I think I would want to change the easing and the pacing a little bit. Maybe make it a little longer even. So this one could be that quick. I think the first one looks fine. And then what I'd want to do is actually run a function. I'd want to run that means I need to split up yet another function, but that's okay. But we could say update the label when it goes up here, bam, updates the label, and then it comes down. It's a little fancy-pantsy, but I could get into it. Before I do that, let me see if I like this vertical bounce. Goes up. Kind of takes a while, kind of like that, to be a little timed differently. Up, boing. And then it'd be nice, perhaps, if it kind of stayed for a second. So it goes up, bam, changes, and then maybe we do a bit more of a delay. I'm going to get rid of all of these keyframes, actually. Bam. Okay, don't do that. Let's even duplicate this. Bam. Boing, boing. Just like a little... Boing, boing. And then it can just like go up and down a bit there. Much love right back at you, fun wolf gun. Boing, boing. You know, something like that. Don't, what? It's a little slow. A little faster. Might want to change the easing on that as well. It's weird because the timing being different somehow feels different. I think I need to adjust the easing here. So it goes big, and then it's gonna go up. Oh, I think I'm not moving that as much as I want to be. That's better. That's what I want. Boink, boink. And we could maybe even make that a little faster. Okay, kind of like that. Then we want to duplicate this to some degree. See what that's like. Doop, boink, boink. I think that could be a little longer. It's a little arbitrary, you know, it's just kind of touching and feeling, see what seems right. I kind of like that. It's like subtle. Okay. And how many steps away do we have that? We have that 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Gotta extend the length a bit. Boink, 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 boink. Alright. So let's see what that looks like. Now I do want that number, well, I guess I'm gonna do it. Let's just see what happens. Let's do the function call too. So I'd want to say when it's at the peak here, I want it to call a function. So I need to set that up in the code. So not only do we have a score minimum, I see what you're trying to type, and I will autocorrect it for you. One moment. Thank you. Selecting casual bongos. Referring to the music. So we set up this function. That'd be dope though if that existed. I know. You did that last time too, right as it ended. What? Oh, what? You just got timed out by Nightbot? Oh, because you did caps. I'm sorry. I didn't... Alright. You're gonna get smashed again. I set up Nightbot for the game jam. I forgot that it has other features in it. Wait, but that was all caps. Nightbot was like, that's okay. If it's LOL, it's okay. Okay, where's the new one that we did? The one that here. Score minimum text update. So really, that's not even what that is anymore, right? It does not approve of your excitement. Evidently, it doesn't. Well, it's not really a text update anymore. It's really animation. It's text update. Score minimum. I mean, it is, but it's like it's the animation version of it. So I guess what I'll do, I'll leave that. It's a little confusing. Func score minimum play animation. That doesn't need to call with anything. Actually, it does. We need to keep that with the minimum as well. And then we want to pass that here. That plays the animation. Oh, that's going to be a little tricky, because if I need to call the next method, the animation would have to somehow know what that... Oh, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can do that. At that point, I should probably have a global variable being updated instead. Well, you do, score minimum. So I don't think you need to call with anything. Well, you do for the first one. So you just don't use it. You would only be using it for that one. Okay, so I guess I don't want to do minimum here. And then we could stop the play animation being there for the first one as well. So that almost raised the question, do I want a different animation for the first time when you start the first level than when you start level 2 and level 3? We could have it go from 0 to 10 in level 1. That would actually be fine. I could be okay with that. In which case, okay, it's a little, I don't know, I'm just trying to like figure this out. Score minimum play animation, it plays the animation. Within the animation, we're gonna call this one. We can continue to have it come with a minimum. That's gonna be a little tough. No, I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna say this is score minimum. It's gonna get the global variable here. We're not gonna call it with anything. It calls with nothing. We don't want to play the animation here anymore. And so now up here, when we first call it, there's nothing to send with it. We don't need to send it with anything. Instead, what I need to do is I need to say in the ready function or in on level update, well, that should be fine. Actually, this might work. Mightn't it? I don't know. I'm missing something. I'm just gonna keep going and it'll make sense eventually. So now that I've created the function that is going to actually run, oh, before I do that, I need to finish this. Play animation. Up in the ready function, not text update, but play animation. Okay, got it. Now I come to the animation, and now we're gonna call that when it jumps up here at the highest peak. We're gonna add a track, and that's gonna be the call method track. Come to the HUD. And then we're gonna insert a key. Oh, I probably need to save it. Oh no, there it is. Text update, score minimum text update. That's the one. So that should run that function at that moment. That may work. There's a chance that it's at a point of workitude. Let's find out. So it's gonna start 0, 10. Yeah, I mean, that did it. That did it. Nice. What's up, Gab Games? GG, we GG'd. Now, do I like the look of this? 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Grab this, it goes up. I don't hate it. I'm glad you did get to catch me. Thank you, Gab Games, I appreciate it. I hope your busyness resolves soon. By the way, I need to throw a credit Sable Studios' way. These credits entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit built into the game and my undying gratitude for helping me make this game a little bit better. Let me make sure I get your name right. It's Sable Spirit Studio. Got it. And this, if you head over to the GitHub repo at the bottom of the About, this list is publicly in there. Sable Spirit Studio. What credit does this entitle one to? So many. HP bar design, limb shrinkage, limb damage, code reference, obstacle detection. What is this? I mean, I would say this is like score, animation, UI, even just like UI design or something like that. Just score dunk. Lighting environment, obstacle design, terrain spawning. I'm surprised there isn't there's level design. Really, there's not a UI design one. Well, it exists now. Now is the time. Let's add it in here by score dunk. UI design. Bam. Done. Lucky random question? Lucky random question? I mean, that's fair. That is fair. And I am definitely lucky that you did ask that random question. There are some adjustments that I kind of want to make here. So if it goes up, I feel like it gets a little fast when it comes back down. So I'm probably going to want to extend everything a bit. But I think this could descend a bit slower. Whoop. I mean, that's kind of fine. Zoop, boop, boop. Oh, yeah, no, we need to move all of it. Yeah, it just doesn't feel right. So then we have to make this 3.4 length. Zoop, boop, boop, boop. I'd almost like it to be a little more, I don't like the easing on that. So let me adjust the easing a little bit. Let's have it ease out. Yeah, thanks, Abo. Sable Spirit suggested I try it going up and down. I was originally doing it left to right, but it just didn't, something about it felt wrong. It felt stiff. And Sable suggested I try more of a vertical jump, and yeah, it's a lot better. I kind of like to add even a little more juice, and then when the number changes, maybe it, like, the color changes as well. Zoop. It's a little, I don't know about easing out. Oh, that's what the square means versus the diamond. It means we've set some easing. How do I make the FPS counter? How did I make the FPS counter? That's a good question. I don't remember. I think it's probably easy though. I'll check in a second. Yeah, that definitely feels like a better ease function. Zoop. What? I wonder if we can even do some easing on this one. What if that's an ease out? Oh yeah, definitely. So that's at 0.42. Let's do that on all of these. I like that a lot. So on this one, change that ease to 0.42. No, not 0.419. 0.42. Not 0.405, 0.42. Obey me. How dare you adjust the number? Fine, 0.419, who cares? It's odd. Still going strong, you know it. We're only 3.5 hours in. I do 8 hours minimum, baby. I think that's the last one. Boink, boink, boom, boom. Boom. I kind of feel like it needs to come down with a different ease as well. Maybe we could set that to the 0.42 as well. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Which one is better, Godot or Unity or Unreal? I hate that question so much. It's so subjective. But you did say in your opinion, so that makes me hate it less. Personally, I like Godot. But, you know, if I wanted to make like a super hyper ultra realistic physics visual simulation, I would use Unreal Engine. But for making the kind of games that I want to make, Godot's my favorite. Unity doesn't even get to be on the chart because of their business practices. Unreal is probably not much better, technically, in that regard, but it's so powerful, you know? Good thing your streams that you read all the comments. Yeah, well, you know, we have a small, you know, viewership right now. If that were to change, I mean, who knows? I would do my best to keep up. But for right now, I can, so I do. Why not? I love getting to hang with you guys. Oh, the FPS counter. The FPS counter, so let me just see what I did, because I don't remember. That's on here. One of the debug, show FPS, maybe in here somewhere. Oh, there it is, right there. You just set a label to be equal to FPS string FPS colon space plus engine get frames per second function. So we have this function get frames per second of the engine, and then we wrap that in a string. If you want to go grab that, I'll put this in the Discord. So there's a live text channel on the Discord, and I'll paste it in there so you can have that code if you want to use it for yourself. Now, do I remember how to set that up? Is it... Let me look at the pinned messages. To get fancy, Swift code block. Okay, so we do this Swift code block, and then do we have to do it again? I think we do. Yes. Do. There you go. So I put it there in live text if you want to know how I did that. Obviously, your label will look different than mine. I should probably edit that. So wherever your label is at, some kind of label, update the text in that way. Yeah, I did see you in Lana Lux's stream. I did. After trying the text code, did you like the text code more than blueprints? Yeah, I did. I mean, look, I started out with visual scripting. That was like my introduction to game dev. And I felt like I could never do text code. I thought I could never, ever do text code. But when I started learning GDScript, I was like, this is it. I like this. I can do this. And I never would go back to visual coding, ever. I won't. Even blueprints. Blueprints are like the best visual scripting that I feel like exists. And I wouldn't go back to it. Because it's harder to organize, it's harder to read, it doesn't give as much control. It's harder to sort through and refactor. It's a mess. I think visual coding is a mess. And I think there could be some version of visual coding that could exist someday that is better in those ways, but I haven't seen it, and I don't really care because I like text code. So yeah, I was a convert to text code. What's up, Slazer? Learn Godot by watching videos or by following the official website. Yeah. That's what that is a way. Those are ways. I would say I do that. I have done that. Yeah, that's it. That's good advice. There's also, websites that have tutorials besides the documentation. But yeah, I think that's a good way to learn. There's other ways you could like take apart other people's projects and try to learn how they work. But yeah, I think that's good advice, Slazar. Welcome. The worst thing in Unreal, in my opinion, is that I don't like blueprints, and also I don't want to code with C++ because I don't want to die, but the engine is very cool. Yeah, I mean, part of me is interested in C++ because it's such an old, very old, and, powerful language, but yeah, I don't particularly want to go learn it. I'm not, like, excited to go try to learn it anytime soon. Yeah, and Unreal Engine is cool. It's super cool. Nice. Alright, I think this animation is alright. So after we collect our power up, the orb is gonna, or the text is gonna bounce up. The number changes, and then it bounces a little. Yeah, it could be perfected, but it kind of generally does something neat. It's better than the last time you saw it? Let's go. Yeah, I've made some improvements. Mainly, that when we add points here, it will keep the minimum and the score. So before, it would just update to 40 in this case. But now it stays at 30 out of 30 until we click it, and then the animation bounces up. It became so cool! And it does that. And so now I kind of want a little more juice. Not much more. I mean, definitely like a particle effect would be neat, but that's starting to get ridiculous. I'm not gonna actually do that. But maybe we could at least change the color of it or something. Let me go back to the 2D. So whenever we get the maximum, it does like flash this orange color for really no particular reason other than it kind of stands out. I'm gonna grab that color though. That hex code for that color, and I'm gonna maybe try to use that here. Let me reset that back. I'm gonna try to use that here. Maybe at that moment the color will change. What I really like is I'd love for it, I still wish I could make it bigger. I wish I could do, oh, I can! Oh, it will get bigger. Whoa, because we're outside of the margins. It allows us to make it larger now. Dang! Oh, oops, I meant to do that. Wow! I would love to do that. I mean, one thing I don't love about it is that it's growing, it's not growing from the center. That is kind of hideous to me. But, I mean, I don't think that's going to be something nice to change. I don't even know if I can change that. Like, maybe I can change that. I don't even know. I'm not even gonna worry about that right now. Vertical alignment, horizontal alignment. Like, I could put this, if I put that in the center, will that? No, that didn't change it. Yeah, I could try setting the alignment to the center. Yeah, it's like not... I feel like I have to change the anchor, and that I have a feeling I'm gonna regret if I do. Making a lot of code tutorials myself. Wow, I just love coding. Started GDScript in 2024. Pretty cool one. Wow, that's awesome. I love that you make tutorials. I don't really enjoy making tutorials that much. There's some that I've thought I might do because if I often like figure something out, like a workflow that I couldn't find anywhere else, I'm like, maybe I'll make a tutorial about that so that way there could be the tutorial that I always wanted would exist. It's a lot of work to teach well. That's really cool, Sable. I'd love to check those out when you start making them. Going from C# to GDScript was hard at first. Oh, you were like maybe doing Unity or something? I mean, that makes sense. GDScript was my first text coding language, so I didn't have really anything to get confused by. But I guess if you already knew something like C#, having to like switch tracks, I could imagine you might try doing something like you would in C# in GDScript, but then like, oh wait, that's C#, not GDScript. I hear it's great to learn different languages though. So yeah, I mean, there might be a way to get it to center when it gets bigger. I don't know. I'm kind of willing to see. Hopefully it just looks good. Make it from up there. Make it from up there. I don't know what those words mean. I assume they mean something, but I don't know what they mean. All right, so this is at size 60 normally. Let's just see what happens when we make it bigger. And maybe it'll just look good enough, you know? So I'm gonna keep it at size 60. Right here, so let's keyframe size 60. And then, so it's gonna go bounds. I'd kind of like it to freeze up there and then get bigger, if I'm being honest. From the scale, oh, up here, I really am afraid. I mean, I particularly don't want to mess with that, honestly. Yeah, I gotcha. Because then it's gonna like sit differently, you know? And actually, that might be the same. Yeah, that didn't do anything, actually. Maybe the anchor, right? Here, I'll try it. Oh, because it's inheriting. I don't even think that's an option here. Because it's inheriting the anchor position from the margin container. And then the margin container is inheriting from the HBox, which is I feel like we can't. I just feel like that's like I'd have to change this, but I don't want to change this. No, it's complicated. Like Godot, I think Godot has pretty good UI stuff, but it generally is actually more complicated than I think it gives itself credit for. Sable says, GDScript kind of reminds me of my JavaScript TypeScript days, web dev era. C# is just well structured and will tell you anytime you make an error. GDScript just seemed messy. Whoa. I don't even know what that means. I just have to take your word for it on that. It took me a long time to figure out how to add all the static typing features to detect errors from miles away, but got it. Whoa. Wow. So like in a way, how GDScript makes itself like easier actually makes it like less effective for debug and stuff. And so you had to take that extra step to make sure that it would be debuggable in the way that you were used to from C#, which mandated that you set it up a certain way. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna actually need to adjust some of this keyframeage a little bit here. So it's gonna go up. I'm gonna actually want it to keep this big size, or this high position. I'm going to go up, kind of stop there real fast while we increase the size and make it small again. It's getting a little fancy with things here. Make it bigger. Keyframe the bigger size. Get the smaller size. Move it over there. And then keyframe the size back down to 60. And then I would probably want to move the function to change when it gets bigger. So it'll be like boing, boing. No, be continuous now. Zoom. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, that not growing from the center is really ugly. It really wants to be growing from the center. It really bothers me quite a bit. And I don't know that there is going to be a super easy way to grow from the center, unfortunately. The role stream mods, that's people who are mods for the stream get that role. It's a weird paradox, but script languages are easier to get in and start with, but harder to master. That makes sense. I see that. I mean, I think there's something intuitive once you kind of generally understand how things work. It's like you have tools in a toolbox, and now I just have to use those tools to solve problems. But maybe the way that you use those tools and the way you solve those problems aren't the best ways to solve those problems, or even good ways to solve those problems. And those start to show problems from those solutions. And then, you know, if you want to start doing even more complex stuff, it can get worse. You can move the pivot. Whoa. Oh. I'll tell you what I told the person who asked earlier. First of all, I need to recognize you for, like, you have to have been here for like a year, right? At least. I haven't added a new stream mod in 2 years. And then also, you just have to be someone who has good behavior. You know, someone who represents what an ideal participant in the chat is, you know? And then besides that, also someone who shows initiative to take modly actions. So helping me out on stream, helping things go more smoothly, greeting other people in chat, you know, generally trying to help out in ways that are actually helpful. And then also I have to like recognize you for like a long period of time, so I know that you're like in it to win it, and I can get a sense of like your personality over time. So basically you can't be. Like, you probably won't be, but yeah. Again, I haven't added a new stream mod in like 2 years, so I wouldn't look forward to it. But there's been one person in that 2 years who has come through, who has done some things that I'm like, ooh, that's a little modly. You giving some modly vibes. But even then, you know, I still need to like see that person come back over a long period of time before they get that level of trust. That's just how it works. GDScript allows you to get things done instead of tinkering with types and architecture. Totally. Also, welcome, Remy. It will shoot you in the foot, but for prototyping purposes, messy code is perfectly fine. So true. That's really well said. Yeah, I think it is nice to get started and get involved. And the thing is like, you know, I think a lot of us are willing to learn how to code better, but it can be very off-putting if you're just getting started out and it's really hard to get started. So being able to do something messy and prototype your own skills, prototype yourself, you know, a little bit, that can be really advantageous as well. C# is like having your mom yelling at you, clean your room, every time you miss a type. GDScript is all about knowing how to clean and structure things. Whoa, that analogy is hilarious. I love this. I feel like I'm definitely internalizing these, and someday when if I ever try to learn C#, I'm gonna remember that and appreciate it. Roger is having so much pain managing byte arrays in C#. I bet that means stuff. Okay, so you're saying I can adjust the pivot. I remember seeing that, but I kind of like ignored it. But maybe I shouldn't ignore it. It depends on the person, of course. I tend to overanalyze. Last time I stuck trying to understand C# events, best practices, for 2 whole evenings. That's kind of exciting if you're willing to be interested in that. Best practices, learning all that. Well, yes. I mean, I know what the word pivot means. That's true. You're right. I'm sorry for saying. Yeah, I know. You're right. That's right. Absolutely. And there was a setting, but I wanted to see exactly what the words that they used were. Pivot to size 2 on X and Y. Let's see. So I just need to find where that is. Here, pivot offset. Is that what we're looking for here? I don't know. Oh, I can't even change this here. So that's the thing. I don't really know where I adjust that. You know? Control, layout, transform, pivot. If you move it to the center of your control node, it will scale evenly on all 4 sides. Control, layout, transform, pivot. Yeah, well, I see pivot offset. Now this is just for the label, but maybe I want to go on the margin container because this is inheriting from that which is above it. So if I go to the margin container above it, control, layout, transform, pivot offset, I can't adjust that because that's inheriting from the H box. So this is why this is a little tricky. So if I come up here to control, layout, transform, pivot, again, it's being inherited from the V box above that. Layout, transform, pivot offset. It is being inherited by that which is above it, which is the overall margin container, which contains a bunch of things. It is pivot offset. Then you get your script and set it to size divided by 2 and your node is ready. Okay. Seems like a lot for this little effect. Where I could also just be like, what if there isn't the effect? What if it just doesn't do that? Then adding all this in here that I might end up changing someday anyway, because this might not be the final UI in the game. But it's fun to solve problems, and I'm curious. So let's take it a little bit further. So layout, it doesn't have a parent, that's good. Layout, transform, pivot offset, we can finally adjust it. I will say this isn't causing any problems, but it's also not resulting in anything being different. So I really have to take your word for it that this would make a difference. Because this margin container, I mean, I've adjusted the pivot offset, but it is... I mean, I'm obviously not putting it in the right places. Size divided by 2. So the size is 498. So if I make that 2, or basically 250, more or less. If I set that to 250, will I notice it look better? I don't know. I don't know. I'm dubious. I'm a little dubious of this. And then we could do Y as well. About 100. I don't know. I don't see a lot happening. It actually did even less than I thought it would. It did absolutely nothing. So I don't even know. I do see that this is moving, right? Yeah, it is open source. Yeah, the GitHub repo is in the description box. I see that this is moving to the center, for sure. But that's not affecting the text that it's inheriting all the way down the line, or inheriting down to here. So I don't really know. It has to be the pivot of the node itself, not the container. Yeah, it's weird since it's inherited. It's like there's nothing I can do, as far as I can tell. Kind of a weird thing. I don't know. Let's see. You'd set it by code. Yeah, I understand. Thank you for the good streams. You're welcome. Thank you for saying that and checking them out. I watch almost every stream, but rarely type in chat. You're very shy. That's okay. That's so nice of you to say that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that it's something that you want to check out. It's my pleasure. You know, I'm here to just work on my game, hang out, and yeah, do the best I can to have as high quality a stream as I can while still getting progress done on my games. It's a weird balance, but I like it. If I didn't do these streams, I would never get work done on my game. But I like it to be a good balance. It helps me get a game done, and maybe other folks enjoy checking it out. So I really appreciate you saying that. It means a lot. Keeps me motivated to hear that. We use the pivot stuff in the fancy controls add-on that you made. Oh yeah, I remember that, as that is where it offsets itself to center on the objects. So there's definitely something here. There's definitely something here. I just, I don't know if I care enough to worry about it. So yeah, so I mean, the growing from this, let's just see how it looks in the game, right? Like, how does it actually look in the gameplay? Probably bad. Probably not good. Maybe it looks better than I thought. I mean, actually, that wasn't that bad. It's pretty fast. So there's the level up. Now I'm gonna pick a power up. It's gonna change. You know, I gotta be honest. It doesn't look that bad. It might be better if it was centered, but I don't know. It kind of works. It's not bad enough that I'm like, oh, we have to just get rid of all of it. I kind of like it. I'm actually very okay with it. But I do want to adjust the timing just a smidge. So it goes, boop. I think it could be a little bit longer. And we have to be careful because if it's too long, it's gonna, yeah, see how it bounced a little? We don't want to make it that long. But let's see if we can just min-max it so it's just short enough. Nice, that seemed fine. And then I kind of want to do the color change as well. I think I still have that color on the clipboard. So you can say when it gets to the maximum size. Actually, I kind of like it being offset. And then grab the label. Go to the font color here. I do want to keyframe it as the default color. Push that like there. And then I'm gonna add another color on here to that orange. And then keyframe that. And then of course I want it to go back, so it's gonna go boink. And then on the way down, it can go back to the white. All right, let's see what that looks like. Just to give it, I just want to give it a little more juice. A little more juice. Doesn't have to be the juiciest it could ever be. Because I'm not even sure this is going to be like the final design of everything. But at least for now, I want it to feel good. Okay, pick a power up. Joe, nice. Now, I mean, it's a little weird because it almost feels like I earned it. Like I earned. There's a bit of like a UX problem in my mind because when I get to 20, it flashes orange and it gets bigger, which in this case is saying, "Yay, you did it! Good job! Hooray! Gift of level up." Well done. And then when I hit this, it does the same kind of thing where it gets bigger and the color changes, which almost is like saying, you did another good thing, here you go. But it actually isn't a good thing. It's like, now you have more work to do. You know, and I'm not a big fan of using color as the only indicator for something. So I don't want to just like change the color. But there's something I do like about it. I think I'll just let it ride, and maybe later on I'll realize how it could be better. It's kind of good enough for now. Mio Michael says, I've been trying to find a tutorial for making a score appear on screen on Godot. Was it easy to display text on your screen? I think so. I can at least try to show you what I've done. I want it to stay in the corner of my viewport. Oh yeah, it's... Honestly, UI stuff is wacky. This is all open source, by the way, so you can head to the GitHub link in the description box if you want to check out the project, set it up on your computer and stuff. But I will explain what I can, the best I can. I'm not a great educator, so I can't make promises that it'll be the best tutorial, but I'll show you a little bit. The animated score is so cool. I missed a lot on my way home from work. Yeah, we do it. Oh, I love to hear that. I'm glad it like seems like there's progress, because it does to me. But it's cool to hear that like from the outside it looks like progress too. Canvas layer, yes, canvas layer node is really helpful, and you can that's kind of going more off of that idea of you can make messy, quick things in Godot, and it not necessarily be a problem, but it actually could be a problem. You don't have to make a canvas layer node. You can do stuff without one, but you're gonna start hitting little snags along the way and be like, why do I have these snags? And then that's what you should do. Whatever's in the canvas is basically in sort of a floating screen in front of everything else. Yeah. Oh, Sable, I love you helping people out. That's awesome. Thank you. I used to have a like points system way back in the day when people would be helpful to other people. They would get karma points, and then it would just be like a leaderboard. And I don't know, I stopped doing it. But you would definitely be getting a lot of karma points. If you want a UI guide, that's like 98% of my work. Really? Wow. Well, I know you were talking about making tutorials. You'd be good at it. So the way that I have this set up is definitely a canvas layer. And then I use a margin container. And this margin container is the top level node here. And let me get out of the way. And it's locked, it's anchored into the top left, right? So I have the anchor preset to top left. So that way it will stay up there always. That's really like the bare minimum that you need. That is what it looks like, Frank. Is a margin container anchored to the top left. Now, within a margin container, I have this VBox container. You don't have to organize it this way, but for me, this made sense because I have the abductions on top, right? And then I have the score underneath. And so this will like automatically arrange it. So if I wanted to put the score above the word abductions, I can move this, and the VBox, the vertical box, will automatically sort it all out. It actually doesn't look that bad. Actually, I don't hate the way that looks, if I'm being honest with you. But yeah, that's kind of that idea. And then, so I have the score text up here, and this inherits pretty much everything from it. So let's say I wanted to add something new into there. Like, let's make a button. Why not? Put a button in there. Button! There it is. You know, we can adjust the text, maybe be on the left. Maybe make that text be a little bit, none of that really matters, but then I can, you know, change the organization. It all kind of stays in there. If I go outside of the VBox, it actually just goes behind it a bit. But really, a margin container locked in the top left is going to be probably the easiest way to get what you're trying to do. And then you want a label, and that label is what you're going to keep updated with the score. Now, for that canvas layer at the top, I've got a script on there. And that canvas layer script keeps track of the score. Kind of. I have the score on a global variable, but in the process function here, I don't know if I necessarily want this in the process like that, but technically I could. I do. That's the way I do it right now. So we have label score. So I've set up the label on the onReady variable. So here's an onReady variable, label score. That's score number. So the score number is there in my scene tree, right back there. And then I've just onReadied it right here. So that's the same thing. That's just that label that's over there. And basically I say .text, label score .text equals, and we take that score value. So whatever variable you have for the score, 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, don't put 1, 2, 3, 4 in there, but that variable that gets updated with the score, you just wrap it in str with parentheses. So that's saying convert that which is in here to a string, and then you can set the text of the label to be that, and just have it update. You don't necessarily have to put it in process, but as often as you want it to be updated, that's where you would put that code. And then if you want it to be locked in the top left or whatever, use the margin container. Not a great tutorial, but that's generally how that is being set up. Spirit says, I found a snippet from a big video where I explained the pivot thing very quickly. Whoa, wow, I gotta check out your videos. I gotta remember that. It was done out of a container though. Could mess the VBox up. Oh, okay. Yeah, send it on Discord. You can always post in, you can do however you want, but there is a live text channel, which, you know, then maybe other people could find it too. Live text, put it in there. You could also even do it in the Godot section. It's up to you where you want to put it, really. Just to put it in general. That's so boring. It deserves better than that. Or you can just DM it to me. That's fine too. But that's awesome. I need to at least remind me about you so I can check out your channel. I'm very excited. Very excited. Okay, so that's all that. So we've got the animation set up. It increases. I feel good about that level of juice. I feel like that's a task that is done there. Let me just see where we're at. Sweet dreams fun. Okay, I'm going to drag this. I'm going to actually get the points this time. I'm not going to cheat the points up. Yeah, I just want to feel it in context. I want to see what it all feels like. Whoop, drag that up. Smack that apart. Get some more points. We got points. Only need 6 more. So much better. That fix with the slurping. The fact that it just counts the point as soon as you collide with it. Such an upgrade. Okay, there we got a couple points. Get that one. Okay, so now it's gonna be... Right, so I want that level complete thing. That would be like my next step, I think. So it says, yay, you did it, you got it, you got it. Might even keep that a little bigger. I don't know if it makes sense for it to go back to normal size. It'd be kind of nice if it was still big, but maybe that's overkill. Probably doesn't really matter. Now I'm starting to get too deep in the details. Click on that, it rises up. I almost feel like it rises up a little slow. I know I'm being nitpicky. All right? I do. But I kind of want it to just jump up a little faster. You're new to content creation. Okay. Started this March. All right. That's cool. It's exciting. Welcome to the world of content creation. I haven't made any videos. I have, but I don't have any of them listed. I kind of like live streaming. I am working on videos, but it's a different beast making videos than live streams. That's for sure. But yeah, good luck on your journey. I love it. I love it, fellow content creators. And I love game dev creators especially. Game dev YouTube is amazing. So I just feel like this is a little slow. Like, I want that to be faster. I know. It's kind of unnecessary, but I'm going to scooch all of these over. Zoop. Maybe even faster. Just like hurry it up. Zoop. we want to come out a little bit to 3.4. It is at 3.4. 3.5. Okay. One last check. So the next thing I want to work on, I want to actually have like when you get that level up moment, and I want to time that level up, like you just leveled up. I want to time that with the lag spike. The lag spike is unfortunately a necessity. There's not a lot I can do about the lag spike. That just has to be okay. Oh, I missed it. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to fix too, actually. I wanted to fix, like you see how like the cow is actually kind of in the orb, but the orb isn't collecting it yet. I kind of want to extend how big that area is, be a little bit more generous to the player. That's something that I forgot I wanted to do too. All right, let's get these levels up here. Mio Michael says, I have found a ton of small creators in game dev YouTube in the past months, and I love how creative and helpful you guys all are. I really appreciate the patience and effort. Let's go! Let's go! It's nice to give back. I mean, especially because of how much help I know I get from game dev YouTube. So it's like kind of beautiful to feel that I can also give back to that. Let's go. Let's freaking go. We're all in this together. We're trying to be. Let's drag this up. Oh god, I should just cheat my way up. I'm just gonna cheat my way in. Okay, that goes up. I'm gonna test this animation. Zoop. Yeah, that's better. That's better. All right, we'll see. We'll see. So when we actually collect all those points, let's do the debug level, because it's, well, actually it doesn't really matter. We can do it here. I'd like to actually collect the cows all the way up, but then have this menu up on screen. But try to notice the lag spike that's gonna happen. So I'm gonna add points. When we hit 10, see how it like stops a little bit? That's because it's loading in level 2. And it'll, depending on how big the level is, that will be longer, potentially. And so I want to actually time that lag spike with something in the game to try to mask it a little bit. And what I want to time it with is, so when we get 10 out of 10 or whatever, I want an animation to say, you know, level up, big on screen, just like, you know, get small and get bigger. And then when level up is at the biggest, then I want the lag spike to hit. I want it then to load in level 2. So it's like freezing level up. Now it might be a little weird because, I mean, right now we see like the player is walking, right? That's gonna be changed. We'll have an idle animation, which then you would see that freeze. So the lag spike is gonna affect, it's not gonna be completely invisible. I'm just kind of gonna have to be okay with that. But if we can like generally kind of hide it, I'm okay with that. We'll see. I'll experiment with different stuff. But yeah, so I'm thinking that once that level up gets the biggest, then the lag spike can hit. And then once that lag spike is done, the level up can get small again. And then the orbs descend down and you click on them and you go to the next level and it continues. So I think that's the next thing that I want to try to do. Although I kind of want to actually even, I don't know. I also want to change like the orb radius. That shouldn't be too hard, actually. That actually is probably really easy. I think all I have to do is increase the collision shape for this. I think that'll be really easy, right? In theory, as long as a collision shape isn't being used for something. Wait, the collision shape is, oh no, wait, is it small? Oh, I think it's about the exact right size. It's kind of hard to tell. What is that collision shape size? The mesh is at radius, oh no, the radius of the mesh is at 0.8. Wait, it's a tiny little collision. Well, no wonder. The collision is itty bitty. Make it bigger. Let's make it the actual size of it. Oh, well. I see what might have happened there. I didn't make the collision shape of the big score dunk unique from the small power-up orbs. So when I made the power-up orbs half the size of the score dunk, that also made the score dunk collision half the size. So oops. Let's make that unique then. Make it unique. Did that mess up these, or are these all now going to be still linked? Okay, those are still linked. Cool, 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 cool. Come the collision shape in here, bring us up to point A. That'll make a big difference. It still might be a little too small, but that is... well, that was even easier than I thought it would be. Okay, there we go. There we go. So let me just try dragging a cow up there. Oh, much better. Oh, nice. You see how quickly that snapped? Boop. Yes. Oh, it's even a little too generous. Zoop. No, that's great. Oh, that makes it so much easier. Boop. Nice. Well, that was great. Glitched Code says, welcome Glitched. I noticed you were static typing your variables. This leads me to a few questions. I noticed you have functions that don't have type parameters or return type annotations. Is there a reason for this? Yeah, there is. The reason is I haven't gotten to it yet. I actually was only convinced that I should be static typing like a few days ago. And so today is really the first day that I'm going through my code and I'm statically typing when I come across it. You know, I'm not really... I could go through and say, all right, let's do everything. Let's go do everything. Let's static type all of the variables. But like, I'm kind of just, as I stumble on them, static typing them. And I've got it on my project manager to-do list. I've set that up. Thank you for sharing that tutorial. I've got it on my to-do list to, you know, go through and actually statically type everything. But for now, it just kind of as I come across it, I'm updating it, and I haven't really. So where is it? I want to prove. There it is. Make every variable, and let's even update it based on what you're saying. No. You make an excellent point, because I do mean that when I put this in here, that I not only want to do the variables, variable/function static type hinted. I want them all to have that. Honestly, I'm a little more intimidated by the function typing, not because I can't figure it out. I just like, you know, I already know how to do it with these, and you know, the delta void, the void thing, I don't know. I'll deal with that. So, to make a long story short, I'm getting there, and I want it to be throughout all of it. And the reason why, what made me want to do that, someone in the Discord shared this link, which is not going to come as a surprise to so many of y'all. But for me, again, Godot is my first text code experience, GDScript. This was news to me. So I this article, I'm putting it in the chat right now. This article tells you, basically convinces you that it's much faster. Godot runs better if you type things, and it's easier for debug, which makes so much sense now that I understand that. And so I'm going through and I'm doing them all as I can. I see. Well, here's one. You can static type your for loops, which is something I've never seen in people's tutorials about static typing. Whoa, let's do it. I love that. Let's do it. I love it. Then I gotta find all of my for loops. Yeah, well, again, just as I stumble on them. Here's one. Found one. For meshes in children. Whoa. This is looking for, what is this even looking for? Material override? Oh, that's kind of a tough one. I guess this is looking for mesh instance, right? Oh, wow. Mesh instance 3D. Like that. What is this one for? What is this one even for? What the heck is this? Scripts mesh? I don't even think I'm using this. Oh! What is this for? I don't remember what this code is for, if I'm being honest with you. I don't remember. Why would I be changing the color of these things? I don't know. This is just... Does anything have this script attached to it? This is maybe not the best example. But noted. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, gosh. This is intimidating. Yeah, I love learning. I love learning here, too. You guys all teach me so much. I feel that, Michael. I feel that. I haven't missed a single type in my tutorial. Huge type police there. Nice. That's the tutorial to go for, then. Sounds like Glitched, you would appreciate that tutorial. Depending on your project, you can have up to like 25% boost from just static typing. Right, I know, because I realized I do have so many opportunities to static type, and I do need to be cutting corners with performance. I do feel that, and it's so easy, and it feels so doable. So, yeah. Too bad, because GDScript is so good. Wait, what? I know the stubborn ones that won't even give GDScript a chance. Oh, that's too bad. Oh. Mio Michael says, I'm learning so much. Let's go. Sable said, I'm one of the few survivors who did the jump to GDScript from C# instead of using C# Godot. Yeah, I feel like you lose a lot using C# and Godot. Now, again, I don't have much experience with that, but from what I've seen, you lose a lot of built-in engine functionality by doing that. I like putting all the errors/warnings in the editor for types, unsafe casts, etc. as errors to strictly enforce myself. Wow. Yeah, wait, I think someone even mentioned that in the Discord, in this here. You can make Godot force you to use it by setting it as an error. Right, untyped declaration. Oh, that's brutal. Oh man, with all of the code that I've typed that hasn't been typed, all the code that I've typed that hasn't been typed, oh god, I would be here all day. That's an entire stream. Oh man, we wouldn't be able to run anything. That's pretty cool though. Noted. Noted. You made yourself an add-on to quickly toggle them all instead of going one by one. Wow. The only thing irritating to you is not being able to type dictionaries. You can't type dictionaries? And it's not even a confirmed feature. Oh, I do remember that, right? Because it can't, like, infer what's in the dictionary, right? Or something like that. I actually do remember getting that error. There's more than just that, but yeah. It will be a yelly negative Nancy. Okay. All right, now real quick, I'm not gonna do any more for loop typing. Type dictionaries have been talked about, but not implemented. Nice. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll update this. Function variable loop. All right, we'll add that. I need to use the loo real quick. So I'm gonna run colorful stuff. Oh, I should really do a GitHub push too. Let's run the debug level. And then I'm gonna do that level up thing. We're gonna get that little level up juice going. I need to get a different kind of juice going real quick, if you know what I mean. Let's... I'm so sorry. Let's just pump the tunes. I will be back in 2 minutes or less. If you're co-working along with me, go ahead, stretch your legs, get yourself a snack or whatever. I will be right back. Two minutes or less. 2 minutes or less. all right. Friendly, loving, generous reminder that if you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button, consider pressing that like button. Thank you if you're willing to do it. It means more people will see this live stream while we are here and after we go live. So thank you for hitting that like button. If you do, if you're watching on the shorts feed, hit the 3 dots in the top left, and that's where you can find it. Thank you guys, appreciate it. All right. The loop type is just typing the property you declare in the for property in the properties. It's a lot of property. In fact, the loop type is just typing the property you declare in the for property in properties. There's an implicit variable property there. Those words sound true. The best way to reinforce your own understanding is to help and explain to another person. This is why teaching not only helps others, but helps others learn something new, but helps yourself too. Totally, yeah. I know, and like, I was just talking about this earlier, the like rubber duck debugging, right? And I feel like that's like what I do here. Like when I'm like talking out, because I talk to myself to help me, but I do it the most when I'm streaming because I want to make sure we're all like on the same page and stuff, you know? And so, but it's just a funny thing. It's like put a little rubber duck right there on your computer and then describe your code line by line to the rubber duck. And then like maybe by doing that, you hear things out loud and it can help you like learn things and figure out stuff. But it's really helpful to just be able to have chat be the rubber duck and then I learn things and it helps me with things. But especially making tutorials in and of itself. Yeah, it reinforces stuff for sure. Solidify your own understanding. Yeah, absolutely. The hardest part of coding is just understanding what every instruction means, translated into English. Whoa. I like that. That's a cool way to describe it. Quack. All right, let's add some level up juice. So, I'm gonna need some text to actually play when a level up occurs. I gotta kind of think about what I want this text to be. Do I want it to just say level up, or do I want it to have like more information, like level 2? No, I think that's boring. I mean, we could have like something on here that tells you what level you're on, but I don't know, it's kind of boring. I think I'd rather think about when this level up occurs. It's a little tricky. I kind of need like a button. I think I'm gonna add a debug button that increases the points because I don't like having to open that menu up. To be able to really visualize what's happening, I think it's gonna be better if I have like a single key that I press. So I'm gonna add, I have these like numbers up here that are just debug buttons that I am very much gonna need to remove out of the final game or there's just gonna be cheats all over the place. Debug 5, 6. Okay, looks like we don't have a debug 7. Did we set up 1 or is, wait, oh, 2 is doing nothing. Currently debug 2 does nothing. Well, I know what it does now. I think we can just say messenger add point or abduction. Maybe we say abduction and we just call with 1. Oh, right, emit. Abduction emit 1? Is that, did I don't know if that's what it actually is looking for, but I think that'll work. Let's find out. Press 2. Yep, that did it. Wow, and you could see the lag spike was even before it increased the number. So I'm gonna press this key. Wow, so I really want to change the position of that lag spike for sure. Alright, so do I want it to say level up? Yeah, let's just have to say level up in big text, then it'll just come forward. I think that's fine. So I want that to be on the HUD canvas layer over here. And let's add a new label. I guess I want that to be its own thing. I probably should put a margin container. Yeah, because in case I want to like add things on there, let's just be assiduous and and put a margin container in there. And then drop the label in. And if I want to do more like a V-box, like maybe underneath the level, there could be some extra level up. There could be some information. I don't know. Good job. Congrats. Your alien has gotten stronger. Time to pick up a, you know, whatever. I can add that in at some point. So for the margin container itself, I want that to be in the center. So let's anchor it as such. And obviously I want it to be a little larger. I'm not exactly sure how big I'm going to want it, but we can figure that out. It probably will adjust, could adjust to the label. Level up. I want that to be centered, would be lovely. Horizontal alignment, center. Vertical alignment, center. Let's make it quite a bit larger there. It's looking a bit tiny. Theme overrides, font size. I just want to drag it. I just want to click it and drag it, please. There we go. Level up. I have been using the same font across the project, right? Do we have a couple different fonts? I think we're just using the one, like what Abductions has. The Abductions font is... Theme overrides, fonts... Agrandir wide. Yeah. That's the one that we're using everywhere, pretty much. I'm pretty sure. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I would say consistency, visual consistency is important to me. So we're gonna say font, quick load, Agrandir. Oh wait, which one was it? I already forgot. There's a lot of different ones, apparently. Score text, wide black italic. Okay. Wide black italic. Nice. Juicy. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. It's been a while, but if I'm not mistaken, you can use if OS has featured debug and put your debug controls in there. Then they would only work when it's a debug build or running from the editor? Really? That's a thing? Wow, I didn't know that. That is news to me. I like that. I like that a lot. What? That would just be one less thing to have to remember later. Yeah. Wow. Yes, Frank, it's all about the juice. Okay. Okay. So... Oh, also, I need to give you a Godot consultant credit. These credits entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. Glitch code, have we given you any at any point? I don't know. I don't think so. Nigh is the time. Juice. Glitched code, at the very least, a Godot consultant credit. And just for that little tip, I gotta throw a debug credit up your way. Where's those? There's debug. I lost it. There's so many. Debug tools? I guess that's debug tools. Technically, I think that's what that is. Okay, now I'm curious to try that. So literally, we just do like an if statement. If OS has featured debug. So the editor would like already, that would already be true for the editor then? If OS, oh, sorry, shorts feed, I forgot to close that. If OS has feature debug, wow. Let's try it. See if it works in the editor. That's a sweet hot tip. I have a point that makes me not at last place. I'm a winner. Yes, absolutely. It still works. The debug, so it's true in the editor. The debug tools are working. That's awesome. That's so cool. I could do a build real quick. Yeah, you're even further than last place. Like, let me sort them real quick. Do a little data sort. If there are places, technically, you would be in, I think this is technically 48th place. You can check the method in the in-editor documentation. That's true. Oh, good idea. I'm gonna fix a drink and stuff. All right, cool. Enjoy. Just found an OS is debug build. Whoa. Oh, that sounds even better. Oh, thanks, Nightbot. I only recently added Nightbot, but yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, so, well, now we've got to give another credit. We have to. This is the rules. That goes to Sable here. Debug tools. Blammo. Done. Sort it. I wish it sorted automatically. The automatic sort formula was a nightmare, so I just didn't bother. Updating your C# converting more stuff cause speed. Okay, it's working. Nice. This time real lurk. Okay, Sable, thanks for lurking. Okay, so and it was is debug. Oh, I forgot. I need to do a GitHub push. Is debug build. Nice. And then in the documentation, returns true if the Godot binary used to run the project is a debug export template or when running in the editor. That's awesome. Oh, that's so nice. I'm going to use this in places. Returns false if the Godot binary used to run the project is a release export template. To check whether Godot binary used to run the project is an export template. Oh. Use OS has feature template instead. Wow, you guys are smart. You guys are smart. It also works if you wanted to use custom feature tags when exporting. What does that mean? Feature tags? I mean, is that like, whoa. Like, oh. I almost, that inspires me, but I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds kind of cool. Even the Eldritch Abomination doesn't want my soul anymore. What in the world? Such as making a demo tag when exporting to use has feature demo to lock off parts of the game? Whoa, I gotta share this with my friend. I've gotta share this with my friend. I have a friend who is, some of you might know them, Pierogigon. Who was doing the very thing, making like a demo version of a game and a paid version. And I think would be very keen to know that. I don't know if Pierogigon is here or not, but I will pass this on immediately. I'm just gonna send that message right now. That's a hot tip. There's a lot of hot tips going around today. I love to see it. Okay, I'm just sending this to my friend because this is good. This is good stuff. There's a way to block off parts of a game for demo versus paid. Look into os.hasFeature and or os is debug build, but probably the first one. All right, anyway, just had to get that out of the way. Cool. Thank you. When you export a game, you have the option to add your own feature tags. If you go to export real quick, Dragon Blade would not do that. Whoa. Why? 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 Why not? It's interesting. It's all very interesting. That's right, Frank. If you go into project export, add a build like when, yeah. Yeah, we could even just build one for now, just see what happens. Oh yeah, I did message you, Pierogi. Okay, Pierogi-gun's here. It's very easy to bypass. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what Pierogi-gun was thinking, like in terms of, I don't remember what they were going to do originally, but it's certainly an option to look into. I wonder what isn't as easy to bypass then. Right, like variables, that sounds bypassable as well though. Like what, I guess my question would be what isn't bypassable? If you don't care about piracy, then sure, but otherwise it's quite simple to bypass. Even Cheat Engine can do it. I guess it's like a whole thing to figure out what's the best way to go. Features. Oh, feature list. Wow. Custom. Bunny hop. Bunny hop. Money bags. Monopoly. Take a hike. There you go. Custom feature list. I don't know what is good about them, but there they are. I was gonna use a Boolean variable is limited and use that to turn features on or off. Might as well use the feature thing. I guess that's not secure either. Yeah, I wonder what is that. That's probably a whole rabbit hole to go into. Boolean change is easy to change as well. Yeah. Yeah, and I think Rogi, I think their attitude was also like, you know, is it, if somebody's willing to go that far to change it, like, do they really care, you know? And I guess it comes down to which one is harder to crack, the variable one or the OS one, the feature tag one. You can always do both. Also give notes that say available in full version. Yeah, interesting. All right. What am I doing? Oh, we did the OS. Yeah, I mean, that's it's nice to do the debug build thing, which I guess, you know, means if someone wanted to cheat in the game and they wanted to activate the debug buttons, right? And they wanted to just add points randomly, then they could. So that's almost concerning. People could mod the game and like play a cracked version, a cheating version of it. I don't really know what I care about in that regard. They have to be tech savvy and be willing to put in the effort, yeah. If there's a correct way to do it, that's anti-piracy. I'd like to know about it, but won't spend much effort learning it for this project. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, is level up text. It's looking a little large to me. I feel like it could be not that large and still be good. Let me shrink it down. You're too close to finishing it. It's a studying tool. Will cost $3 at the most. Like, who cares? Yeah, makes sense. Shrink it down. Yeah, in the future. Yeah, same. Same. Best anti-piracy is regional pricing. Well, yeah. I mean, of course. Not of course, but I mean, I would think that in combination with other things, right? Because even if you lower the price down in a region where it would cost more, there's still going to be people who want to pirate it. But that's a good point. I mean, that's not a bad point at all. And there's other uses, right? So you could also have a flag to check, like, maybe if people are on Windows or Mac or something. Yeah. There's a will, there's a way. For sure. Right, I feel like it's a deterrent thing. Like, and that's where the regional pricing comes in. Like how, or if you encrypt it, right? I mean, that might slow your game down. If you add the variables, if you add the debug feature, or not the debug, the feature tags, you know, all that stuff. It's just how many deterrents can you put in their way before they give up, you know, is about the best you can do in a general sense, right? Make any part of your code collapsible. So just above your debug stuff there. Yeah. Wait. What? Wait, what? Whoa, that's cool. I didn't know that. Why are you teaching me so many cool things? Region dev controls. How would I even structure that? Like this? Is this real? You're making this up. And region. Oh, it worked! What? Look at that little... Yeah, but Rogie, look. It's got a little special icon. Look, it's got like a purple box. It's got a purple box. What? This is awesome. What the heck? That's so cool. That's so cool. I freaking love that. I'm gonna use that all the time. What? Dang, racking up the credits today. What in the world? I don't even know what I call this. That's just Godot Consultant. I can't, I'm not making the category for that. Dang. That's awesome. Beautiful. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you for teaching me these things. I'm unsatisfied unless all the functions I am not currently working on are collapsed. I can understand that. I can appreciate that. I mean, something that bothered me was that I didn't have that level of control, and I love that now that I know how to do that. There's also other built-in words like to-do warning. Oh yeah. I remember when Godot 4.2 first came out, I was still stuck on 4.1 for reasons. And so I was just like, well, I don't get those cool features. And then I just forgot to like come back and start using them. But I should do that. Yeah, just add some extra control. I should start doing that. To do warning and error to change the color. Totally. I forgot to use them though. And so that just will, yeah, look at that. To do something. Error, something. Oh, that didn't do anything. Oh, why not? Maybe you made that one up. Warning. Something. I thought they would look better than that. Is that really all that it does? Jeez. I thought it would be a little more fancy. Like, I thought it would be like red and like the whole line or something. Sad, no error. Yeah, I guess not. Still makes it jump out a little though. If you export variables, please tell me you know how to organize them with cat. I do. Yeah. Such a pain in the butt to make this work in V3. Yeah, I do know how to do that. I have that more set up in my game jam template, which I use every Friday for the game jams. But yeah, I don't know if I've done many here. Not in this project. But yeah, that was a really exciting page to explore on the documentation, where you can change how things appear in the inspector. I do know about that, and I love that stuff for sure. Alright, I'm gonna increase this font size a bit. Click on the label. Let's see what that looks like. Just kind of want to feel it out, see if it feels right, feels like the size that I want. Because we're going to animate into this. Yeah, that seems okay. It's a bit large. Oh, and you can customize them. Oh, gotcha. So it's like on a per, not even project basis. It's on a per editor basis. But I think you can set up editor settings for each project, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, you can. Text editor. Themes. Comment markers. Critical error. Warning error. Critical list. Alert. Attention. Critical. Danger. Security. Warning list. Oh, and so there I could add error. Bug. Deprecated. Fix me. Hack. Task. TBD. To do. Warning. Oh, gotcha. Notice list. Info. Note. Notice. Test. Testing. Alert. Attention. Caution. Critical danger. Not even the word critic or danger. Just critical danger. Oh, man. That Nightbot. I don't mean for that Nightbot to be that way. I like just added it, and it's all like, yeah, I'm ready to squash comments. I'm like, okay, chill. It wants to start YouTube beef. You have Twitch beef with it. I started doing it for the game jam, so people can pull up the rules for the jam easily. Oh, it might not like that I did all caps, though. There it is. I didn't want literally any other features. But, you know, that's okay. It's pretty cool. So alert and note are the ones that will do other stuff. It's interesting that error, like warning, isn't like that big a deal. Like warning, no, that doesn't need to be read. It's just warning. Alert. Ooh, look at that. That really stands out. That pops. Note. Oh, it's green. And there's your little fancy colors. It's a nice thing. It's nice. I'm gonna remember to use that. Thanks for reminding me. Alright, so I think I'm okay with this level up size. It does make sense. I mean, we could always add them in there if I wanted to. So I'm gonna make an animation for that stuff now. So come back to the HUD. Now I already have an animation player in here, but that's for the HUD score. So we're gonna make a new animation player. And this one is gonna be for HUD level up. Okay. Oh, and let's rename the label to level up. I don't think I need to, I guess we can say text, level up text. Oh, I want to design it a little more. I kind of want it to look nicer than that, though. Let's give it an outline. Really, I kind of want it to look just like this other one here. But I need an outline size. Where was the outline size at? We got it up here on this one. Oh, constraints? Constraints. And this one's at size of 20. Okay, come up over here. Constraints, outline size, 20. It might need to be bigger. Yeah, it's going to be bigger for that one, because the text is bigger. Maybe something like that. And then I kind of want to give it that orange color. Okay, there we go. Now, in the animation, we're going to create a new animation. We're going to say level up in, level up start, level up message, something like that. I guess I wanted to change the margin container. Then I'd have to do like the scale of it. Oh, I probably want to set that pivot to be in the center then. Clipboard history, the fancy part Windows feature I see nobody use. Oh, I use it. The fancy pants. Oh yeah, I use it all the time. Oh, I live off of it. I love it. I use it constantly. I also have like pinned things in there. So like sometimes my internet will just like cut out the stream and the stream will like buffer and it'll be gone. And then it'll come back and I put a message in the chat that says stream just dropped. And that's one that I've got on my clipboard. It is a fancy pants. It's very fancy. So it lets you pin stuff too. I've got my own name with an accent mark pinned because that one is, I don't want to have an entire Czechoslovakian keyboard up here to always type the Y. I've got like for a title. Oh, I forgot to change that in this title, by the way. No, I think it's already in the title. I did change it. Stream dropped. Yeah, I love using this. I've got like links. Yeah, it's so, dude, it's so useful. It's so useful. I can't live without it. I need it. I need it. And if anybody's wondering, you instead of Control V, like you would do to paste something, you use like Windows key V or Command V or whatever, and that pops it open. The first time you do it, it'll be like, you know, you have to set it up, and then you just say, yes, please be existing, and then it will just be there, and it's awesome. Text extractor? What is the text extractor? I don't know what that means. But yeah, I think I should do the margin container, because if there's other information I want to add in here, although, you know what would be nice is if there was like a second like message, like let's say I wanted it to be, you know, a V-box. I don't know, I guess I do. I guess I really want it to be a V-box. The more I talk about it, the more I think I want it. But like, you know, in theory, if I had different things on here that I wanted to display, it works like a screenshot but grabs the text from the area. Whoa. Is that built into Windows? That's awesome. Use it on my main scene tab and got this. What? That's so cool, because it got like the node circle. Wow, and then the text and then the X. That's so cool. What's up, Win You World? I know, very fancy. If I make this font size smaller, right? Like just imagine I had like a secondary message on here. I think it'd be kind of boring to just have the whole thing scale up, where instead we could have, you know, the first one pop up on its own, like in a bouncy fashion. It could be like boing, boing, boing. And then this one could pop up right after it, you know, boing, 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 or something. So I think I would want to do it on a per line basis. I think that would be nice. Part of Power Toys. What are these words? Power Toys. What the heck does that even mean? You got cool tricks. You got cool tricks. I think I will just do a V-Box. Like, I don't know what to put here yet, but I just know I want to put something here. Something that is info. You know, like a fun message. Dragon Blade loves Power Toys? Wow. I mean, if Dragon Blade loves it, then I have to consider it. You may not know this, but Dragon Blade is a foremost contributor to this project. If there are to be contributors to this project, Dragon Blade is among the top. So I have a lot of trust in Dragon Blade's perspectives. Built-in image resizer? Whoa. Okay, now, okay, what is Power Toys? Is it a program? It's Microsoft. What? How are they hiding things? Why? Microsoft, let me tell you something, buddy. You're out here hiding cool little features that everybody could benefit from. And instead, you're making news with stuff like recall and logging everybody's, you know, actions and having to walk it back barely. Like, figure it out, man. You're stopping security updates for like the OS that was going to be your last operating system, Windows 10, to force everyone to use your ad-ridden Windows 11. Like, figure it out. Like, come on. What are you doing? Forgive my language. This is a non-cussing stream. Look, my frustration is real. This is cool. Get in the news for this, guys. Come on, man. It's not hard. Jeez. See you later, Sable. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Take care. Thank you for your help. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, I'll see you next time. And yeah, I'll be sure to check out your videos for sure. Thank you for sharing that in the Discord. The curiosity is peaked. I know. I'm like, you know, I mean, we're at that like middle part of the stream where like I've gotten some work done. We've done stuff, but like I'm also willing to go on a little short journey. Power Toys is the playground of the developers at Microsoft, and anything cool and popular from there gets into Windows. Wow. I see people downloading apps or using online tools, and I'm just like, but your computer can do it? Nice. Nice. Love that. Noted. I'm gonna need to like look into this. Oh great, it has AI. Get out of my face. Whoa. Advanced paste. This goes beyond clipboard history. Cool. AI can make mistakes. I kind of like that. If you're gonna do an AI tool, at least admit that it sucks. Always on top? I used to have an auto key hot... Dude, I need this. I used to have an auto hotkey script that would run, that would put my windows on top, because it's actually really useful for streaming. Wow. But the problem with that auto hotkey script is it would increase my CPU usage. It would spike it really badly. And so I stopped I stopped using it because I would notice my frames would drop on the live stream if I did always on top with the auto hotkey script. But you're telling me there's a built-in thing? Wait, do I need to do power toys, or can I just do this? Nuh-uh. Windows Control T. No, it doesn't work. I have to enable power toys. Okay. Consider me incredibly intrigued by this. Okay, it doesn't come with Windows. Well, I'm gonna freaking get it. Now this is Windows, this might be Windows 11. I'm on Windows 10 over here. I have Windows 11 on a different computer, but I'm on Windows 10 here. It's actually a lot nicer for live streaming because Windows 10 isn't constantly doxing me and showing my zip code, address, weather, putting news up here and flashing Cortana and AI Copilot, doing all that crap all the time. The longer I can stay on Windows 10, the better. I can show you the world. Had to install on 11. Pretty sure it's been a long time since I did it. Randomly got this stream on recommend. Never seen live stream game dev. This was cool. Yay! I love that. I'm so glad you got recommended. Yeah, so I'm working on this game. I got a little distracted, but that's okay. It was worth it. I learned about power toys for Windows. But I'm making this game about an alien who is invading Earth, and you play as that alien, and you are here to abduct humans and animals and stuff to get points. There's a minimum number of points you gotta get on each level. And yeah, it's not just about abducting things. You also have to avoid obstacles that can hurt your limbs. And those limbs will break off and shrink over time, which in theory will make playing more difficult. I haven't set up the actual disabilities that you get in the game for getting those damages, but in theory that would happen. And yeah, it's pretty much the game. It's going to be like a roguelike. When you get that minimum number of abductions, you're going to go to the next level and pick some power-ups and stuff. You're watching because of the distraction. And so I'm going to try to get those points so we can get those power-ups. I can also cheat the points up, but it's fun to do this once in a while. Get some points for real. Play the game for realsies. Zoop, zoop, zoop. There's gonna be a bunch of different areas and things. So yeah, so I stream myself working on this. I do 8 to 10 hours twice a week for 3 weeks in a row. Then I take 1 week off, and then I come back. This is my comeback week. So I'll be doing 2 more weeks after this, and I'll be back tomorrow to work on this a little more. It's a learning project. It is a prototype, stuff like that. Just here to see what I can learn and put together what I can and do my best. And so there's the power-ups. Pick a power-up, you go on to the next level, and it loads on in. So yeah, I'm making all the Blender models myself. I'm doing the coding myself, but like, what really code is done by oneself? Like, we all look at tutorials, we get help from friends, we look up stuff online. People in the chat give me a lot of help, and I appreciate it. Sometimes, sometimes the help is more helpful than others. But yeah, I owe a lot of this progress to the advice you guys have given me. So yeah, so right now I've been improving how collecting points looks and functions and stuff like that. Let's just restart it so we go back to the starting level. You just having to swap over to my code account, and the stream was on my home feed. This is weird. I like weird. I'm gonna click it. I like that. Nice. Nice. Thanks for clicking it. I appreciate it. This is just the debug level. It's not a real level. It's just a simple kind of thing that helps with stuff or whatever. So yeah, so I've been working on this in the top left. I also made the collection a little simpler. So there we get the points. When we get to 10, it's going to do a little, wow, a little flash. You did it. I adjusted some of that today. When we collect a new one, it updates the number and it bounces a little and lets you know what the new minimum is for that level. And what I'm gonna set up right now is whenever you actually get to that minimum number, I want it to say level up on the screen. And then what I'm doing is trying to hide a lag spike, which is kind of necessary. So the way that this game works is there are levels that are preloaded in. So there's a bunch of level chunks that just make up every level, so like a strip. You can kind of see, like here, how there's some dirt on the ground, and then there's the cornfield here. This cornfield is on one chunk. This dirt is on one chunk, and they get kind of like set up next to each other. And so that collection of chunks are loaded in when a new, for like level 2, level 3, when a level upgrade happens, those chunks get loaded in, and that brings in a lag spike or like a loading moment. And so what I want is to have an animation when you hit that minimum, that 20. I want an animation to bring in level up, and then I want to try to time the lag spike to that animation ending. So maybe it'll just be a little less conspicuous. Right now, when you stop moving, the character keeps walking with the animation. Eventually, I'll put an idle animation. Obviously, you're gonna see the lag spike a little bit no matter what. I'm okay with that, but I'm just gonna try to mask it a bit. And so when that level up animation finishes, I then want the lag spike to hit. And then when that lag spike ends, I want the animation to come back down. And then we'll have, so if we do this, level up, and then it'll go down, and then you'll pick this. It might even be nice if level up like moves somewhere. I don't know. Seems kind of unnecessary, but it could like move out of the way. And then something else I might try to do if there's time is set up for the power-ups like some text that says what the power-up is and what you're hovering over and things like that. So I'm just trying to add some juice in here to the level up transition and things like that. That's it. That's what I'm up to. Nice looking prototype. Thank you. I appreciate it. Would this also be playable on mobile, or is it a PC game? It's going to be a PC game. I mean, my plan is to release it for free for a little while on itch.io and get some feedback, make some changes, and then I might put it up for like $5 or something on itch.io. And then I'd love to keep getting feedback, and then someday I might come back to it and remake it, maybe with a team, and that version maybe I would put up on Steam or other platforms. I don't know if mobile would be a platform for this game. Maybe. The thing is, you know, the main mechanic is like grabbing things and dragging them, which wouldn't be bad on mobile, actually. It might be quite good on mobile. So who knows, but I'm not optimizing it for mobile. For mobile, you know, the graphics are really hardcore. So, like, they're not, but like compared to what mobile expects they are. So, you know, that would require a lot of changes. So I don't know if it's for mobile. It's not. Let's say it's not for mobile. I would like to make mobile games, though. I assume you make games, too, and stuff. I also like hearing about the stuff you guys work on. But maybe mobile is something you like to do. But for me, I've just been kind of focusing on just making something for PC for now. I think I would want to plan the game as a mobile game from the start if it was going to be a mobile game. You know, there's some games that are really simple, like especially like 2D games that I think work a lot better as either mobile or on other platforms besides mobile, but a game like this, a 3D game like this, I feel like if you're doing that, you need to plan ahead of time. The only frog I need is Michigan JFrog. I bet that means something. All right. So I've got my level up text. Now I just want to make it matter and do things. You don't make games, but you do web dev. Nice. That's cool. So this is not looking very centered to me. The V-box. There we go. Much better. We want the V-box in the center. I don't know exactly what I want to do with the text. For now, I'm just going to hide it, which means that'll just kind of jump down. If I do want to do something, it's there. We'll say level up text 2, something like that. Mio Michael is currently studying Godot and working on a 2D side-scroller platformer. Oh, that's awesome. Nice. Let's go. Often, by the way, I do this stream every Friday on this channel. It's a secret live stream though, where I check out projects that you guys are working on. If you ever want to share it, whether it's just like video or screenshots, or you know what, even a description of it. So I do a stream on Patreon, patreon.com/hypergamedev. It's a free live stream. You just have to sign up on Patreon for free, and then in your email inbox, you'll get a notification that I'm going in this secret live stream, and I play your guys' games and check out your guys' art and things like that. I'd always love to see what you're up to if you ever want to share. And you can share that in the Discord, and then that's where I pull from, is the Discord. I know Michigan without knowing I know Michigan. Oh, okay. Yeah, that song. Hello, my baby. Hello, my... Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Okay. Alright, that sounds familiar. It's one of those scary old songs. That era of songs are scary. It's like vaudeville stuff. I don't trust vaudeville. I don't mess with that. Alright. Level up. For real. No more distraction. Probably. Oh yeah, the Looney Tunes frog. Oh yeah. Oh, Looney Tunes. I don't like Looney Tunes. I don't trust. Looney Tunes is very vaudevillian. It falls into exactly what I'm talking about. I don't like it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. For realsy though, level up. Yeah, level up. Okay. So the animation level up message, I want to do the texts individually. So for this one, let's keyframe it at a font size that is appropriate. The final font size that we're moving up to. And then let's shrink it. I kind of want it to come from 0. 1 is the smallest. That's fine. So we'll bring it down from 1. Obviously, the outline is going to need to be adjusted as well, evidently. So let's set the outline size to be where it is now, and then move on back. Bring the outline down to 0. Keyframe it. Make sure we set these to continuous and not discrete. Zoop. Beautiful. Zoop. Love it, love it. Feels a little fast. Maybe we could add some easing in there to juice it up a bit. Nice. It's pretty good for now. I think a little bit slower, maybe. Cool. Maybe not that slow. Alright, and then we want to say that at that moment, that's where I'm going to call the function that will run the lag spike. So actually, I should rename this. Let's rename this to level up message, level up text in. Glitch Code says, I usually don't make games as helping and teaching people to make games takes all that drive. I usually don't make games as helping and teaching people to make games takes all that drive. I then don't want to make a game in my free time or get distracted and lose interest in 3 days. So normally I just make little tools, apps, or add-ons for my own personal stuff. Interesting. I mean, that's real, like wanting to teach instead of like making stuff. That's fair. That's valuable. It's a contribution. I feel like that's something that you just learn over time, is like where you want to focus your efforts. Maybe you want to do sound design. Maybe you want to do animation. Maybe you want to do teaching. Maybe you want to make tools and add-ons. That's all valid. That's all game dev. It's still game development. And in that sense, that is like your projects, or the tools and the teachings and things. Okay. So that's just the text going in. We can have it end there as well. So that's at 0.475, 0.475. An add-on for other IDEs to let people have backgrounds. You made a Godot add-on to let you have backgrounds? What? That's pretty cool. I don't know what kind of background I'd want to have. Maybe a different color, but like a pattern or something? That sounds kind of devastating. We could even just say if the animation is finished, but let's do let's do a call method. So over on, where does that happen? That lag spike happens, I gotta remind myself where that is. Let me search the code for level update, signal level update, globals, terrain controller, terrain collector, debug menu, UI. Let me see what happens here. Power up chosen, we don't want it there, we want it, oh, it's like the set minimum thing. That's what it is. Set, or not minimum, score minimum. Score minimum met. That's what it is. So one of these is actually going to load in the levels. Probably here. On score minimum met. So this is on the terrain controller script. The terrain controller script is what moves the level forward. And it's what makes, you know, things happen. If you work in a big game, you could have your game art logo as your script back. And that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Branding is very important in corporate scenarios. Freaks. So this is going to... Wow, this does absolutely nothing. Score minimum met is true. Okay. Let's see what else where else that pops up. This Boolean isn't being used by anything. Maybe that's being read somewhere else? Oh my. I got some questions. I gotta hunt this down. Score minimum met. Camera. Where? So this needs to be... If the score minimum is met, it's loading in the new levels. Where does it load in the new levels at? It has to be on the terrain controller somewhere. It must be. I'm just not sure at what point it actually does that. Let's see about level update. Maybe it's down there. On level update. So this is changing what the chunk lists are, but this isn't switching out what. So the way this is a whole thing. The way these chunk lists, the way the game works is there's like a playlist of possible chunks that could spawn in. So either it's going to be dangerous chunks, chunks that give you points, or chunks that are not dangerous to you at all. All those are possible types that could spawn in. And this just says, do the ones that are relevant to level 1. Do the ones that are relevant to level 2. In this case, there are no different chunk lists, so this doesn't even matter. Don't have to worry about that. But then further down here, try to updating paths. Oh, so it gets set on global. We clear the old ones, load terrain. This has to be right here. Load terrain scenes. This has to be what causes the lag spike. This updates all the directories. So it's whatever hits level update. Whatever sends that signal out is where that happens. On level update, we want to do emit. Where are we emitting that? In the debug, yes, there are debug buttons. Don't care about that. Let me just search for on-level update emit. So this list is a little bit less chaotic. It's in the UI. Score minimum met. Right. Okay, I remember now. I forgot, but I remember now. So this is literally what causes that lag spike. Is when the score minimum is met. As soon as that happens, it's going to update the levels. So instead, I wanted to wait. So I'm gonna give, but we need that animation to play instead. Here we have animation score play, score minimum met. Do we have the other animation set up in here? We don't. So we need to on ready that. And on ready variable animation score. Oh no, animation level up. Hint it as an animation player. Set it to, let's make it accessible as a unique name. Animation player equals percent animation underscore HUD level up. Okay. I should, oh, right, we have to do it like this. There we go. Alright, so there's animation level up. Come back down here. Animation level up play. Level up text in. Alright. And then we need another new function in here. Score minimum at animation finished. Okay, let's do func score, or I guess we'll say level up animation, level up text animation finished. It's a pretty long one, that's fine. Then we put that messenger level update in there. Okay, so now at the end of this track, we're gonna call a method. We're gonna look at the UI script, and we're gonna insert a key. I think I need to save it first. Insert a key for level up text animation finished. Okay, so I don't know if this time is gonna be quite right. And then I'm also gonna want it to, I don't know how I'm gonna detect that it's been loaded in. I could probably find a way to do that. I think I might just have to guess. I feel like we don't even have to worry about that, because if it's frozen, we just have to say after it's done attempting to load it, then run that animation. And no matter what, that's gonna happen after it loads in, probably, maybe. So let's at least see if that lag spike is hitting a little later. Now that animation is gonna be frozen in place. It's okay, right. Okay, so we actually need to do a couple more things here. You know, other people who made their entire stream overlays in Godot, and someone that made a VTuber software. I'm a fan of making all things with Godot. Yeah, same. Yeah, I want to make some stream stuff with Godot. I tend not to be very like into a lot of stuff on screen, you know. I like on Twitch, right? Twitch, it's like, to me it's very Twitch culture, and I'm all about moving beyond Twitch. And to me, it's counter like a YouTube aesthetic to have crap all over the screen all the time that's constantly going, and frames and just junk. You know, someone just subscribe, someone just follow. You know, all that kind of stuff feels very twitchy to me, and so I tend to avoid it unless I feel like it's necessary. Obviously, I do little things here and there, but for stuff that I would do, I definitely have thought about doing with Godot. One of those things I've thought about are, once in a while, maybe we could have like members' names be on screen that way, YouTube members, since I can access the YouTube API, and we could get some of that, and maybe we could set up like a Godot thing where people are like little characters and they could appear on screen for a little bit of time, or maybe like doing like a random thing. I don't know. I've definitely thought about that. And I think you're right. It is worth doing all things with Godot if you can. Maybe someday I'll do stream stuff with Godot. I need it to be like a pressing thing, you know. I need it to be a pressing, like, I need this on my live stream. I must have it. How am I gonna get it? Okay, I know. Let's make it. But I found that most of the stream features that people tend to use on live streams are just unnecessary, in my opinion. Might be you who did one of those. Alright. You prefer the cleaner look versus pop-ups and flashing colors over the place like some Twitch streamer. Me too. Me too. Me too. I used to do that. That used to be my stream before I switched to YouTube. But when I switched to YouTube, I was like, no, we're not only switching, we are evolving. Yeah, it is transparent, except for the shorts feed. It's not transparent on the shorts feed because it's not green enough for that, because I have a separate camera for the shorts feed. But yeah, it's green enough for this camera to be invisible. I want like a really bright green one, so it like fully disappears. One day. That's why I choose it though, because it's green. Hey, what's up, Taylor? Welcome. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. I'm working on this game, so I'm doing well. I love when I get to sit here and work on this game, because I know if I wasn't here streaming, I wouldn't be working on this game. So it makes me feel good to be making progress. How's it going with you? How you doing? What was I up to, by the way? Oh, the function being called by the... Oh, I know. I need to hide it in the beginning. So we want the level up text to be invisible to start with. And actually, I should probably rename this margin container. I'm going to rename it to margin... margin container level up. I should probably name these more. I don't think I've referenced any of them in code or anything like that. Well, you're about to, so you might want to think about it. Margin container level up. But I don't think I have with this one. We'll find out. I'm going to take the risk. Margin container score. Okay. And then I'm going to have it accessible as a unique name, so we don't ever have to worry about it being an issue of some such. Taylor's been good. Got back from holiday last time. I got to drop by was the whole grass situation. Oh yeah, the grass situation. The grass situation got resolved pretty nicely. What I ended up doing was... What did I end up doing? Level up is there. All right, let's hide that for a second. What did I end up doing? I think... Oh... Hold on, let's get the level loaded. Why is that infinitely... Wait. Why is it not advancing to the next level? Oh, because I never ran the function. Okay, I can't really show you right now. How did I fix that? Let me actually look. That was a whole day. That was an entire thing. Oh, I came up with some different solutions in different situations. I set up like a grass hider. So a thing that could hide the grass. Oh, okay, I know what I did. So I actually made one mesh that just had all the grass on it. Let me get a different example. Let's get a cattle ranch up here. So there's two different kinds of grass that can exist. There's this kind, which is actually just an entire plane. So it's one mesh that already has all of the grass laid out on it. It's already all set up. And actually, if you look at that instant scene, it's everywhere. it's across the entire plane. So this saved a bajillion frames per second, because instead of loading each single blade in, or even a group of blades, it now just has them all on there at once. All just smattered on there at the same time. And then I found a way to hide the grass in certain spots. So I made this little shader, wherever that is. Let me just search for hider. There we go. I made these little shaders here that let me actually just cover up certain spaces that hides it. Now these actually do use a bit of performance to do that, so I want to keep those to a minimum and not use very many. But that ended up being the solution, was to just have a bunch of grass and then just hide it if I needed to. And so then there's just a few of those. I can't use too many of them, so I really have to prioritize the most important spots that I want to hide the grass on. And then we've got one here in the middle, so that doesn't have any grass. Then the second method is on this one. Now on this one, it would have been a lot of grass hiders. So instead of having the grass plane, which is actually just not even visible here, it is there, but it's just not visible. I did make like a small grass patch that I can drop in. So there's like a tiny little version. It's like not a bunch of grass, it's just like a little sliver. And then on some levels, I'll just put a few slivers on here. So there's just like a few of them in there that are just decorated around. So that way it's not like all of a sudden there's no grass between two chunks. And it turned out pretty well. I think it turned out really great. So yeah, so that's how I ended up getting around that. That was a wild time, but we got there. Glitched made an app for your phone with Godot to integrate with the VTuber software that allows you to swap models / show hide objects. So it's kind of like Stream Deck, specifically for that VTuber app. That's awesome. I mean, I do use a Stream Deck. I don't love it, if I'm being honest. I think it's a bit of a resource hog, and I don't know. It has a lot. I'm probably not going to stop using it, but I wonder if there are some things I could try to code manually. Yeah, WebSockets are really useful. Hey, what's up, Pressapire? Welcome. I like the idea of letting viewers have a way to affect the stream, like that guy who did a plant get water whenever someone subbed. Yeah, it's fun. To me, it's a little gimmicky. Here's, I think there's something potentially to that, but here's for me the problem. It's being on YouTube. I like to think of my live streams as potentially watchable after the live stream ends, as like a VOD, right? So, and indeed, a lot of these streams get most of their views after the live stream ends. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And so, having something that's interactive for people who are live, but not for people who aren't live, often feels a little exclusive in a way that to me is alienating. Like watching an old live stream and there's all these things happening and you can't do anything about it. It just is happening. Something about that just feels like it's ignoring what YouTube is, which is mainly a platform where people don't watch things live. So, I don't know. It would have to, and then besides that, it also, to me, kind of distracts from the main content. But I do think user interaction is cool and fun, but to me it just amounts to a gimmick, and at the end of the day, most people aren't here for that, and sure, they'll like play with it for a little bit, but does it really add much value, and is it keeping people there? I don't know. Like, it's fun, but in my experience, it causes more problems then, because then what if it's not working one day? I could just say, well, whatever. But then people are like, where's the thing? Why isn't it working? It's broken. And so now I got to think about, well, I got to fix it. Or in my free time, do I want to set it up and make sure it's working better? Or you know, it just kind of, it ends up just over complexifying things, over scoping the live stream a bit. So I just avoid it overall myself. But it's fun. It's fun. Also, Pressapire is a member. Wait a minute. I need to sing Pressapire a song. All right, let's see what we're listening to. I think I can sing a song to this. Oh, Pressapire, Pressapire, you're on fire. Not in a bad way, in a good way. Pressapire, welcome to the stream. Oh yeah. Pressapire, I hope you're doing good. I do. You're on fire, Pressapire. Oh, I hope you're doing alright. Oh, I hope you're doing okay. Pressapire, you're on fire. Welcome to the stream, stream, stream. Oh yeah, Pressapire, you're on fire, 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 fire. Alright, there's your song. Thank you for being so engaged that you would get gifted a membership. That's really all it takes. As long as you participate in the streams, you have a chance getting gifted a free membership like Pressapire did, and then you'll get a song sung to you, and you'll get access to emotes, badges, your name will be a different color, and an 8 to 10 hour live stream that I do on Mondays, only for YouTube members. Taylor remembers when dropping in, trying to figure out how to hide it. Oh yeah, yep. I did get that figured out, and then it did cause a bit of a performance issue, so I have to be sparing with it. And you know, maybe someday I'm like, this isn't worth it, but for now it's pretty good. For now it seems to work, and it's if I need to go make huge optimization cuts, then you know I'll look into maybe doing something different. You know, I could also have a special grass plane for each single chunk. You know, I could say, well, let's go in Blender and make a separate model that has grass around these certain areas. I'm not really sure which would be more expensive, but you know, for now, it seems good enough. WebSockets are amazing. I do use a lot of WebSockets for the stream already. It's a coding stream, group of nerds doing nerd things. That's true. That's true. Yeah, and so if there was, honestly, like, if there was a cool way to interact that, like, made sense with a stream, like, you guys could literally type code into my project. Like, that'd be awesome. I could just be like, oh, you want to type some code? Like, yeah, here. I'll give you permission, and then you could literally come in here and type, like, that would be dope, right? Like, I want stream features, but I want them to be relevant. Like, I got a little zoom. Whoa, we're zooming. That's not interactivity. You can't control my zoom. But, you know, if I come across a feature that feels like, okay, this would actually be really nice. It would break everything. I mean, right. I mean, it's a ridiculous example, but in theory, if there was something that was actually directly relevant to what I'm doing, I think that would be better. That's something I would consider, you know, having be as a stream interaction. Thanks, Pressfire. You're very kind. You're very kind. Performance fixes? Who needs them? That's future me's problem. You know it. You know it. Very often, that's true. I just remembered someone on Twitch I used to watch integrated Twitch with the Godot editor. People could redeem channel points and change the editor color. Whoa! I mean, that's cool. That's pretty cool. The reason why I like the editor color being like this is so it's recognizable, and especially people who are learning, you know, I want it to kind of look like the way it's supposed to look. Ugh, and then, oh man, what if people choose like horrible colors? That's another thing. I also don't believe that it's like I need to give chat the power to make the stream freaking ugly. You know, like stream doesn't deserve that. But that's actually really cool. That's inspiring. I'd be interested to at least like look into that. I don't know what I'd do with it, but that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Right. It it's more distractions, you know. I mean, if we gave like if we said you can choose between these colors, that would be one thing, maybe. I think a music choice could be nice if you could choose the next song that could be cool, but the problem is there aren't a lot of songs to choose from. So I don't know. It all ends up then becoming a lot of work for me to make sure I maintain that functionality. Make sure I open up whatever that is that makes the color change, makes the music change, make sure it's set up. People are like, where is it? Like it comes back to that too. And then that makes it a lot harder for me to show up and work on my game and be here as often as I am. And I see streamers faffing around. They're just like, oh, why isn't that working? And they're out here fixing it, and they're spending so much time on that. And it's like, I don't need that stress. I hate that stress so much. Like, what if it just wasn't there? What if it just wasn't there? You know, if someday it seems like I'm completely ruining my chances at having any kind of a community, if I don't add a single interactable feature, maybe we'll see what happens. But at this point, it's on a very strong as-need basis. But I like to know that that exists. All right, was I working on a game? Was I working on a game? If I was, what was it about? Oh yeah, the level stuff. Oh yeah, we got some level stuff to do, for sure. For sure. I don't know what I'm saving here. Oh, I just typed... Yeah, it doesn't really do much, does that? Yeah, you don't have to save any of that. Yeah, we can close the grass plane. We were just showing Taylor what changes we made. Okay. So, with the level up text, right, I want it to be that when you get the minimum number of abductions and it's time to level up, I want some text to jump out on screen, and then I want there to be a lag spike that has to happen, but I want it to be timed with that level up animation finishing and the text getting as big as it's gonna get. Now I need the text to appear from having disappeared, and not only that, at the end of that animation, I need it to actually update the level, which will introduce the lag spike. So let's go find where all this happens. This is on the UI script. We want it to be invisible, so I'm going to keep that not visible. And then when the score minimum is met, oh, right, I was adding that as the margin container as a accessible unique name. And we're going to onReady variable level up message. And that's going to be a margin container. And then we're going to drag that in here, margin container level up. And so then we're going to say, when that happens, level up message visible true. Okay, good. And we need it to, of course, hide again later, but let's not worry about that yet. It's going to play the animation at that time, and we need a function, level up text animation finish, that updates it. So we have to, I thought we did connect that function in there. Didn't we do that? Yeah, right there. Oh, it's beyond the animation length. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see if this works. You could get the active script. I'm sure you could let chat type in your editor. It seems doable, right? I mean, that could be cool. Like, obviously some people could abuse it, but I know a lot of folks come in here and they help me. You know? They, like, help me make my... You have helped me make code and stuff. So, or at least little things. And so... like, that would be really, really useful and really interesting. I mean, I'd have to probably set up, like, some web page, which I could do, where people could type in the first place. I mean, it'd be not good to do it in the chat box. Anyway, all right, let's level up. Oh, okay, there's the spike. All right, that was interesting. Okay. All right, what do I think about that? Let's try that again. Let's get rid of the second message. Zoop. I mean, it's very obvious, right? Because the walk cycle is still going. So, you know, you can't really tell here. There's a couple things to keep in mind. Number one, there's going to be an idle animation, which won't be quite as animated. But even if we you know, imagine that isn't there, you know, there's still going to be, you know, a helicopter or something else that could be you know, visible that the lag spike is going to reveal. Like, that's going to happen one way or the other, or that's going to reveal the lag spike. That just kind of has to be okay. So let's just see it again. Whoa, why did that look so weird? Oh, I know why. I need to hide it in code. You're gonna see what kind of sustenance your meat bag of a body can transform into energy. Nice. One day maybe I can plug in a cable and have all the energy delivered to the meat suit. That would be awesome. I like that idea. I like the way you think. Alright, glitched. Good luck. Find something good. You have to be really careful and make sure you sanitize that texting heavily. People are not the best on the internet. Oh, I know that's right. I know that's right. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Yeah, I mean... You know, we could have things like, we could say, you have to have a minimum number of credits on the game already or something. You know, you have to already be trusted. I have to just, like, recognize you and, like, trust you to a certain extent. And even then, I mean, you know, you can only control so much. But yeah, you make a good point. You make a good point. You make a good point. There would have to be a very severe trust system there. I mean, and look, and also like a punishment system. Like if you abuse that, like, okay, I'll just ban you. Okay, you're banned. But if you think about it, like we already have that with the chat box. The chat box is already a thing people type into. Messages can get on stream and they're bad. You know? It's not that different from that. Okay, so let me close my Discord so we don't have notifications popping up there. So I want to make sure we hide the level up. The level up needs to hide... Well, I still need to do the animation out. So we could have that happen once the level up text animation is finished, right here. Then we can play that next animation. So let's make that next animation that will play. Come back to my 2D view. I think I want to put, I like this stuff being kind of visible right now. It just makes it easier to debug. So real quick, I am going to say let's keep it visible by default, and then in the ready function here, we'll say that level up message hides in the beginning. So that way I can still keep it here and not have to turn it on and off every time. So that'll go away in the beginning. And then I want to say, let's make a new animation here. That's level up text in. I want to make level up text out. I'm going to just duplicate this animation. Call it level up text out. And we basically just want to reverse these keyframes. Probably want to change that easing. Certainly want to change that easing. I kind of like that. It was nice. Nice, nice, good. And then I don't think we need to run we might need to run a function. If I wanted to hide it, we could just keyframe that. Let's get rid of this. And then we're gonna get the visibility here. Visibility, keyframe that margin container to be visible at the beginning of the animation. Oh, I don't even need to put it in code. If this animation plays, that can make it visible, actually. Oh, interesting. And then at the end, we want it to become invisible. I mean, it's just one less thing to have to put into code. I think I'd rather it be in code, to be honest. Alright, let's see what this looks like. So in theory, this should hide at the end of it. Let's see what happens. Level up. Get a little freeze. All comes down, press this. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot to tell the animation to play. Oh yeah, right. Code. that is right here. Animation, level up, play. It's called, what is it called? Level up text out. Level up text out. All right. Let's see what we got. Here we go. Adding a point, level up. I mean, it already just looks fine, honestly. I didn't even have to really connect it to anything. It just kind of worked. Level up. Nice. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. Points, points, points. Level up. You know, I'm not going to say it isn't noticeable. It's, of course, noticeable. But at least it feels more, like, intentional. I mean, it's a little scary. Like, I think as a player, it's a little scary. Like, oh my god, did my game just freeze? You know, like, wait, I just leveled up. It's a roguelike. I can't save my progress. You know, that's kind of... It almost feels a little cruel to do that. You know, like, giving this vibe like the game is gonna crash or something. So I think it would still be nice to put like a little loading text or like, you know, animation that just gives a little reassurance that don't worry, your game isn't broken, everything is fine. But it's, you know, it's good, it's something, it's there. I'm just gonna keep doing it and see how it feels. Yeah, it's like not bad. I should really be using green instead of orange. Well, the nice thing about the orange is it stands out against green that's on the background, but it's not always gonna be green on the background. But, you know, our alien's green. But then it doesn't stand out from the alien. I think it's standing out against the alien is also kind of important. Level up. Oh, we don't... That's the highest level. We just beat the game. All right, so... Yeah, I think we should do, like, a little loading thing that pops up, too. So let's do it. So, not only do we want level up to appear, and I would actually want that to happen when... we run the level update. I think that would make the most sense. Coming back to the UI script. Right down here, messenger level update, animation level up play, text out. I guess I'd want it before that. We'd want it to happen here. Now, it wouldn't be an animation. We can't have an animation running while the game is frozen, right? So it's going to have to not be an animation. It's just going to have to be... Which, hey, at least that's one less thing to worry about animating. That'd be cool, though. That would be nice. But if you think about it, even, like, you know, loading screens, they still freeze, right? They're not, like... So if I wanted to do that, I could have it appear with an animation at first. Then the lag spike happens, and you see it stop. And then it can start again, and then it can kind of arbitrarily go away a second later. Maybe I'll do that. I kind of like that. And what the heck is the animation gonna be? I don't know. Could be like an orb. That's sort of like a motif in this game, or orbs. What would the orb be doing, though? I don't think spinning it around is gonna look like much. Right? Like if I come over here to this and I start spinning it, it doesn't look like anything because it's just reflecting the light. You know, unless they had like a light that was like spinning around. It sounds really annoying though. And I could put like a texture on it. We could like fake it I want it to like match with the game a little bit. There is like a little like white arrow. I don't know. Now it's kind of like a design decision to think about what the loading icon would be. If I even, I mean, I don't really need one. I just kind of want one. So it maybe would appear like down here, which wouldn't be very visible against the alien. You kind of wouldn't see it. It's the aliens down here. I mean, in my mind, it would be down on the maybe the bottom right. Just a nice little thing that says loading and it's just like spinning a bit. What I see in my mind's eye is like kind of like two like wave halves or something. Like maybe something like this. And that could maybe kind of elude an orb. I would like it to be, and then this would just like spin around. I would like it to be something relevant to the game though, you know? Could be an alien head, it could, but that's, like, how do I like draw that? There is the heart that's in the center. I think some kind of play on the orb is probably best. You know, and I could do like a 2D orb. Also, if it could fit with this font here, I kind of want to look at like characters in that font. Oh, that could be something. Let me actually just pull that up. Agrandier, wide black italic, show in file manager. Let's just see what kind of options we got there. I'm just trying to be inspired. There's not a lot in there. Oh, I can't even zoom that in? Jeez. Jeez. I mean, the numbers are obviously very boring. Nothing interesting there. But maybe on like a... maybe like a comma or something. Or it could be like one of these periods. I mean, it's just a dot at that point. There's really nothing interesting there. Look how there's a little arrow. It's kind of nice. It could just be like dot dot dot. That's probably the easiest. It's not very fun or juicy. It's not as juicy as I want. But it might be the easiest. Just have like dots that like appear and then like disappear in like a pattern, you know? That way it has a little bit of attention grabbing so the player's like reassured, hey, don't worry, something's happening, your game isn't crashing. We're currently loading. It can draw the attention and it can signify that things are happening. It's so boring though. There's gotta be something better. I really like the idea of an orb where light is changing, like the position of the light on there is changing. But I feel like that's gonna be hard. I mean, I could say it may not be hard if I set up the light source to only be visible. Oh, that looked a little goofy. If I set up the light source to only be visible on that one object. Now it's a bit, you know, it's a bit more complicated performance-wise that it's going to be a 3D thing. So thinking about that animation the first time, it looked kind of weird. Oh, probably because it's not shrunk at first. You know what I think? I think we need to start it out shrunk. I wonder if that's the problem. Which is kind of annoying. Wait, it already is super tiny? Really? Oh, it is at font size 1. So why then... Sometimes it looked like it was like big and then it got small and then it got big. Let me see what that was about. Okay, maybe I just was imagining it. I've been known to imagine. Let's try it again. Dang, it's slow. Oh, see? What the heck was that? I wasn't imagining. I wonder if it's because I'm doing it so quickly? So if I just like wait a second? I mean, I guess the player could do it quickly. Probably not though. That's something to keep an eye out for. Whatever the heck's going on there. Why are you saving it every time I load? I mean, I understand why. Okay. Wait a second. Looks fine. So it could be just like an editor thing, and that I'm just running it right away. I do also see some very strange like behavior. It kind of looks like it's like shaking a little bit on the way up. I wonder if there's some setting, some checkbox that can make that a little more stable. Oh, there it did it. What is that? Why are there all these little, It might be worth building it and seeing if it's like an in-editor thing. It probably isn't. But now I'm curious. I'm gonna build it and find out. We're gonna say 38 level up text 1. You love your still only somewhat finished 450 line handler file. That sounds cool. Sounds like something that's cool. It sounds like a lot of lines. I'm guessing that like for a handler file, that's quite a large number. But you're still totally committed to doing it and having it exist because you love it. I think I understand, more or less. Wow, it's taking a long time to build. That's fine, I just don't remember it always taking that long. Okay. Open up the game. That we just built. Alright, so this is the actual build version of it. We're gonna run some tests. At a point, oh, I definitely saw the shakiness. Definitely had the shakiness happening. Don't confuse love with stupidity. Yeah. The shakiness is quite ugly. It's subtle, but it's ugly. I wonder if it's only on the first one that that weird flash potentially happens. I haven't seen it on the build version though. Sometimes you gotta commit to your mistakes though. Roger, I get that. You're seeing it through. I think Roger's trying to have GDScript be converted into C# for the sake of speed or something. Oh, it did it. It did the flash in the build version. wonder if it's because I'm doing the, maybe I should just have it be invisible here and not try to set it in the ready function and all that crap. Also, I wasn't hiding it via the code. Yeah, but that shouldn't matter. Oh, you know what I wonder? I think I know what might be happening. I think I know what's happening. I don't fully, but I kinda do. I have an idea. I think I need to set the visibility to happen after the animation starts, not before the animation starts. So I'm saying make the message visible and then it plays the animation. Instead, we should say play the animation and then make it visible. That might work better. Talking with the face tracker. Your handler is for talking with a face tracker, parsing the data, converting the format, interpolating the data, and calibration. Yeah, that. Wow, it's saving so slowly. I'm so surprised by that. Okay, there I didn't see that level up issue. Let's try it again. Okay, I think that's better. I think that was the problem. I just need to order that differently. Now that doesn't address the weird shakiness that's happening. I wonder if that's like, oh, dang it. It did not fix the flash. No. Oh, dang. Well, something else I could do. I don't know if that is going to cause things to be fixed, but I could, instead of turning visibility true and false, I could say, what if it's my reset function? It could be my reset function. The reset has it resetting super large. Okay. We want the font size to be 1 in the reset. And we want the outline size to be 0 in the reset. Technically, I would want it to not be visible in the reset either. I wonder if that's gonna make all the difference, is making sure the reset is set up correctly. Still doesn't address the wobbling, but perhaps we won't have that little flicker issue. Cause that's just sloppy town. I can't have a one-way ticket to sloppy town going on. Oh, no. Oh, what? Did I forget to tell it to become visible? Maybe I didn't put that back in or something. Let's see. Places a point on your eye, middle, and pupils so you can just do math on those. That sounds cool. What are you using that for, like a VTuber thing or something? Your meat suit heard you. It tried to put the gooey reds on the outside. What? What are these words? What are you on about? It is for VTuber. Gotcha. Oh, I never put visibility back on. That would do it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. Level up message, visible, true. Okay, try it again. Yeah, that's what I thought you might have meant. Did you cut yourself while cooking? I've been there. Just by sneezing? Oh my gosh. Our meat suits are really weird. Okay, that looks fine. Good, good, good. Now I want to know, if I do it a couple times, will the flicker issue occur? Whoa, that would be cool. What? Oh! Whoa, Godot just crashed. Dude, I've never seen that happen. That's the first time Godot has ever, that I can remember, that Godot has ever just like given up. Whoa. Wow. I mean, it's fine. It's been saving it. Dude, you crashing all the time? I don't even understand. I don't know. And it was also, I noticed that it was just kind of running a lot slower than it usually is. I'm actually generally very confused. I don't think I've been doing things that are like particularly out there. Unless I set up something on accident that was quite bad. It wasn't that OS debug check, huh? Probably not. Wow. Show you the last thing that I did. I mean, I was just making a margin container visible or not and animating the size of a label. The most basic things. Not the most, but among the most. It's still kind of taking longer to load. The worst I have is it always lagged for you when you were playing with themes. Interesting. I guess I'm playing with theme overrides. So that's not too far off. But maybe you mean themes like of the editor itself. You have a weird bug with it where the whole top bar disappears and you need to restart it, but it never just crashed. Whoa. The only bug I have like that is when I go into like fly around with Shift F, sometimes it captures my cursor and it won't give it back. A few things are iffy if added after loading the level once. It might have just had a thread issue. Happens really rarely, but it can. Yeah, let's go with that. Theme changing in the editor isn't the same as for the engine, right? So it has to manage the editor theme and game it. And game theme. That makes sense. Well, okay, so I'll just go back to just testing my game now. It doesn't seem as slow as it was, maybe? Possibly? Like, again, I don't really care. Like, I've been saving. I don't really have any problem. But it's just like... literally have never seen that before. I've never seen Godot. I've seen it in Unreal. I've had it happen in Unity. I've had it happen in other programs of all shapes and sizes. Blender. Rarely in Blender, but I've had it. But I don't know if I have ever had that happen in Godot. So I was just trying to see that, make sure that level up isn't looking weird. Uh-oh. Wait, look at this. What is this number doing up there? There's some weird things happening. It does stay pretty stable in my experience as well. What was up with that number at the top? Bounce, bounce, and then the animation stops. Some funny things going on. Did I set up chat could interact with my code already on accident? Did I will it into existence by speaking to the AI in my microphone? Yeah, enjoy. Be safe in there, Roger. Okay. Understood. Thanks for the offer. Wow. So that's an interesting bug where sometimes it gets stuck. Couldn't even tell you what that's about. It must just be some like alignment with the animations, and it might even have to do with the lag of loading in the next level. And the timing of that might offset the way the animation of the offset of the margin container stuff goes. And so it's stuck. I don't know if those words made sense. Also, that happens at the loading of the game, so who knows what issues are going on there. It might be good to put a little await, or even tell it not to run at the start. But I do like the idea of it immediately telling you how many abductions you need. It feels a little confusing in general. You know, eventually I'm going to have a main menu, and you're going to click the main menu, and then it's going to load in the game. So that's going to be its own whole thing to set up a loading screen for and whatnot, but... Okay, well, I'm going to kind of ignore it for now. The level up looks good. If we get that issue again, I'll think about it hard at that point. Loading. Little loading message. Do I really want to try to figure out an orb that spins around? Am I really gonna do that? Like, are we serious here? I don't see myself not doing it. Like, I'm noticing that I'm taking the steps that might make that happen, and I'm not stopping myself, which makes me think I'm doing it. So I'm gonna duplicate this. I obviously don't want it to be that large. Well, but how are you gonna make a 3D thing be locked into the bottom right? I mean, obviously it's doable, but that seems... I mean, the way you would do that would be you'd attach it to the camera, right? You'd make sure it was a child of the camera. But, you know, again, it seems like that could be risky and potentially go wrong and not be visible. And then I gotta somehow line that up with text on 2D on the screen that isn't like in 3D space. That's a mess right there. That's a whole entire mess for no reason. I don't recommend any percentage of that effort to be put forth. I demand you stop right now. I mean, it doesn't even have to say loading, right? It could just like be there. I mean, you could do a label 3D. It would be a little weird, but you could do it. You could do it. It's a little confusing because then that looks like it's... And it doesn't even have to be spinning. It could just be an orb that's like bouncing. You know, I don't want to be too confusing because the orb that's bouncing is supposed to be what happens when you hover over the power-ups. So like, I don't know. Communication, like, you know, visual communication wise, I feel like it's sending like mixed messages or something. We could maybe change like the color of it. That could be kind of cool. Maybe I'll do that. Let me make sure I unlink this mesh so I can make it different. I guess I'm doing this. I guess this is what I'm doing. I guess we're putting this up here. It might even be more likely to get the player's attention if it looks like something they already interact with in the game. They'll be like, oh, I should click on that. Oh, I can't click on that. And then at least it will get them to think about loading, as I apparently want them to. Where did it go? Where did it go? Why is it not there anymore? I thought we put it there. What? Okay. I don't know why it was invisible. That's concerning. That's a concern. Let's make it a little smaller. And ideally a nice shape. It'd be nice if it wasn't so invisible. So perhaps we can update that to look a little better. We could even just remove all the transparency. It's pretty hard to see right there. That's pretty hard to see. Yeah, give it no depth test. Screw it, let's do it. It's got the toon shading. I don't think any of that really helps us. I'm surprised that it's visually not even looking different when I make changes. We're doing things, right? Like, things are happening to it, right? No. No, things are not happening to it. It might just not be showing the changes that we're making. But then if I refresh it, it's weird that it was invisible at the start. That's wrong. Why would you do that? Why would it not be there? It's definitely set to be visible. It doesn't even have transparency anymore. But if I move it ever so slightly, then it suddenly appears. Magic. I mean, I would want it to appear in any circumstance. Also, we remembered it's not gonna, these aren't all gonna be pink and tiny or anything. Okay, cool, good. Strange. Odd that it doesn't appear. Can we not, maybe, See what I'm saying? It's like it doesn't appear unless I move it. I wonder if it is related to being a child of the camera. Like if I make it just in the scene tree without being a child of the camera and refresh it. I could also make it like follow the camera if it likes that better. I don't know why I should have to do that, but let's see if that makes a difference. Oh, there it is. Oh, I don't know. I wonder if it has something to do with, because the camera is interpolating following the player. So since it's relative to the camera, it might be stuck in the initial position that the camera is at before it moves into following the player. And so that's why it looks like it's off screen. And then when I move it, it goes to the new relative position. That must be what it is. So, you know, now it's in 3D space, which I don't want. So it might be better if we tell it to follow the camera. Yeah, that could be better. All right then. Well, I still need to figure out where this goes. I mean, technically this is UI stuff, so I kind of would like it to be in the UI area. Even though it's kind of not. I mean, we can't, I don't think, can I make it a child of the canvas layer? Will it care? Probably not. But technically, I don't know. I don't know, putting a mesh in a canvas layer sounds wrong. But like, what if it's fine? Then who cares? If it works, it works. As we said earlier, Godot lets you be a little sloppy until you realize it's causing problems. I mean, it'd be kind of, I mean, what if I even make it a child of a control node? No way, right? That's fine. All right, now I just feel like I need to look this up. Godot mesh child of control node. I mean, nobody's saying it's like a bad thing. So whatever. Let's do it. It would just be from an organizational standpoint nice to keep it in there. I don't even think I would want a control node. I think I would want a margin container. Obviously, the margin container isn't going to apply to the mesh, of course. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Good to see you. The Godot going okay. It's going all right. I've been setting up like level up effects and adding some like UI juiciness, kind of sorta, to everything. I'm making a little loading animation right now. Arguably not the most necessary thing, but I feel like it's something I want to do, so I'm doing it. I want to change this to a margin container if it wouldn't mind. Margin container loading. And then I'm going to anchor this down in the bottom right. How are things going with you, Kai Guy? I'm doing well. I'm happy to be here working on this game, of course. That always feels good. In here, I'd want to put like a label that just says loading. Loading text. Loading. Not too complicated. Probably would want to reduce that margin container size a bit. Now getting that to line, and this is where it's going to get a little messy. I'm going to have to get that to line up somehow with that orb. We're in a potential messy situation depending on people's computers and resolutions and everything. But I'm ready to make those mistakes and experiment and see what happens. On the text, I'll show you some of the things we did, but first let me make this cogent. Let's give it an appropriate font. And give it an outline. Stuff like that. I feel like it's a little large. That's a little small. Wow, big difference between 25 and 30. Wait. Oh, was it not at 30? I guess, whoa, not that big. I guess it wasn't. 35? 37? Let's try something like that. So yeah, so I've been making it so that when you go between levels, there's a little more, few things that happen. I also changed how collecting things kind of works. I gotta say, I feel like loading is just fine. There's a pink ball. Does Godot have any separate layers/nodes dedicated to UI to lock them down? I wish I could help you, but, you know, dunno Godot. I enjoyed the rhyming. Yeah, so basically what I would do is I would just have it follow the camera. I don't believe there's any way to lock it down in 3D space unless I engineer it that way. There's some problems with that. Like, look, if I like adjust this, now I can lock down the label, right? The text is locked in just fine and adjusts with the window. But then this isn't gonna lock down, which is a huge problem. So I feel like this is just forget this. Honestly, I'm over the orb. It's not necessary. I could, you know, I could also make a graphic. I could make a 2D graphic and put it in here. That would be something. That would be something that could work. Cause really, I mean, it's just like it could just easily be a flat 2D texture. No reason for it to be 3D. And then I could like 2D animate, you know, the light spot moving around or the color changing or the size changing or whatever I wanted to do. I could really easily do that. Now, you know, The light spot isn't going to be dynamic based on the position of the light itself. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know that I need it. The more I think about it, the more unnecessary it is. Forget it, just delete it. It's way unnecessary to do any of that crap. I think the text, you know, I kind of thought the text wouldn't stand out, but it stands out so well that I think it's probably the best way to go here. You know, it could even like animate a little bit. We could say I'm not really sure. Oh, I wonder. Oh, I see. It's probably because like if I make this longer, here we go. We could just have the dots, if anything. You know, they're pretty subtle, the dots. That's okay. It's kind of interesting, like finding a way to add the ellipsis to like appear and disappear. Like have like a timer or something, like with string additions that appear and disappear. It's a little messy to set all that up. I feel like I'd really rather that be an animation. Can I keyframe what text is in there? Probably not, right? What if I can, though? Now I'm curious. It does say I can keyframe the text. Nice. GDevelop has layers where they recommend putting UI separately. Oh yeah, I remember that. I didn't get so far to like really dig into it. I found the layers really confusing in GDevelop. But yeah. Separate, definitely ideal. Glad you're learning more stuff about GDevelop. I see you learning more stuff about GDevelop. That's digging into it pretty deep. Alright, let's try to animate it. Screw it, let's do it. So I'll add an animation player in there. And this will be animation loading. Let's create a new animation, and it's gonna be just loading. Oh, I made them commas. I guess I could be more specific in case I come up with some other thing. Loading text. Hey Qmerk, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thanks for stopping in. Let's make the loading be not commas, please. Let's do a keyframe with it looking just like that. I've never keyframed text before. Probably is fine. What would that look like if it was continuous? It probably wouldn't work. I'm doing good, you know, working on my game. That makes me happy. Always happy to do that. Hang out with y'all, hear what y'all are up to. You know, I didn't work on the game last week, except for the member stream. So it's nice to like be back working on it again. What happens if that's continuous? Does it do anything? No. Makes sense. Oh, did it even give me an error? I don't know. And then that's a little slow for me. I'd like that to be a bit faster. I'm just kind of adding some things in that are relevant to beating the level and going into the next one. Oh, I kind of like that being fast. Something kind of nice about that. Make this 0.6 long. Loop it. Whoa. It's maybe a little faster than I want. Well, I guess we could do 0.1. Then that gets twice as long though. It's really gonna get really fast. It makes it think it's loading faster. Totally. That's legit. I don't think I did this. This isn't what logic is. What I have done here is not what logic is. Wait, what? I'm all confused. How do we have it before? Why is this so confusing? Just spread it out. Why am I confused? I guess that's 2 spots bigger. I don't know. That made my brain get confused. It's okay. Drag it out like this. I don't know if I'll like this better. I actually liked it faster. I thought faster was good. I kind of want something in between that, but I don't want to put in all the effort to like make that make sense. So this will have to do. Kai Guy is getting more and more used to the GDevelop way of doing things. It fits you for now. Maybe longer term, if you really get into game dev, you'll dive into Godot. GDevelop is such a great entry into game development because it still teaches you a lot of fundamental things. It doesn't like hold your hand in a ton of ways. In some ways, but you still learn a lot about like conditions and actions and stuff like that, or if kind of it's really GDevelop's programming is just a ton of if statements. That's good stuff. I love to hear it, Kai Guy. Yeah, GDevelop is really great. Thanks for letting me know how that's going. I know it was like a hard thing for managing time, finding time to work on stuff, so I'm glad you're finding time to like learn it a bit. All right, this will have to be fun. And then that's it. Then that animation will just play. I mean, it can just play all the time for all I care. Probably will be better if it only plays when it needs to play. Normally this would not be visible. I would rather it, let's say, oh, and then I'm gonna update that margin container to have a name that is accessible uniquely. And I'll on-ready it. I guess I need to on-ready the animation as well. And on-ready variable loading text. That's gonna be typed as a margin container. And we set it to margin container loading. And let's do the animation as well. On-ready animation loading. Type it as an animation player. And drop that on in right there. Okay. Doing good enough there too. Glad to hear it. The crappy retail real job is being stressful lately. No! Kills free time and energy. Yeah, you gotta take care of yourself first and foremost. Yeah. Yeah, the game dev stuff can be put aside if you like need to like nurse your emotions. Man, I do not miss retail. I do not. Whatsoever. At all. That's hard work, and it's such thankless work for how important it is. You know, like for a store to sell products, having somebody there interacting with customers, representing the business, that's such a huge responsibility. You know, and customer service just doesn't get enough credit for how much work it is and how important it is to the company's reputation. So I want to say that at the ready, the loading text becomes invisible. And then it's going to appear and play when the score, as soon as the score minimum is met, I would say. Maybe like right after the level up message appears. It's kind of arbitrary. It'll probably all happen at about the same time anyway. Loading text, visible, true. It's kind of arbitrary. I'm kind of like pretending that it's loading at this point. That's okay. And we want to say animation loading, play, loading text. And that'll just be a loop that'll just keep going. And then when the level up text animation is finished, plays level up text out. I'd kind of like to even wait a little bit. After that, it's pretty arbitrary, but I'm gonna create an await timer here. It's really more creating an effect to the player, for the player or something. I'm even gonna magic number that. I think this is an acceptable place for a magic number. Arguably not even a magic number. Create timer, we'll say like 2.5 seconds. And then I wanted to stop the animation for loading. And then let's see what that's like. With all the pre-made extensions GDevelop has, it feels like you could create so much for someone like me without that time. It blows your mind. Nice. Yeah, they do have a lot of pre-made stuff. Found the Boyd's extension for flocking behavior. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, that one is cool. It's something that I found for GDevelop was it was more interesting to like be inspired by what was there than try to like find things that I needed for my very specific game idea. I think that's a good way to go about it. Wish it had a timeline for animation though, like you got there in Godot. Yeah, there are a lot of things that I wish GDevelop had too. That is definitely one of them. So there we get the loading. Nice. Oh, that helps so much. I forgot to hide it. We stops the animation, but we want it to disappear as well. So we want to say loading text visible false. I even think we could make it appear a little sooner maybe. But this is kind of the effect that I wanted. I wanted it to appear, grab your attention, and justify the lag spike. Because there's gonna be a lag spike no matter what. I like it. It feels good. It feels good. It feels like it feels better. It feels like it's supposed to be lagging for a second. Instead of me worrying that something is broken. Oh, it looks really good. Yeah, I like that. Nice. That timing is perfect. Because you see the animation there for a second, right? The dots start to grow and retract, and then it freezes, which feels like kind of okay when you're loading something. You know, loading bars, loading animations, they freeze sometimes. Like, that's fine. Yeah. I like it. I like it. I like it so much. Yeah, I think it does look good. I agree. And so then the other things that I've been working on today are the other animations that you see. The level up that appears, and then right up here, it tells you, this like bounces a little. So then we level up, this gets bigger. Before, it would immediately update the number of how many abductions you needed into the next level. But now it stays at the level that you're at, and only when you press this does it then update this number and say, hey, now it's 10. And now we've got a nice little loading thing here. I love it. It's cool. It's cool. Oh, it looks good. It almost looks like it's introducing the power-up orbs as well. It's not. It's not. It's not loading the power-up orbs, but I kind of like that it feels like it is. Cool. Wow. That's way better than I thought it would be. Just feels right. Good. Good, good, good. Yay! I think that's time for a GitHub push. You know, there's kind of a lot going on, and it's all a lot of text. You know, like the level up in the middle. Nice level up, get those Dragon Balls. Yeah, it does look like Dragon Balls. You know, something about the number being big and the level up. There's something, I feel like there could be a nice way to contrast between the top left getting, you know, I don't know. Maybe we can have them be like a little different somehow. It sort of all kind of blends together in this orange blur. I don't know, something about that I don't quite like. Maybe even having the top left number not get orange when you level up. Because, I mean, if it gets bigger and level up gets bigger, it kind of draws your attention to it. Like, this getting bigger made more sense when there wasn't the level up. But now that there is the level up, something about it just kind of, I don't know, it's bothering me. A fake loading screen, it's a little fake. It's a little fake. It's real. It's really loading, and it really shows you that loading is happening. But it also is kind of, it's in between. It's fake and it's not fake. But that's what I love about it. I love that it's kind of in the middle. All right. Wow. Oh, it feels really good. But now I'm feeling nitpicky, and I'm really bothered by how similar level up and this look. I'm very bothered by it. I mean, something that might even just be enough is getting rid of the orange that happens. Which should be pretty easy. If I just uncheck those, then the color shouldn't be changing. I don't know what bothers me more, the color, the size. I just know that it's too similar to level up. Yeah, see how that makes, it's like centers level up. I feel like level up is the big news here. You know, this is important too, but what's most important is like you leveled up. I don't even know if I like that this is bouncing. It's almost like this bouncing was the level up message, but now there already is a level up message. Maybe it could be less big of a bounce when you meet the minimum. You know, and a lot of this stuff, I mean, I may well completely change the UI. I do have that little naughty sparkle in me somewhere, where I'm not even sure that I'm gonna commit to this UI design. But I almost would want it to, like, I mean, why does it pulsate? It doesn't need to pulsate. I'll tell you what, it definitely doesn't need to pulsate after the fact. There's some kind of weird things going on here. So first what it does is it gets big and then it pulsates, right? So if we play this and we upgrade the score, we add a point. Now that happens right off the bat. That's a little different. I'd almost want it to, like, this pulsating is useless. It doesn't need to exist anymore. It doesn't need to be there. What I think would make more sense is if that happened and there was a delay before you move on to the next level. I feel like that makes more sense if that animation is going to exist and it's going to play. So I think we need to stagger it. So on score minimum met, we have the score minimum met animation. I think we should, like, wait until this is done before we do anything else. That's what I think. I don't know if I've done that anywhere. Await animation, yeah. Let's try that. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see how that works, though. So we would want to say immediately the first thing that happens is score minimum met, right? That animation needs to play. And then we want to wait until animation score is finished. And when that's finished, then do all these other things. I don't know if that's just going to work or not. And I might want to slow down it. And the other thing too is it's probably going to freeze the movement. I don't know how I'm going to feel about this. So there that went. It waited to finish, then it came down, then it does level up. Oh, that timing is not right. Bad timing. Don't like it. Let me just try boosting this up here. What? The orbs aren't supposed to... Okay. A lot of weird things happening there. Oh, probably because there's a function that gets called, would be my guess about what's happening there. So what function on the score animation? Yep. At the end of the score animation, it then runs score minimum met animation finished. And when score minimum met animation finished runs, then it emits score minimum met. It's getting a little confusing with the names of everything. So I'd actually want that. And then, okay, so remind me what that does. Score minimum met. Power-up menu. That's what makes the power-up menu come down. I would want the power-up menu. So that I should even possibly rename that signal. Refactor that. I realize it shouldn't have been named that at all. It should have been... Alright, maybe we'll refactor this. 25 places? Jesus. Let's replace, this is kind of a lot, but we're doing it. Score minimum met. Let's do all the places that it's emitted first. One place it's emitted. What I'd kind of rather this be is power up menu. Visible, begin, power up menu show, power up menu begin. Then I'm gonna search for score minimum met connect. That's in 3 different places. So I would need to replace that. Let me do that this way. Score minimum met connect. Replace with, oh, I already forgot. It was like power up menu. Oh geez, I forgot. Power up menu begin. Oh, make power up one word. Replace score minimum met connect with power up menu begin connect. Okay, that all looks good. Replace it. And then I would need to come to the signal, or really just double check everywhere we had score minimum met, which I think is going to just be yes in the signal. I guess I'll set up a replace for that too. Score minimum met, replace with power up menu begin. We do want to replace it there. The power up menu connect on score minimum met. Yep, I would want to replace it there. On power up menu begin. Function on power up menu begin. Yep. Score minimum met boolean. I mean, we could replace all those too. I think all of these places, it would be okay to refactor that. This one is the UI. Now here, I wouldn't want to replace it. I don't think that would be a good, because where are we making it true? Function on score minimum met. This actually is when the score minimum is met. That's actually what this is. So we don't want to change that here, which is kind of a good reason why to refactor this, because we're conflating two different, a signal with an event that actually occurs, which makes everything just more confusing. No need to do that. All right, thanks for stomping in during your break. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. See you later, Kai Guy. I hope I see you soon. I hope the rest of the workday is the best that it can be, all things considered. Bye for now. I have a feeling I'm making a mistake here somewhere. Where does that function get called? Milo tagged in for Kai Guy. Ooh, what music we singing a song for you to you for? This is a weird one. I don't know if I want to sing a song to this one. Maybe we can. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. All right, let's see what we can do. Welcome, Milo. Oh, Milo. Oh, Milo. Oh, Milo, art here. Milo, art here. I appreciate you, you know, Milo. I appreciate you, you know, Milo. Milo, art here, oh yeah. Milo, art here, oh yeah. I appreciate you, Milo. Don't you know? Oh, I appreciate you. Don't you know, Milo? Milo, art here. Milo, art here. Milo, art here. There you go, Milo. There's your song. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming through. I've been adding some juice to some UI elements in the game and just generally smoothing over what happens when you switch between levels. And I'm realizing there's some things that I need to change to make that look a little nicer. And stuff like that. And it could lead to chaos. Refactoring code, it could lead to chaos. The possibility is there. But I'm gonna do it anyway because I want to. On score minimum met. So this is on this. I don't think this is gonna cause any problems because this function on score minimum met isn't. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think this is good. We don't want any of these to change for the power up menu situation. Animation score play, score minimum met. We do want that for sure. Function score minimum met, animation finished. Yes, all of that except for here. Yeah, so that's already been updated, so we don't even have to worry about that. It didn't even know that that was updated, which is slightly horrifying. This is a different script. This is the camera. We definitely want to rename these. Alright, let's refactor it. I'm gonna take the plunge. Let's see if I broke anything. I don't think I made any actual changes. I think it's still gonna be kind of ordered strangely at this point. But let's just make sure I didn't break anything. Oh, what? I don't know why that happened. I guess I pressed restart. Okay. Maybe like I was still hovered over this. Okay, anyway. So we're gonna add a point. That gets bigger. Power up menu comes down. It says level up at the wrong time, but that's okay. Nothing is broken. Good. So we refactored successfully, as far as I can tell. Now I need to adjust that timing. We want to say after level up comes, then the power up menu begins. Now in the animation, I would love to just be like, here's what we did today, but I've kind of messed up what we did today. Not in a terrible way, but in enough of a way that I'm gonna need to fix a few things first. We're still calling this function, which, isn't this renamed at this point? Hasn't this been refactored? Score minimum met, animation finished. Oh no, that is the same. Oh right, score minimum met, animation finished. We can still have that be this, and that begins, but we don't want that to begin the power up menu anymore. That's not what I want to happen next. What I want to happen next is the level up text begins. Oh, so I don't even need an await. I don't need an await at all for this. Level up message visible, loading text. We could do it. Okay, so let's move this into here. Now at the end of the animation level up play, I think we call another function, no? Yes, and that's level up text animation finished. And so right now, it does the thing that causes the lag spike, which is load in the next levels. I want that to... that can begin the power-up menu. It's all a bit confusing. Level up text out, yeah, that can happen. It awaits 2.5 seconds. Oh, that was for the arbitrary animation for the loading animation. Okay. Things are getting a little tangled up here. Right now, the loading animation, await animation score finish before showing loading text. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's pretty unnecessary. Just put it in here. Then you don't have to await anything, and it's just one less unnecessary, potentially Godot breaking situation. Don't do that. I'd even rather organize it like this, just so it kind of all looks similar. Okay? Animation level up plays, the animation or the level up message becomes visible. The loading animation plays, the loading text becomes visible. Now, we don't want the terrain controller to stop. That means the level pauses. When we meet the score minimum, I don't want it to pause yet. I actually want it to pause... I guess maybe here. I don't know. Kind of doesn't matter. Maybe right around there. Terrain slowed. I mean, all this is handling the pause. Might even be nice. Oh, I could do that region trick that Glitch showed me earlier. I would think that's kind of a nice place to put that. Potentially. Just to clean things up a bit. We could say region, pause, movement. And then what was it again? Region, I don't even remember. Was it region end or something like that? End region. And that gives us a nice little drop down here to just clean that up. Alright, let's see where that gets us. See if that orders things a little better. I feel like I'm still missing at least a thing. But we'll get there. Milo, I need to use that. I like that little circle. I should use that for my live streams, like live, because it kind of is like a live thing. Anyway. Alright, here we go. Adding a point. Oop, that's not a point. Adding a point. Does the animation, level up, loading occurs. Alright, I somehow like it a little less, but it's not bad. It's not too bad. It is, it's happy. Is it like winking? It's also like winking. It's like, hey, I'm live, just so you know. Couple things. Number one, I think the score pulsating is too long at this point. I think it was fine when there was more happening, but now it's just kind of frozen there, and we're waiting on that pulsation to complete, which is just a little unnecessary. I think just like 1 or 2 is good. Boom, boom, done. I think that's plenty right there. Just end it right there. Right there. That's at 1.65. I don't even think you have to delete the rest of the keyframes. Just shorten that. And it should be pretty good. I think this will look fine. Oh, I forgot to move the function. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Function's not gonna run, which would be bad. So I need to drag this up here. That allows the cascade of events to occur. Kind of a good excuse for using animation finished, because then it'd be programmatically adjusting. But at the same time, await is something I think worth avoiding if you can. Alright, there we go. Does that, does it a little bit. Level up. The loading happens. It's fine. It's not bad. It's not bad. Alright, so we add a point. Get it up to the minimum, which is 10. We're just cheating the points up here. It's like, yeah, you did it. Level up. And then the loading appears. We get the lag spike. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think that the jumping minimum is starting to bother me. Not all the way, just a little bit. It's jumping a little too high for my taste. It's not bad. I feel like there's a bit of like a distraction having both loading and level up appear at the same time. I'd almost want it to be like level up and then loading appears. You know, I know it's starting to split hairs, but you know what? I'm gonna cause I wanna. We're here doing a live stream working on this game. It's visual, y'all are gonna see it, I'm gonna see it. Might as well put some love. And you know what? It's probably gonna be the UI that I end up using for this version of the game, so maybe, probably, possibly. So we'll put some attention to that detail. I don't know, there's something about it. It's almost like the loading steals. Is it just me, or does loading steal the level up's thunder? I don't know. I'm like, it doesn't necessarily. Maybe level up could, like, I mean, it certainly comes and goes very quickly. I think we could have the, if nothing else, the level up stick around a little longer. I just want it to feel good. Good enough. You know? So I'm gonna duplicate these a bit so it stays big before it shrinks. And we could make this longer. That was that. That's a weird number. Let's just make it not 1. Good enough is the enemy of perfect. Whoa. Well, you know what? Perfect is perfect is my enemy. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I think good enough is my friend. Is what that tells me. That's what I've gained from that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, perfection is dangerous. I don't trust perfection. I guess I'm looking for something in between good enough and perfect. But erring on the good enough side of the spectrum. I guess I don't trust you. Yeah, 'cause you're, yes, yeah, afraid so. Yeah, buddy, I'm sorry. I just don't have a lot of trust for you. You're too perfect, Milo. Gerfect. Good enough or perfect. It's gerfect. Oh, gerfect. That sounds like a malaise or a malady. It sounds like a very bad thing. Oh yeah, the doctor says I got gerfect. Oh no, you got gerfect. Oh. It's the gerfect word. You know, when you put it that way, it really works. You know, this is kind of working for me. I really like it. Oh, it sounds like a cuss word too. Oh, I just got gerfect. It's not bad. There's something to that. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Okay, I don't like how high the new minimum jumps. It jumps way too high. It needs to come down a bit. It's doing the absolute most. So let's bring it down a lot. So I think there is when it gets to the highest. Let's bring it on down. That is the score. Which one is it? This? Yes. Oh, but it's actually, is it the, what is it? What makes it go up? Is it the container sizing? No, wait, what the heck is it? What the heck are we doing here? Is it the offset? Position? What makes it move like that? I already forgot. We did this earlier today, and I've conveniently completely forgotten how we did that. It must have been the margin container. It was. Oh, okay. There. Margin top. That's what we animated. So maybe not quite that high. I don't even think it needs to go very high at all. So let's change it to 70. Yeah, sure, 80. Keyframe that, and then this here also needs to be down to -80. Keyframe that. Let's see if that looks a little better to me. To my tastes. Does it appeal to my tastes more so? It's better. Let's add a point. Pick a power up. I don't know. I don't know about that initial jump at all. I wonder, because I don't think I can get away with making the size bigger. Can I? Well, you can make the size bigger if you move it up. If it jumps up, you have room to make the size bigger. What's the height that we put it at normally? Like the subtle bounce, not the major bounce. Major bounce. We want it to be a subtle bounce. I'm gonna say, get the container 49, no way, 50. So let's try 50 here instead of 80. Just a subtle bounce. Keyframe that at 50 as well. I don't think it heard me. Not 5, 50. Okay. Oh, but it does get bigger, right. Nice. That actually seems to work pretty well. What if it just doesn't jump? I don't know that it needs to do that for, it might need to do the first, it actually might need to do the first jump though. Yeah, cause see if we don't do the first jump, you see it moves the entire thing, which looks ridiculous. So it's important that it jumps up a little bit. What's the lowest I can jump it up and it's still -30? I'll take it. Sold. -30. I just don't want it to adjust that container, that V box, the H box overall. Come here, change that to -30, keyframe it. Did I do a thing? Oh no, it's still, yeah, it's still moving it. Okay, all right. What about -40? Can I get away with that? It's all a bit arbitrary. I'm really min-maxing it at this point. I don't think that's the way to use min-maxing, but it's how I chose to use it. Alright, that kind of works. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be perfect. And you know what? I just want to feel like I can put a period at the end of this sentence for now. Extensive experience as a watcher, Coffee Stain says, but just dipping my toes into being a caller. Welcome. Thanks for calling in. We are live here on YouTube every Wednesday and Thursday for 8 hours straight, at least. I also stream on Fridays and Mondays, but that's only for members. Welcome. Good to see you, Coffee Stained. How you doing? How you been? Okay, let's add a point. I've been adding some juice to the level up screen. The level up effects that occur. That's fine. That's not too bad. I can live with that. Let's increase this all a bit. Add some points. There it goes. Nice. You know, I'm okay with it. Still feels a little strange that the number like right. You know what might even make more sense is if it went like off screen. You know, if it went like so high that it disappeared and then it changed and it came back down. I mean, maybe I'm just overthinking it, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like it went off screen somewhere and that's where it changed. Was off screen. Something about that I kind of like. Wait, so maybe the idea wasn't to do a subtle change, it was to do an even more major change. Okay, hold on, bear with me here, me. I'm gonna say, let's yeet it off the screen. Yeah, what's up, Dram? I bet they do too. I bet they do too, especially cattle farmers. Yeah. Only level 1 is actually at the end of level 1, you're going to fight a cattle farmer who is going to be very angry that you are abducting all of those cows. And then you're gonna eat that human and you're gonna turn into a human. You're gonna sap the power from the angry farmer so the farmer can stay angry. What's up, Fleekuda? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Seen only clips of your previous streams. How are you doing the destruction animation of those scene objects? Oh, yeah. It actually is an animation. Before I get into this, let me show you how I do that. Thanks for stopping in, by the way. So here's how I do that. Let's look for an example of something. How about one of the cow barns? Give me a cow barn. Let's do the pretty one. So there's a cow barn right there. So it has set hit points. So I have like these obstacles set up over here, and this is its whole own thing with its own code and a bunch of mess. What? Okay, and so whatever, blah blah blah, all of that. I won't go into all that because I don't think that's what you're asking. But in there is where I set how many hit points it has. So I say it has 6 hit points maximum. That's its hit points. And then further down in there is this hit points node. And in that hit points node, there's an animation called animation degrade. And on the hit points code, what it actually does is what it's doing is it's checking to see, this is kind of chaotic in here, but it's checking to see what percentage of damage it's taken. So it looks at its current health and the max health, and it figures out a percentage of that health. So if it has 6 hit points and it's taken 1 damage, then it's going to put out 0.5, basically. And that 0.5 then gets fed into the animation player. So that health percent lost, right? So that was good. It's going to be it's not really like 1. I mean, it's not 0.5. I said it's 0.5. It's not 0.5 because it's between 1 and 0. So it wouldn't be 0.5. It'd be like 0.9 or 0.8 something, whatever it would be. This is where that would go. So it takes the difference. It takes 6 as the maximum, and it finds the decimal percentage from 6. So like whatever that is, 0.8. And it feeds that into the animation player position. So it seeks to that part of the animation player and it plays that. So if it takes 2 damage, that might be like 6.7 or something like that, right? Or 0.67. And then that's now the health percent lost. And it's going to seek to 0.67 on the animation player timeline. And if I go to that animation player, what you'll see, well, you just kind of saw it there a little bit. Oh, I was a little wrong there. So it's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's the percent of damage, not the percent of health. It's so confusing to explain. But because I'm not good with math, but we did get this figured out eventually. So it's not, instead of being what I was saying before, 0.8 or 0.7, it's the opposite. So it'd be like 0.2 or 0.3, right? So here you can see the animation player is at 0.24. If we move it along, it's going to hit this certain point on the animation player that corresponds with that health percent lost, whatever it is. So to recap, I know that was a sloppy mess, but hopefully it made some sense. It looks at the maximum health that it has. It derives a percentage based on that to figure out how much damage it's taken. And so if it's taken a little bit of damage, that might be 0.1 position on the animation player. It might be 0.2 position. It might be 0.4 position, and so on and so forth. And then that's how it decides which stage of destruction to play. And so then on there, I've animated, the different parts. So I have these models made in Blender, and in Blender they have, all of these meshes are there and intact, and I import those into Godot, and we hide them along the way. So I have them set up on this timeline. If it's at that 0.1 health percent loss, 0.2 health percent loss, it hides the thing that I would want to be hidden, and it emits a particle effect. So there's different particle effects for each possible, you know, if it's the roof, if it's the walls, if it's the bars, they emit particles that look like that. So I've got some things set up for that, like for example, it will make sure that the colors match. So when we emit, in this case, let's look at the walls. For that particle effect, I've made sure that it has actually the same material. So this is literally actually the same material. So this is Barn Color 1 walls is the name of that material. And that's the same material that the barn walls have. So if I come up to the barn walls and we look at that material, you can see that it's also Barn Color 1 walls. So then if I change this color, that's also gonna change the color of the particle effect explosion. So that way I can have some flexibility in all of that. And that's pretty much it. That's the technique. That's how it works. Thanks for asking. I hope that made sense. I know it was a little confusing the way I tried to explain it, but it's nice. I like being able to jump in and think about that. But also, by the way, this is all, if you go to the GitHub repo in the description box, there's a link in the description box that will have all of the code for this game if you wanted to dig around and get a closer look at how it comes together. Coffee Stain says, that's actually how cattle rustling is done. If the rancher confronts you, you eat them and inherit their herd. Points for authenticity from an Albertan. I love that. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I was going for. Totally made sense. Yay! That's a super cool system. I've never thought about using the animation timeline to control progressing an animation instead of straight up playing a clip. Let's go. Yeah. I don't know. It just kind of made sense. You know, it just seemed, I feel like people in the chat were kind of like, what are you doing, Lise? Like, why are you doing that? but yeah, it worked well. It took some puzzling to figure out how to get it to work right. You know, there's some little, you know, hiccups that I had to smooth over. Like, I got to make sure I pause it after we seek to it, and, you know, make sure we like play it again. And so there's some kind of weird things. I have to line it up right with when I attack, when the attack ends, but it came together and it works really well. And it's really easy for me to set up a new obstacle that takes damage and that breaks apart. So it ended up being a good modular enough system. Obviously, I still have to make particle effects for each one and things. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. I forget that I'm proud of things that I've done until someone asks, so thank you for asking. Yeah, so I haven't made everything destructible. Most of the things that need to be, like we've got that for the solar panels, the barns, of course. Some things just have one hit point and it just degrades them immediately. Some of them I haven't added, like all the stages. This one, it just makes the tree disappear as a stump. Obviously the cornfields just vanish. Oh, my favorite one is the most elaborate of them is definitely the electric pole. The electric pole like breaks off, and then there's like this little spark that happens, and that's just the particle effect. It just, you know, has that timing on it, so it kind of almost looks like an extra animation on there. But yeah, instead of just having things like disappear, like parts like actually move down and like rotate, so it's like it's getting broken. So now that bar that was across is now on the ground, and like the wire is moved at a different place. That was a lot of actual fun to put together, and so I'm getting a little more creative with how those things go. But yeah, like those wires, I had to separate the meshes in a way so I could actually have the wire be dangling in a different position. You're trying to make games. It's very frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that. I really enjoy the frustration. I hope you can find some joy in it. What are you making games in? I do love Godot. It's my favorite of the engines that I've tried. But yeah, I hope you can find some fun in it. Because to me, you know, the problem-solving aspect, I do get a lot of enjoyment out of, even if it's like, oh my gosh, it gives me some purpose. It gives me purpose in this life. But yeah, I hope you can find some fun in it. But I understand, like, you kind of want to just make your game. You don't want to have to deal with all the bullcrap necessarily. Edward says, one thing you notice over time is how much you improve. Early games of yours are around 10 to 20 sprites, while yours now are in as low as 5 or 6. Oh yeah, that's like efficiency getting better over time. I like that. Nice. Yeah, it's a good thing to stop and like look at your progress. Like keeping old projects and looking at an old project and seeing how far you've come. That can be really nice. I love that. Yes, celebrating growth. That's cool that you can get away with more with less. That's a good advancement in your skill for sure. Dram is using Godot, but you don't know how to code. You're trying to learn that. Oh, you know, when I started Godot, I came from only doing like visual scripting. I was like a visual scripting purist. It was all I thought I could never do text code. I thought I hated text code. And GDScript made me like text code. And now I would never go back to visual scripting. I'm not interested. I don't want it. Get it out of my face. You know, whether you're doing visual scripting or text code, you're still kind of coding. So, you know, you may feel that frustration with whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how long you've been learning it, but I feel like over time, you know, I start to learn the patterns and have the tools in my toolbox and know how to use things when. I hope that gets easier for you, because at some point I find it very liberating to use code to express the things I want to express. But then at the end of the day, you're gonna forget things. No matter how much you learn, you're always gonna have to relearn some things. Check up on documentation, look at old code you've done. You know, it's never all gonna be something that you know and you can just, you know, pump out an entire game without ever looking a thing up. But, you know, it's in some way, I think there has to be some joy in that process. Or maybe there's other parts of game dev that you enjoy more, right? Like, the reality is, if you want to make a game, you have to code. You're gonna have to. Unless you want to collaborate with somebody else, right? Maybe you enjoy making the art more or planning what the game is like, and you would rather have a collaborator who does more of the coding. You know, that can be part of game development as well, is knowing when not to do something if you don't like doing it. That growth mindset, you know it. When I have an idea, I don't know how to apply code because I don't know code. Okay. I mean, you know, the internet is your friend, right? Searching up literally how to do things. I mean, obviously finding tutorials. Brackeys has some great starter tutorials for Godot, learning GDScript and everything. Video tutorials can be helpful. Text tutorials can be helpful. There's so many forums out there where people have asked probably every single question that you have. You can see how they resolved it, and then you kind of got to piece it together. You know, finding friends who are coding, people in a community that can give you advice and guide you. You really have to reach out. You know, you can't just stay in the bubble and read the documentation. I think it's good to do a Google search here and there, often, frequently. And then, you know, you start to learn code gradually by seeing the way other people have solved problems. What was I doing? I feel like oh, right. I wanted the level up score minimum number to jump off screen. That's what I want. I don't know if it's going to be quite the entire effect that I want, but I'm feeling good about this, so I'm gonna try it. So when the minimum score gets updated, I don't just want it to bounce up a little. I don't even want it to bounce up a lot. I want it to bounce up all the entire freaking way. So let's get that score minimum margin container flying through the sky here. So instead of being at -40, I'm gonna have it go off screen. Which at this point, let's do -400. That should be plenty far enough. Keyframe that position, please, thank you. And then we'll come up here and make that 400 as well. Keyframe that. So that should go whoop, way off screen and then come back. I don't know about the speed and stuff, but hopefully that'll come together. Take things slow. That's good. I think that's good. I like that. You gotta take it at your own pace. Nice. And be easy on yourself, right? Take it slow and easy. You know? Alright. Level up. Level up. Orbs come down. We click on the next one, it goes up. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, I like that a lot better. I almost want it to like settle in, because right now it's just kind of like bouncing a bit. I almost want it to have like a physics effect, where it's like, you know, instead of going, maybe it's, I think that'd be kind of cool. It's a bit overkill, but who cares? I'm having fun. I love it going off screen. That works so much better to me. Like it just went and it got the higher number and it brought it back. I don't know how I feel about the size and the color on the way back down. I don't think I dislike it, do I? Yeah, it kind of draws some attention to it. Fun is half the battle. Preach, 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 preach. Does that make sense? I mean, I get what you mean, I think. But also, whoa. You think battling is fun? Monster. Unless it's Pokemon battles. Then it's okay. So I guess what I could do too is I could have the color be adjusting a little later. That might be nice. What is this down here? Theme override font size. Yeah, we could have it. I wonder what that looks like. It's fine if it's cute little animals battle. Yeah, if it's just cute little animals, that's fine. It doesn't matter if little cute little animals battle. It's not a big deal. They don't even die, they faint. They only die if you reset your game. And even then, they can still be found. I've heard. Oh, that's how you freeze it. Is if it's bouncing and you level up. That's how it freezes up high. I don't really care about that. It doesn't matter. I think it's very unlikely that anyone levels up that quickly that it interrupts the animation. Up, down. That's fine. I could probably continue to adjust that a little bit if I really wanted to. Maybe more like here. Give me where that appears. So we get to like see it, get our attention a little more. Wait, this isn't doing what I think it's doing. I mean, it kind of is. That's fine. And then the other thing I wanted to do was what? I already forgot. Oh crap, what was it? Wait, what was it? I forgot. The number jumps off, it comes back. Well, dang it. I was very excited to do it. And then I just got all the way distracted. I found a whole entire thing to get distracted by. Yes, the bounce off. Oh, yeah. They're like physics bounce. Hell yeah, I want to do that. Totally unnecessary, but I don't care. So that animation lives in, yeah, right here. It's actually right here. We're already there. So how many bounces do we have? Just like 3 or something? 1, 2, 3. Yep. So that would be the biggest one. I think we can make the biggest one bigger. I do. So that's this point right there. -50. I think we can do a little higher. Yeah, -80. Goes up. So it goes down, does the big bounce, comes up, bounces a little less, good, goes down, and this time we want it to bounce even less. It's only 3 bounces, so I might even want to go lower than what we're doing. We'll see. Almost makes me want to add more bounces. No, come on now. Don't be ridiculous. Let's do -10. That's a pretty small bounce. Let's see what that looks like. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I think that the speed needs to change as well. Let's make this one be a little lower. Let's try -30. That might be too low. Bounce, bounce, bounce. It's actually not that bad. But I'm gonna adjust it a tiny bit. Let's say 37. Keyframe that. And this one, instead of 10, oh, I don't know, 16. Sure. Okay. And then the timing needs to be adjusted. Dum, dum. Let's bring it a bit closer. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Terrible, 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 terrible. Bounce. Whoops. Let's bring that closer. We'll have to adjust more than that. Bounce, bounce. I kind of have to adjust the easing as well for I think this to make sense. Not like that. That's kind of hard, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I should do the easing adjustment here as well. Terrible, terrible, but we're getting somewhere. Little by little. This is hard. This is harder than I thought it would be. Because it really needs to, like, not have such a sudden... I think we need to shorten how long it sits there. Right? Yeah, that's a little better. That first one's good. Boing. Boing. Whatever's going on there is really nice. So this one's got a 0.42 ease out. This one's got a 1.4 ease in. This one's got a something. Let's make it 0.42 ease out. And then this one I want to set to a 1.41 ease in. Still some timing issues there, but oh, much better. Bounce, 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 bounce. It's not bad. Bounce, bounce. I think it could be a little sooner. Bounce. Let's pull this in some. Not that much. Bounce, bounce. It's tough. This is a tricky one, actually. Bounce. Let me zoom in a little bit. bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce. It's a little slow. So I think we want to bring all of this closer. Here. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Ooh, not bad. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce, bounce. That last one happens a little too soon. Maybe we could push this. Bounce, bounce, bounce. And then I'd also want to adjust this. We said 1.41 for this ease. Boing, boing, boing. It's a little slow. I think we could shorten that considerably here. Boing, boing, boing. Nice. The last one's pretty subtle. It's not bad. Let me see what that looks like. What's that like? What do we think about that? I don't know. It's fun. Oh, okay, Godot. Alright, Godot. Take your time, figure it out. I believe in you. Whoa. Why is my things on the shorts feed being so weird? There we go. Okay. Looks good. Alright, let's see what we got. Add a point. Level up. Loading. Looks good. Pick this. Boing, boing, boing. Alright, you know, it's not like the most physics-based perfection. I think we could make it a little tighter. But it's pretty good. Maybe even that first bounce could happen a little quicker, too. I love the loading. The loading is awesome. It feels really good. It just feels like it makes sense. Yeah, I think especially the last one could come in just a tad sooner. A little more bouncy would be good, right? It's a little more bouncy. Especially on that last one. That last one is the biggest disappointment right now. It's being a little disagreeable. Yeah, that needs to be way sooner. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Not bad. It's not too bad. Bounce. And I think even the first bounce can happen sooner as well. I think that's taking a bit long. Could even maybe pull this back some. Whoa. Oh, we gotta be careful. If it's too soon, then it's... I mean, it almost adds a cool effect. It doesn't really, but almost. If it's too soon, it's gonna resize the margin container because we made it get so big. I honestly, I don't really care about the size. I think we don't need it to get larger. I feel like that's not that helpful, so forget it. Forget about it. I am gonna move the color change sooner though. And in fact, you know what I'd like? I almost like it to come in orange, so it just stands out a little better. Nice. And I think even by here, it can start bouncing. I don't even know if it needs any kind of interruption there at all. Or, yeah, just come right down. Boing, boing. Okay, boing. We don't want any pauses. Get rid of the pauses. The pauses are devastating. Boing, boing, boing. Yeah. Boing, boing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, boing. I feel like it comes down a little too soon there. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, nice. Boing, 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 boing. That's not bad. Boing, 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 boing. It's a little aggressive on the end. I think we could ease up on that a bit. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. All right. Show me the money, baby. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Just a little bit of juice. This stream has been all about adding juice. Nice. Level up. Bam. Doop doop doop. Yes, I love it. Oh, it looks great. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm getting so particular. I don't think it needs to go whoop, whoop. I think it just needs to get big one time. Whenever we hit it, gets big, gets small. I don't think we need it to go, I don't think it needs to do any of that. Score minimum met, so right now it just goes like that. Don't do that. Just do 1 and done. Right there. So we'll move the function up to here, and we'll end this there at 0.9. Just want, right? You feel that? Oh, thank you for the confirmation. I want to look at it, and I want it to feel good, you know? It's just gonna be nice to have all that out of the way, all that set up. A system to be proud of. Alright, nice. Let's level up. Oh, that's not that. Level up. Good, good, good. Click on this. Yeah, better. Better, 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 better. Pshoo! You did it! Level up! Nice. A very unnecessarily overachieving part of me wants to make it get bigger and also do the gradual thing when it gets smaller. Completely unnecessary. There's a 0% chance I actually do it. But I feel the ridiculously unnecessary desire to do it. Oh, it looks so good. I love it going off screen and coming back down. It's delicious. I almost wonder if it could be a little faster too. Maybe that would help if it wasn't so slow. It's fun to be like a little particular about these kind of things once in a while. Is it slowing down dev time? Yeah, maybe. It's worth it. And I guess I want to make the whole thing shorter. Probably would make the most sense. Everything is fitting better, but a little faster would be perfect. Right. Okay, cool. No, it's awesome to hear affirmation of that. That is a very specific timeline length. 0.775. Oh. It's not even 0.775? Okay. What about just 0.8? How about that? I think it could be even faster. I mean, you made it get bigger faster, but you want to make it like, let's bring this down. Tuck that in a bit. I'm so tempted to make it bounce on the way back down. I really want to. Honestly, it'd be something that Godot could even implement. You know, it would be like a bounce easing function. But I also kind of enjoy doing it myself anyway. Oh, look at you enabling me. Yeah, maybe I will. You know what I like the least about it is it would have to wait for... Basically, it would slow down. I don't think I would care. Alright, maybe I'll do it. Alright, I'll try it. I was gonna say I could slow down how long it takes for the level up stuff to appear. But we've already made this so much shorter. We kind of have some room to iterate on it. So, screw it, let's do it. No, not that long. Maybe just a little bit longer. Boing, boing, boing. Something like that. Not much shorter than that. Something like that. Okay, I'm actually gonna get rid of the rest of these. Don't. The hardest part about this is we have to do it for 3 different things. Because if they only do it for one of the things, it won't animate all of them. Because there's 3 different elements here. So that's the most annoying part, is having to do each single one. Where even was all this? Up here? Score number, that's one of them. So it normally goes to this is actually a bit of effort, truth be told. It normally goes up to 90, the score number font size. Right? Which one is this? Theme override font size, score number minimum. The minimum goes up to 90 normally. We want to make it much less than that. Oh, and then 6. Oh, normally, for the big version, it goes up to 90. And then it shrinks down to 60. So between 60 and 90. So we could say something like 70. It's probably good. Might be too small, even. Why didn't that keyframe, pray tell? Keyframe? No keyframe? Why am I not seeing a keyframe? Get created, please. 70 keyframe. Where's the keyframe? I'm not seeing one get stamped down. Why not? What are you doing? I mean, I could just insert a key. I could do that. Whatever. I mean, that's supposed to be 50. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was being weird. I don't really care. Oh, keyframe, wherefore art thou? Let's say... We said between 90. I think we can go bigger than that. Let's make it 70. Okay. And then this other one goes up to 120 over here. So, and then it gets back down to 80. It's kind of hard. Okay, so wait. Let's just think of it like this. That went from 80 down to... This went from 90 down to 70. So we subtracted 20. Am I doing math right? I don't know. I mean, I am, but I don't know if this is relevant. And then we want to go to 100 maybe here? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm confused. Let's insert a keyframe. Oh, wow. I forgot this was like math that I did, I guess. Does that look correct? I don't know. I don't know if that's correct. I must have like divided it by a percentage. This one is at 120. These are both at 120. So I'll probably want to do the same thing. Oh, I see why the timing is off. Because I see what happened. Well, just put it there then. So it snaps to the right place. I see what happened. I think we're okay. So this, I would want to also be at 100. Right there. Okay. See if that makes sense. Nice. And then it needs to go back to 50 and 80 respectively. So I could probably copy all these, bring this in, hit duplicate keys. I feel like the way I did it before for the bounce. No, I guess we just did it. Okay. It's the easing. It's missing the easing. I won't worry about the easing for now. For now, let's just get it set up. Probably want to adjust that. Boing, boing, boing. And then I guess I'll just duplicate these and we'll make them a little smaller. So this, instead of 70, we could say 60, because this goes down to 50. This one is 100, that's 80. Let's make that 90. Kind of makes sense. 90. And then we want to duplicate these. These also have easing. Maybe not the easing that I want. Duplicate these. Let's run it. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, 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 boing. It's not great, but with some easing, it might come together better. Boing, 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 boing. Let's adjust it a bit. I'm sorry that I keep saying boing. It really helps me though. Make sense of this. Boing, boing, boing. Not bad. Not too bad. Let's get the easing in there. So I think we did ease out and then ease in. Is that what worked well? Let's see. This was, so it went down. Do what you gotta do. Look, if that's what you gotta do, do what you gotta do. Just do what you gotta do. So when it gets higher, or when it gets bigger, we're easing out. And when it gets smaller, we're easing in. Okay. So we want to be easing out from here, which it is. Good. And then from these, we want to ease in. Nice. That definitely looks better. The number is in a weird place because I didn't reset this animation. Okay. Looks good. Boing, boing. Good, good, good. Do what I gotta do. That one's ease out. These will all be ease in. I love that I can do them all at the same time. So much easier. Boing, boing, boing. All right. It's not bad. I think this last one could maybe be a little slower. I almost want to do like one more boing. And then I also don't. It's not bad. It's not too bad. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, but we actually want the animation to... We need to have the function be moved over a bit. Oh, Godot. We need to move that function. Here. We could even overlap it a little. Don't do that. Don't overlap it. I mean, maybe. I'm kind of curious. Because I don't think it's gonna do the level loading right away. Because it has to do the level up animation in. So it might be nice to have a little overlapping. Might even want to push it a little further. We'll see. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, I see some problems there. But let's just keep going. Okay. Alright. I don't know what that was weird. Okay, cool. That looks fine. Up it, up it, up it, up it, up it, up it. Dum, dum, dum. It's not bad. No, it looks pretty good. What was that problem that I saw? Maybe you saw it, but it was like every bounce was like moving the whole margin container. I'm not exactly sure why. See, it's like moving the whole thing. Why is it doing it on the first one, but not the next ones? That's weird. It must be like a timing thing. But that looks pretty good to me. Push it up. Boop, boop, boop. I like it. I think you could even go a little sooner with it. Tighten it up. That first one is being weird. That last bounce to the final keyframe feels like it eases too slowly. Yeah? This one, boom, boom, boom. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Is that a little better? Maybe the ease too. Maybe you're even talking about like the ease itself. I actually see what you mean. I don't even know what. Interesting. Boing, boing, boing. I don't know if that's the ease that you want to be adjusting. I think... No, but this one isn't going to do anything if I adjust that ease. Dun, dun, dun. Because that's going the other direction. Dun, dun, dun. Could just adjust the ease a little bit. Doop, doop, doop. Boop, boop, boop. So I could even keep this a little longer. But just make sure that the ease happens differently. Dun, dun, dun. I actually feel that that's a little slow. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I'm glad you said that. I sense it. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Wow, I can't get it to not feel slow. It just always feels slow. Bung, bung, bung. Dun. Now I feel like it needs more more ease out. Let's put that back to 1.4. Dun, dun, dun. See, it feels very aggressive. Maybe I could even adjust the other one. Dun, dun. Like, have this tuck in a little bit. Not that much. I said a little bit. Alright, well, we don't want to get too over perfection. Yeah, it is. It is. I know it. Ding, ding, ding. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect, though. What I do want to figure out is why it's starting out in a weird spot. Oh, and I kind of want to push this a little sooner. I feel like that must be because of the ready function. We have it running right at the beginning. So it does an on-level update, which plays the animation score minimum update. I wonder if we could even just put a slight arbitrary delay in here and just create a little await. Just a little timer that just gives it some space to breathe. That's very little space. I think we could do not that much, that little. We could do a little more space. See if that makes it not do that weird thing at the start. It might not. Oh wow, look, it still does it. Why? It's so weird. Oh, I bet oh, it's probably this. So I'm gonna come back over here. This is for the score minimum. That's what makes that bounce up and down. The reset. Oh gosh, I don't even know. I don't even know. Margin at the top is 10. Margin on the left is 10. Margin on the top is 0. 10 on the left. 0 on the top. Oh, I also removed font size here. But is it removed from the reset? It is not removed from the reset here. That would do it. But are we adjusting the size over here? We are. So I would think what you want to potentially do is, instead of just turning this off, actually just delete this track. Might help with that a little bit, potentially. Yeah? Yeah? Maybe? Yes? Or no? I prefer yes in this instance. Oh, that's a no. Nope, that's a big no. That's total no. It's gotta be the reset, right? I kind of want to make like a new reset value. Like just do over the reset values. Score minimum font size set to 60 here. Minimum score number minimum font size set to 60 on the reset. In updated, score minimum, there is no font size here at all. It's not even defining a font size of it. And if we just look at what it's set to, it's 60. So that seems fine. On the reset, score minimum color doesn't matter. Score number divider size is set to 80. That's fine. That's on score minimum met. The divider here is also set to 80. So there's no discrepancy. Score number is set to 80 as well. Come to the reset. Oh wait, that's on the reset. Come to met. Score number also set to 80. Oh, but there's also here where we're not defining the size at the beginning, but then we're changing it to be bigger. Oh, that's messy. Let's set score number minimum 60 keyframe right there. Okay, let's see if that helps. Right? possibly? Just bothers me. Those little messy things bother me. I want it to at least look like I kind of might know what I'm doing. Oh, it's still doing it. What? What? So the reason why that happens is because the size of it when it comes into the margin is too big, basically. It's so weird that it's only happening when it comes down. That's very strange, because I got rid of the entire size of the number. So the size isn't even changing when it comes down here. If the size is large, when it... So, like, for example, if we look at it right there, I click on score minimum, and I increase its size, see how it's going to start pushing it? It only pushes it if... And the only time it's pushing it is when we hit the bottom. But that should only be an issue if it's a little too big when it hits there. But as far as I can tell, it is not too big when it hits there. The size is acceptable. Wait. Reset to that. Oh, I wonder if it wasn't actually at 60 right there. But then it gets set to 60 elsewhere. Oh. Perhaps its default size at the beginning is not 60. And so nothing has updated it to 60. And so it was... Ah, frick. So what is it... I mean, it looks big. Like, even just looking at it here, look how large it is. It's too big. It's not supposed to be that large. So there's kind of an obvious problem. See how small it gets? That's the size it's supposed to be. So it's actually not shrinking down to the correct size when it runs this. So Lise, what I would recommend is you do put a font size keyframe back in here. And you just have it be setting it to 60, right? Keyframe 60 font size. And that's just what it stays for that entire animation. Right? Like, that makes some sense. No? Yes? These load times keeping me on the edge of my seat. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. When I removed the size changing, I didn't have it default set to a particular size. And for whatever it is that changes it, making sure there's a keyframe there ensures that it's not at the wrong size when it plays that animation. Good, great, wonderful. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, I guess the only thing left to decide is to feel if the timing is good. I like the loading. A part of me still wants the loading to, like, appear a little sooner or something. Oh, did I really? I left the house green. Dang it. Dang it. There we go. We did a little too many Control-Z's in there. Dude, undo... I am not happy with undo and redoing Godot. It could be worse. I've seen much worse undos and redos in programs. But what bothers me the most about undo and redo in Godot is that it, like... I don't know, it's a little unclear what it's undoing and redoing sometimes. and it like seems to have a separation between whether it's undoing and redoing script stuff or it's undoing and redoing interface stuff, but it like kind of like switches between them in a way that's a little confusing to me sometimes. I can't quite put my finger on what I don't like about it, but I know that I find myself undoing and redoing more than I think I should, given the way I use it. Like, I don't think I use it that recklessly. A little bit recklessly, but not as recklessly as it tends to end up being. But yeah, I think it looks good. You know, part of what I wanted to do today was get it so that the loading stuff would appear in a way that felt juicy and that covered up the little lag spike that happens. And I wanted that loading animation to sort of mask it. And not only that, but reassure the player. Like, don't worry. This thing loading in is happening. This freeze that you see, it's not bad. The game is not broken. It's not frozen. Things are loading. This is a normal thing. So I wanted to mask it with the level up, and I wanted the loading to sort of reassure the player that this freeze that has to happen is an acceptable behavior. And I think it's achieved that. So we get a point. The loading starts to appear. You start to see the animation a little bit. It freezes, and then the animation continues. So it feels like purposeful. It feels like it should be there. Something is correct that's happening. I really kind of want loading to like slide in and slide out. I'm not gonna set that up, but like a part of me wants it just to like juice it up more. I like the juice. But maybe there's something about it just popping that gives it more of that loady feel that I'm kind of okay with. So yeah, so we got that set up, and then in addition to that, the minimum number here now appears after you change levels instead of the number updating before you change levels. So that's a big thing. We got an animation that swaps it out and gives you the new number in a nice juicy way. Level up at all appears, and the orbs come down timed nicely with that, and it just feels smooth. It feels like intentional, purposeful, like the player is being given generally enough information. You know, at some point I might nudge it here or there, but for now that feels sufficient. And then the last and actually first thing that I added in on this stream was making the abduction more responsive. So originally, when you abducted something, it would you'd have to let go of the thing that you were abducting while hovering over the score orb, and so you would have to come over here, hover over it, and release the mouse. But now, when you hover over it, it immediately snaps into place, which I think is much better. It feels better, like as a player. It's just so much easier to dunk and grab things. And I can't explain it. You'd have to just play it to feel it. It feels a lot better. And then I also made the space, the collision area, larger, so it detects it sooner, so you don't have to drag it all the way in there. So just some nice gameplay feel things and level advancement things that I'm really proud to have set up. I'm gonna give a big shout out to the people who support this channel. I still need to update my lists. If you're on the shorts feed, you can't see it, but that's okay, you'll be all right. Gotta give love to the patrons who support this channel. Thank you for supporting over there on Patreon. I still gotta add Olaf Zepf on there. So Olaf, you get a big special verbal shout out. Thank you for supporting on Patreon. You've been a patron for like a month now. I have to update these manually and I haven't gotten around to it. So thank you, Olaf, for supporting on Patreon. It means a lot, and thank you everybody else too. You can join Patreon for free by heading over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, and you get access to a secret live stream every Friday where I play your games, your creations, and things like that. Big love to the YouTube members members who support this channel. Speaking of people I haven't added, I still have to add A's Hall on there. Shout out to A's Hall. There you get a verbal shout out. I hope that you hear that. You don't just see it and be like, where's my name? I promise I have it made. I just have to upload it on there. You guys can get gifted free memberships as long as you've opted in. Do a little research. Look up how you can opt in to get free memberships on YouTube. If you probably are opted in already, so don't worry about it. But you'll get access to an extra live stream, emotes, and all kinds of fun live stream stuff like that. So yeah, so thank you guys for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope it is fun. We'll see. You know, one day when I actually release it and put it out there, we'll find out how fun it really is. I'm gonna be back tomorrow working on this game a little more, another 8 hours. I'm gonna clock in, and we'll keep doing some more stuff. What tasks? I don't know. I got plenty of tasks to work on. I got tasks galore. Look at all these tasks. Tasks for days. So we'll find something to work on. I can't wait to do it. Thanks, Milo, GG's, Lee's, et al., of course, and others as well. Yes, very important. And yeah, take care, everybody. If you're watching this after the live stream, or now, honestly, don't forget to hyper smash that like button. Hit that thumbs up button. Like, it really helps more people come through and see that this exists. So thank you if you're willing to do that. But specifically to those who are watching it after the live stream, I have a special opportunity for you that you might be interested in. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I hope I see you there. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Thank you. Yeah, you have a good night too, Q-Merc. Goodbye. Happy game devery. And stuff, obviously. Mostly and stuff.